And good afternoon. Good afternoon. We are on here at 12:13 p.m. And there's Kevin Blay. Haven't seen you in a while, Kevin. Hope you're doing well. And there's brother Jack Dawson. Welcome in, guys. So we're going to be splitting this up into parts today rather than trying to do one long big stream, but it's going to be a day devoted to baseball because pitchers and catchers report tomorrow. Originally, it was like February 10th, but there are pitchers and catchers reporting tomorrow. So this is not for that other game and that inferior sport. So today I do pull the thing. So usually I'm tolerant and I'm good, but but today is a celebration of baseball. And I know a lot of folks in here are football fans and stuff like that. And that's cool. And you have your day and you're going to be eating lots of stuff and watching those commercials and whatever. But I am a baseball only fan, and you guys know that, and it will always be that way. So I thought we would start. We're going to have some fun today. We're going to play some games. We're going to do some quizzes. So hopefully later on, once we get more people in here, we're going to do some quizzes. And maybe what we'll do is we get enough folks in here in the family that we're going to kind of split up into teams. And we're going to see how that works. So a little bit of baseball Jeopardy. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And Tim says, good afternoon. Best words in sports this week, besides Cleveland wins the World Series, is pitchers and catchers report for spring training. How about it? And Tim, I know, man, these past couple days have been brutally cold. It's only slightly warmer today in Pennsylvania. It's 13. But with the wind chill, it's still like something like 13 below zero. So, uh, spent the night with a new girlfriend, which has been really good. So, but I got back today, and I'm like, oh my god! So I filled up her car with gas and stuff like that. And I'm standing out there, and you don't realize when you're filling up a car when it's nice weather, you're just kind of there and you're kind of looking around. But oh my god, the gas pump doesn't go fast enough when you're when you're filling up gas in the wind, man. It's crazy. Michael Peterson. All right. And welcome in. So later on, we'll do something. We're going to start with a baseball quiz, just to be fun. So most of the baseball quizzes are going to be coming from a very well-respected source. And we'll just go from there. It'll be a lot of fun. So ask that you don't cheat. You can Google and all that stuff, but it'd be really fun to see just how we do, splitting it up into teams. We're going to play a bunch of games. We're going to be auto playing a couple things as we go through the day. There's going to be a couple Ernie Harwell games. I may, in one stream, put up an MLB The Show a game. We're going to hang out. We're going to do some old time baseball. I'm having issues getting the photos reinstalled on this new computer with Diamond Mine Baseball. They're showing on the player cards, but when I go into a game, the photos aren't there. So I've got to see what the hell I'm doing wrong. But there you go. Doesn't matter. Cold is one thing. Add wind to it. Hell no. Exactly. Professor says, good afternoon, listening to Spencer Davis while having you and working 1956 status pro. So Clinton lived in the baseball. Definitely. Good. Don't want to brag. You can brag, Michael, all you want, brother. It's all good. In fact, I think for those of us here in the tundra, knowing that it's 75 degrees somewhere makes us happy, brother. So that's okay, man. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Believe me. I'd be doing this broadcast outside if it was 75 degrees. Believe me, man. That's just perfect to have a little, thing up there so I can see the computer screens and stuff. It'd be awesome. Yeah, for all of us here in the north, a poem about winter. Shit, it's cold. I couldn't agree with you more, Professor. I really, really couldn't. So I thought it would be kind of fun. Um, Not that this is going to cover everything, but I thought it'd be fun to just start out with why baseball is better than football. All right. Um, So this is from something called Just Bats. I've never been to this. I've never been to this before. So It's pretty cool. Um, so there you go. It's so this and this site is biased towards baseball and softball, particularly toward baseball bats and softball bats. So the trend of football, blah blah blah, pastime is disappointing. Anyhow, let's see. So I think there's some other ones too. I certainly Thomas Boswell had some great thoughts on this, but here we go. So no clock. Well, I don't know when this was written. We do have a pitch clock now, but today. To, Today is an eve. It's the eve of spring training, man. It's the eve of spring training eve. I don't know what else happened. February 9th must be something else big, though, too. So I guess we'll figure out what that is. Um, I know it's Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth was born in February. So that's something. But let's look. So no clock. Time is precious. Despite public perception, the average Major League Baseball game is around 3 hours, whereas the average NFL game lasts 3 hours and 12 minutes. Part of the reason football games last longer is because the clock stops after nearly every play. Additionally, quarter changes, halftime, and a lot of non action items show the average football game, right? Or slow the average football game. Baseball, however, doesn't have a constant clock that stops and starts. Worry about clocks, timers, and life at work and football games. Baseball's only concern is continuous action. And I'm going to find the source. There's actually a source that showed that there's actually more action in a baseball game because it doesn't stop. You've got the pitcher's clock. You occasionally get the timeout, but even that. Granted, baseball has gotten a lot longer than it has in the 1970s, certainly. And certainly it's a much slower game than in the dead ball era. But, when you start taking into account advertising and things like that, but, you go to a minor league game, they go pretty quickly. So Thomas Boswell is no longer employed. Too bad. Cousin Expectios Latvia hockey match to be lit up. Hockey's all good today because this is not hockey, right? Because even during the Stanley Cup playoffs, people don't get my thing about football is this. People get all crazy about this one game. And yet, and I know I've had discussions with people before and they disagree, and that's okay. In my estimation, I think hockey is a much more physically demanding sport in a lot of ways. And they decide their championship not just on one game. And in any sport, it can be proven that on any given day, and I realize that is the title of a football movie starring Al Pacino, on any given Sunday, right? You could take the worst team in the NFL and they could beat whichever one of these teams, Seattle or New England, in one game. I like the fact that what I think is a rougher sport, a faster sport. Basketball also, while basketball might not have the contact of football, you're running up and down a basketball court, up and down, up and down, up and down. That's a game that's crazy, and they don't decide it in one game. I think football more is about the spectacle. And, hey, as a good red-blooded male, I love the hot cheerleaders and everything and all that kind of stuff. But I've found, and I know this will be true, if I worked Mondays, I don't. But if I were to go into FedEx tomorrow, most people are going to be talking about the commercials. But I can tell you from experience in all my jobs, including FedEx, that when I go into work at the end of a World Series, people are talking about the World Series. People are talking about the games. Baseball fans talk about the games. And I think part of that is, too, you can see the players, right? They're not occluded by helmets. You see those 9 players in the field. Somebody makes a great play out in left field. It's incredible. Here we are, we're on the eve of spring training, and yet, many of us could talk about Shohei Ohtani's great postseason performance, probably never see the likes again. And I think in that way too. But let's go on different levels. So it says, oh, you want to play football? Hope you received that D1 college scholarship. Only one NFL Hall of Famer didn't go to college, and that was Bob Hayes, apparently. And all 253 players in the 2016 NFL draft went to a university. To play professional football, you need to attend college or hope a scout finds you in the Arena League or Canadian Football League. After high school, baseball offers a number of different avenues to professional levels, including college, independent leagues, semi pro, Dominican leagues, as well as a number of international leagues. Football doesn't technically have a minor league system, and that's true, they don't. Baseball has multiple minor league levels, along with the other aforementioned avenues for a player to continue pursuing their dream. I also know that with baseball, baseball scouts tend to like to get you into professional baseball because they want you to start learning professional baseball habits, which is pretty cool. Injury risks, I guess this one's up for debate. You've heard a lot about the ulnar collateral ligament UCL or injuries, or at least the injury that repairs the UCL, so Tommy John surgery. But this injury now has a 9 to 18-month recovery time, and most players are able to play baseball again after surgery. Meanwhile, the most serious injury in football is chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE, which is progressive degenerative disease that results from taking repeated blows to the head. I would say that's even worse in boxing, but anyhow. Most players don't recover from CTE as it results in a lifetime of severe brain issues. Basically, baseball injuries often affect the player's arm and are recoverable. Football injuries can impact the long-term health and well-being of a player. And I'm going to find the article. There's actually been more fatalities in baseball than there have been in football historically. A beanball will kill you, and hit by pitch will kill you. We know that not from 1920s, but it happened just a couple seasons ago. There was somebody hit wearing a batting helmet and they died. It was a minor league game. But I don't think injuries. I mean, is it healthier to play baseball? Absolutely. But later on, we're going to talk about why baseball is the most difficult sport. Why it's the most difficult sport. And I don't think at all, and this is going to be heavily opinionated, obviously. I am biased. But why I would argue, and many would argue, that baseball is the most difficult of team sports to play. Earn it. Football players can make an immediate impact on the field after leaving college. For example, Mike Ditka had a 1,000 yards receiving in his 1961 rookie year. Randy Moss caught 17 touchdowns at 21 years old, and Ezekiel Elliott rushed for 1,631 yards. In 2016, baseball players have to put in a lot of time before making the professional leagues, much less making an impact. Case in point, Hall of Famer Derek Jeter played 463 minor league games before reaching the majors. In fact, outside of Bob Feller and Dave Winfield, there aren't a lot of examples of players going directly from school to the MLB The Show. I will add another Hall of Famer, Mel Ott. Mel Ott didn't spend a day in the minors. It's not enough to just have talent in baseball. The journey takes longer and is more difficult. Doesn't make it more fun to cheer for a baseball player or a football player. Have to agree with that. 1/2% of people that start rookie league baseball even make it to the show for a cup of coffee. John Olerud, there's another one. Thank you. So John Olerud is another one. Al Kaline, keep them coming, gents. Keep them coming. Yeah. But even so, you got that rookie year, and baseball's a tough game, man. So more games. We've talked about this. Do you know how often football teams play? Once per week. Sure, football's demanding, but baseball teams play nearly every single day during the season. High school baseball players play 25 to 30 games per season. Minor league affiliates play around 140 games per year, and the majors play 162, not counting spring training or postseason. From March through November, you can find a baseball game being played on television. Football, a Super Bowl team plays a maximum of 20 games a season, and hockey plays more. So there we go. Hockey plays more than football. So I'm tired of hearing that football is the roughest sport. Rugby, I know from being in Ireland how much rugby players play. Rugby's not a once-a-week game, man. Oof. Anyhow, a Super Bowl team, blah, 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 blah. High school teams play less than that. Whether you play or just watching baseball, has more games, more opportunities, more times to be great. No I in team. Offensive linemen dating models, punters making newspaper front pages, and fullbacks getting followed by the paparazzi. Yep, that doesn't happen. In football, only a few get the story and spoils that come with it, most notably quarterbacks, running backs, and wide receivers. In baseball, the last man on the bench could be that day's hero. Ask any Pirates fan about Francisco Cabrera, gents. Cabrera in 1992, including utility infielder hitting a walk-off, or a relief pitcher recording the big out. Football takes a team to win, and so does baseball. But baseball is better because every single player on the roster has a chance to make the headlines and grab the story. And I love that. I really, really love that. Good stuff. Eden, welcome in from Turkey, much warmer in Turkey. In-person experience. And yeah. So football is primarily played in cold weather or quote unquote football weather. Baseball is the sport of spring and summer. You may define fun differently, but soaking in the sun's rays with a cold drink and hearing sounds of baseball is more fun than freezing. Additionally, you could catch a foul ball at a baseball game. Good luck doing that at a football game. Skills. With all due respect to a handful of high school athletes, football players don't play offense and defense on a regular basis. In football, you're either part of the offense or part of the defense. In baseball, nearly every player must hit and field his position. So you're able to see your favorite player swing a baseball bat and catch fly balls with their glove, or let's say liners, tough grounders, short hoppers, whatever. Moreover, how often does an offensive lineman take snaps as the quarterback? In baseball, players are often versatile and able to play in multiple positions, Hannes Wagner, on the ball field. Still think any athlete can play baseball? Ask Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan's first love was baseball, but went to basketball. But Jordan hit 220 in Double A. And if you guys remember, and no knock on Michael Jordan, what a supreme athlete he is. But there was a lot of backlash in the majors because there was talk about putting Jordan right in the majors after playing, and people were saying, I mean, we're talking like big time major leaguers. It's like, all due respect to Michael Jordan, but the guy's hitting 220. Jordan would have made it in Major League Baseball. He wouldn't have, and buying a team bus doesn't get you to the majors. No knock on Michael Jordan. He loves baseball, but I'd read I think it was from a kinesiologist, and he was, I've got to find these articles, but he was talking about the different sort of why he was, it was why didn't Michael Jordan make it in baseball? And it was a kinesiologist talking about how baseball, there's a lot more going on with that. And again, it's not to knock these other sports, but I think that there's a tendency to kind of say, oh, baseball's an easy game. And it, talks about that in the Ken Burns documentary, that baseball makes you think it looks easy. It really looks easy. It looks like an easy game. It looks like you could go down on the field and play it, right? But even just with the physics of baseball or whatever, I mean, it looks like something you play. It's the game we played as kids. But think about John Crook. What was that in the 1991 or 92 All-Star game? Whatever one that was, bailing out against Randy Johnson. And granted, that was an All-Star game, but you had to be in there and you had to face these pitchers like Randy Johnson, who killed a seagull, right? It's scary. It's very, very different. History. Baseball. Now, this is where the article's wrong. Baseball goes back. There's no beginning date for baseball, but let's just take it for fun. Baseball dates back to 1839, which, again, not correct. And the sport got our nation through 2 world wars and the Great Depression. Babe Ruth calling a shot. Jackie Robinson breaking the color barrier. Kirk Gibson, Joe Carter, Carlton Fisk, Ripken. These are moments, and let's add Shohei Ohtani. These are moments and players that we not only remember, but they're woven into America's fabric. To quote Terrence Mann from Field of Dreams, the one consistent through all the years has been baseball. Sure, football has history, but baseball has history and a legacy. And I think I think this article, while there are some inconsistencies and some inaccuracies, captures some of what I think makes it a great game. The other thing I would add too, when it talked about in-person experience, 1993. Thank you, Aaron, and welcome in. We're going to have a little chin wag as part of today or tonight or whatever. I don't know. We're in part 1, so wherever we get to that. It'll be a long day of baseball, guys. Split up, and there might be an hour or two where I'm going to take off and just defuse, get dinner, but whatever. Baseball one of the problems that baseball faces is baseball is not a television sport. Let's be honest. It's yes, yes. It's supposed right. Clinton. So yeah, you guys are all saying it. Yeah, from League of Their Own. Exactly. Do you remember the line in League of Their Own? Says a professor Regina Davis was, yeah, right before the World Series started. Yep, if it was easy, everyone would do it, and that is very true. Um, yeah, Hank said, told, it's supposed to be hard. If it was easy, anybody could do it. Exactly. Exactly. So I think we would agree here. Baseball's not a television sport. Football is. And football really came into its own with the advent of television. Football became 50s and 60s where everybody, you had more Americans and they had televisions. And you look at the way the camera angles are, right? It's zoomed out and you're looking at those 22 guys facing each other. Football fields are 100 yards. Baseball fields are all kinds of crazy dimensions. We know that. And so to watch a baseball game on television, right? You're missing the nuances of the game. Whereas in football, you can see it all. So you can see sort of, running back starting in motion or whatever they do, or even, the offensive, defensive linemen, all those things. But in baseball, right, you go to see a live game. When that pitcher comes to the set position, you're not seeing from that television angle the infielders repositioning themselves, the outfielders, and that pause in the game that we know so well is that pitch is going to go. Everybody is locked in. Pitcher, catcher, defensive players, the dugouts, the fans. You're locked in. You're locked in for that. There's that crazy moment. But I believe that baseball is best seen live, and baseball is best listened to on the radio. I don't think it's, and I think for a lot of people that I've introduced to baseball, they're like, oh yeah, let's, okay, I'll check out baseball. Let's watch it on the telly. And I'm like, no, let's go to a game. And I saw a friend of mine from college who was, and he's still, football's his game, but he's like, all right, let's go. So we took him to a Pittsburgh Pirates game. And he said, oh my God, he said, I've never had so much fun in my life. And he said, baseball or football's still my sport. He said, but this was fun. This was so absolutely fun. He said, watching the players, he said, and it was like the article said, he said, here we are on a nice summer evening and you're able to converse and watching people keep score, you know? But again, for some people, it is being out in that cold weather and the flask of whiskey at the big house at the University of Michigan or what have you. So a football fan is going to, have an answer to this. But this is baseball, and this is a celebration of it. So, yep. So, Clinton, hey, David, how you doing? Football fans can't say how many career rushing yards Jim Brown had, but even casual baseball fans know what 714 means. David, you know what? You're absolutely right. Also, if I say the number 56 to you guys, right? And Dwayne Martz is here. Maryland is here. There goes the neighborhood. If I say 56, you know what 56 means, right? So let's see who knows the 56. You guys know. I'm not going to insult your intelligence. If I say 56, 714, 1.12. So those numbers mean something. David, you absolutely hit it on the head. 60, 61, 70. Right. DiMaggio's hitting streak. That's right, 56. I'll throw another one here. 406. What does 406 stand for, right? John, welcome in. He says NFL benefits from television, betting, and a salary cap so the fans of every team believe they have a real shot of winning. Yep. So, yep, 406. 406 means something. 1.12 means something. Now, again, right, Teddy Ball game. Exactly. 1.12, Bob Gibson. So see that we can communicate. with just those numbers, and starting with 714, or we understand, we see this guy's a 300 hitter. Guy might be hitting 350, or he might be hitting 312, but a 300 hitter means something, right? See what happens in 2027 if there's a salary cap or not, or if there's even a 20, right? So look, everybody coming in with these great numbers, and being able to answer that. And what a segue. We're going to go to our first quiz. We're going to go to our first quiz. So, thinking cap is NFL is run infinitely better than Major League Baseball. Well, yeah, because I think that's because Roger Goodell is actually a football fan. I am not convinced at all that Rob Manfred even knows anything about baseball. All right, so here we go, gentlemen. The answers are over here. So let's start our quiz. Question number 1. Willie McGee began his major league career in 1982 in St. Louis, the first of 13 seasons with the Cardinals, with 2 stints, 1982 to 1990, and then 1996 to 1999. The Cardinals acquired McGee, who would be an MVP in 1985 and 4-time All-Star, in a 1-for-1 deal with the team that had selected him in the first round of the January 1977 amateur draft. From what team did the Cardinals acquire McGee? And I have a sick cat here. Oh, what a great way to start. All right, so that's your first question. From what team was Willie McGee acquired in a 1-for-1 trade? And the answer is on another tab. And actually, I should keep the answers off of here because you guys could be tricky. So, who was it? When was it? Whatever. We know it's 1977, but who was it? And we'll just do this. There we go. Yeah, it's a stumper. These are almost as tough as the Sabre quiz, but not quite. Everybody's running into drafted by the Chi Sox, but traded by the Yankees. Let's see how Clinton did on this one. And you guys are going to have to just trust me because I don't want you to read ahead with the answers. All right, here we go. So let's go. 22-year-old Willie McGee was traded to the Cardinals by the New York Yankees. All right, but for whom, Clinton? So you got number 1 right. Okay, but what else? Okay, so this is tough. It's a tough question. For left-hander Bob Sykes on October 21st, 1981. Sykes would make 38 appearances with the Yankees' AA and AAA affiliates in 82 before being released. He never pitched in the majors again. So there you go. So we'll give Clinton, we're going to give Clinton a base hit on that one. All right. As Dwayne says, number 7 means one of the great center fielders. And he's absolutely right. One of the great center fielders of the game, certainly. We're gonna give Dwayne a little bit of a break here. All right. Question number 2. Goose Gossage pitched for 9 teams during his 22-year major league career, and had 25 or more saves in a season with 3 of them, 7 times overall. With what teams did the class of 2008 Hall of Famer record the last of his career saves in 1994? So I'll repeat that again. Goose Gossage pitched for 9 teams during his 22 season major league career, and had 25 or more saves in a season with 3 of them. With what team did he record the last of his 310 career saves in 1994? So there we go. Yankee Stadium would have psyched Bob out. There we go. All right, so Goose Goss's question now. Okay, Clinton says the Mariners And there you go. The Seattle Mariners were Goose Gossage's ninth and final major league team. He made 36 relief appearances for them after signing as a free agent on April 4th, 1994, and went 3-0 with a 4.18 earned run average and 47.1 innings. Good stuff. All right, question number 3. Five-time All-Star and two-time Silver Slugger Award winner Joe Carter, this should be easy, right? Is best known for hitting a World Series winning walk-off home run for the Toronto Blue Jays in 1993. He played 13 of his 16 big league seasons with Toronto and Cleveland, but try to do this without baseball reference, but began his career in the National League. With what National League club did Joe Carter make his MLB debut? No baseball reference. This is an easy one. I'll throw in a couple easies. So these quizzes will all be coming from Baseball Digest today, or most of them. Thinking caps on, gentlemen. And then we'll get into a game here soon. But these are good quizzes, and I always love these in Baseball Digest. All right, so first answer coming up is the Cubbies. And let's see, answer number 3. Joe Carter, the second overall draft of the 1981 amateur draft, made his big league debut in 1983 with the Chicago Cubs. On June 13th, 1984, Carter was traded by the Cubs to Cleveland as a part of a 7-player deal with pitcher Rick Sutcliffe going to Chicago. Sutcliffe would go on to win the 1984 National League Cy Young Award winner after going 16-1 for the Cubbies. Nice job. Traded for Sutcliffe. Look at that. David Bates. Smartest baseball fans ever here. Okay, here we go. Question number 4. This 2-time batting champion and 7-time American League All-Star had 8 at-bats for the eventual world champion Pittsburgh Pirates in 1960. The last of his 20 major league seasons. Name him. So 2-time batting champ. 2-time batting champ there. Let's get this back up here. Got to pull the right one up. You got to pull the right one up, baby. There we go. All right, who is it? So again, 2-time batting champ and 7-time American League All-Star, had 8 at-bats for the eventual world champion Pittsburgh Pirates in 1960, the last of his 20 major league seasons. Who is it? I know lots of people want to be looking over at the cheerleaders and stuff. We'll do some we're going to create some baseball cheerleaders, I think, today. We'll do that. We'll call upon AI to make some baseball cheerleaders just to make some of the football fans happy. Get down. Talking to my cat. All right, so the first answer coming in here is Mickey Vernon. And let's look for number 4. And 2, yes, it is. So Clinton Parks. There you go. 2-time American League batting champion Mickey Vernon finished his 20-year career with 8 at-bats for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Vernon, who did not play in 1960 or any other World Series, appeared in 9 games for the Bucs after they signed him on September 1st. Nice. Okay. Way to go, gents. Let's move this back over here so I can keep this off the screen. Off the damn screen. All right, let's go to number 5. This veteran of 15 big league seasons who would win an American League Cy Young Award made his debut in 1959 with 2 relief appearances with Cincinnati Reds. Name him. And boy, Aaron Reed better know this one. Aaron Reed better know question number 5. But let's see. Because Aaron Reed, right? Aaron Reed is a Cincinnati Reds fan. So, will he get this one? Dun 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 dun. We should have the Jeopardy music going on or whatever. People are reading ahead in the other questions. I know that, you guys. So, we'll do this. We'll just do something like that. There we go. What do you say there, Aaron? Or anybody, but I just want to do testing you Reds fans out here. Okay. 6-second delay. We'll give it about another 10 seconds. Clinton Parks is a one-man murderer's row. He is a one-man murderer's row. Left-hander Mike Cuellar was a co-winner along with Detroit's Denny McLain, the 1969 American League Cy Young Award winner, as a member of the Baltimore Orioles. Sorry about that. My cats are being really bad today. Cuellar, who spent 8 seasons in Baltimore, was a 4-time 20-game winner with the Orioles. So Mike Cuellar. Yep. And you misspelled it. So, or you didn't misspell it, I should say. All right. Let's do one more. Okay. One more. Going to bring it back up here again. All right. After missing 2 full Major League Baseball seasons in 2006-2007, former LA Dodgers right-hander and 1995 National League Rookie of the Year, Hideo Nomo attempted a comeback with an American League team in 2008. Name that team. And that'll be our last question for this quiz in this issue. Nope. It is not the Boston Red Sox. It is not the Boston Red Sox. No, it is not. That's not what he made. It's not the it's not the Boston Red Sox. So again, 39-year-old Hideo Nomo, right? So that's who we want. Who did he try to make the comeback for? And it's not the Red Sox. So did I say Hideo? Did I say Shohei Ohtani? I didn't mean that. Hideo Nomo. Sorry. Jameson is kicking in early. Clinton so far though, he's hitting it out of the park here, man. Scary dude he is. All right, the answer is on January 9th, 2008, 39-year-old Hideo Nomo signed as a free agent with the Kansas City Royals in an attempt to resume his big league career. Nomo made 3 relief appearances for the Royals before he was released on April 25th, 2008. So there we go. That was fun. So congrats, guys. You guys are smart, man. It's great stuff. So good. Kansas City had to look that one up. Yeah, that I wouldn't have known that either. I would not have known that. I had no idea that Nomo. I don't associate him with the American League at all. So before we get into a game, I wanted to remind you guys of a fantastic baseball resource, and I've shown this a number of times here, and that because we always talk about Baseball Reference and to a lesser extent Baseball Almanac. This is a fantastic resource for research, for really down to the day, to the inning resource, and that is backtobaseball.com. It is absolutely free. It's incredible. You can pick a game, the games that they have in here. It's just incredible. You can sort of quote unquote, Cuellar, which of course Quay would be spelled key, right? Because that's how you pronounce it. So Key-R. But yes, he would say Cuellar. We love Jester. I think he's broadcasting, or at least he was when I went on. So Back to Baseball is pretty cool. If we click on players, and let's click on the great Ernie Banks, so we can look at all these career stats, but what you notice here that's a little bit different is you can go to specific games. So noteworthy games that they have here for Ernie Banks, right? But you can also, we go up here to, let's say, his rookie year, right, or for 19, or his final year in baseball. He had 16 hits. So we go to 16 hits and we click on that 16. We can see all those hits, what they were, and go to the actual play, which is super cool. You can also do things like finding matching plays, by just whatever you want. This is a super, super, super deep site that I think is just fantastic to play with. We can go to games, and you can pick a season and teams, and you can view game logs from there. So if we let's go back to the 1970s. Let's go to 1971, and let's pick a date. Let's pick April 20th, 1971. Let's go to Braves at Pirates. And we get, of course, the whole lineup and everything like that if you want, which is real cool. And then you can actually, from here, you can have an audio play-by-play. Don't get excited. It is just the Microsoft narrator. You can watch a text play-by-play of the game, or you can have a visual play-by-play of the game. You can also try the game in the simulator, so you can see how this game would have played out over a number of times using Phil Necro versus Bob Moose. So if we perform this, so that's really cool that you can do. You can go to stats here, and you can do all kinds of searches for all kinds of stats here. So everybody seems to love home runs. So let's pick another year because, 2025 and all that. Let's go back to 1959. How about we go back to 1959 and let's go. And let's look at Al Kaline. There's his 27 home runs. We can see the exact date that we were on and go to the play. So let's go to May 23rd, 1959 for this home run. Let's do it. Boink. Long drive into deep left, and it is out of here. So that was a 2-run shot. So to find something similar like that in Baseball Reference, you can do it. But I love that. And it's going to just go on to the next play if we just let this go. So I really, really, really do suggest that you guys check that out. So here's Gale Harris, whatever Gale Harris did, and Gale Harris with a base hit. But then we can go to that box score. We can do there's the box score. Again, audio play-by-play. I'm not going to put you guys through that. There's your whole game score. So you can. So right here, right. So we can look at here. So here's old Gale Harris. This time Gale Harris striking out. We can go to search, and this thing you can search players. So game types. You can do a regular season, playoffs, World Series, All-Star games. You can do a range of years. You can take it down to the month, day, city, ballpark, teams versus teams. Situational searches you can do in this game. Have fun with this. This is absolutely. I love this website. It's incredible. It is absolutely incredible. So have fun with this. Again, here's the simulation that you can go to. You can pit 2 teams against each other with the same lineup and the same pitcher, right? Which is super, super cool. So let's do, let's pick a couple years. So let's make the home team the 1975 Boston Red Sox. Okay. And let's make the away team the 1986 Mets. Let's make the 1986 Mets. Why not? Why not? This is such a playground. I love it. All right. And let's see, who is the better team? Who was the better team? Okay. All right. Now we're going to view the lineups for this. All right. So we can change lineups here if we want. And I don't know why it's putting 225. I screwed up. Let me go back. We don't want this to be 225. Bah, that was stupid. Let's go back again. Because I'm like, what's going on? Okay. So home and away. So we don't want this kind of stuff right here. Okay. So each player in the lineup's chosen. Let's make sure this is not use this tool because this thing's being a little bit weird today. We don't want it to be weird today, which of course it is going to be. Okay, so these, for using 2025. So yeah, let's start over. Why am I saying 2025? That's my fault. We've done this a couple times on here too, and it's I think it's really, really, really fun. Um, so apparently we're still stuck somewhere in 2025, but you guys get the idea. Go in, play around with this thing. Let's go to yeah. Once I remember how the hell this works. Home and away, 1986. We'll make the Mets the visitors because that's the way it should be, right? What did we say? Boston Red Sox and New York Mets. Again, they might be having some issues because you can see I clearly have this all set up, but it uh, seems to think that we're stuck in 2025, and I am not sure why this is doing this. So we'll come back to it later once I figure it out. But nonetheless, just a great research tool and a great thing to do. Let's type in Mickey Mantle. Let's type in Mickey Mantle because there we go. There's Mickey Mantle. And where did he go? Where did he go? It's been a while since I've Mickey Mantle debut. There we go. There's the Mick. There you go. So we can look at just his World Series games. We can look at the All-Star games. No playoffs, obviously, when he played. And he played 2000. All these games we can look at. So let's do that. There you go. I mean, you can't beat it. Look, here's every game the Mick played in his career. Every single one. And then, of course, again, you have his standout games and things like that. So if you're a baseball fanatic, and why wouldn't you be, there's all these games that's incredible. And just pick one. We'll go to May 21st, 1965, and we can look at the lineups and the summary of this game. And where is the Mick? The Mick be in here somewhere. There he is. Mickey was playing left field that day. Dwayne, why is that? Tom Trush playing right or center field. The Mick playing in left. So there we go. Does anybody know why that is? I don't know. But again, we could just do a visual play-by-play of the game. And there we go. Tom Tresh makes the out. So pretty fun. You can have, we turn scores off, but you can have the scores going on as an out-of-town kind of thing. So this is the only thing where you can, where your season replays will be 100% accurate. So that is back to baseball. And really do hope you guys avail yourselves of this. It's just so much fun. We didn't touch on teams yet. So Tim's here. Let's go to Cleveland. And we can have lots of fun. Of course, I think this is doing the Cleveland Guardians. Cleveland, yep, made annual game calendar. And we can pick 1948, the last time they won the World Series. Let's go to 1948. And how did they do against the New York Yankees? And so let's go. Do we pick New York Yankees? View. What am I doing wrong? Oh, yeah. Is it regular season, all-star playoffs? Oh, my God. I shouldn't have been showing off of this because there's the other games here. Oh, I think because I'm in an actual day. Yeah. So you got to go in, you got to experiment with it, play with it a little bit, and that's back to baseball. All right. So I think we should start out with a game of Strat Max. Let's do our first game in Strat Max. Why not? Why not? And in fact, what we can do, if you guys would like, we can even set up something if you want. Right now, I have a tournament, which there's actually nothing in there. I don't know how there are 4 members in here, but anyhow, we've got 1929 Philadelphia A's and we got the 1991 Pittsburgh Pirates. But if you guys want, I can set up another season replay. We can just play 2 teams. So let's do a strat game. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter to me. Give me 2 teams in history, and we'll play them. And if they're expansion teams, Tim, you're going to have to help. But let's just roll up a strat game. Get it going. Everybody's quiet. Everybody's quiet. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to at least pick a visiting team. Okay, it's daytime, so we got to make this a day game. We got to turn off the designated hitter. So if it's American League, it's got to be before 1973. So I'm going to pick Senators and Browns. Okay. How about some years for them? How about we do the 1924 Senators and the 1922 St. Louis Browns? What about that? Would that work? Just to be fair. Although I think the 1913 Senators would be better. Let's do the 1913 Senators. Okay. There we go. Do we want Bob Groom starting? I don't think so. I think we got to have. Oh, it's gonna bring up his card. That's not what I wanted to do. We'll fix that. Okay. And let's do the 1922 St. Louis Browns. Just for giggles, a dead ball team against a live ball team. Why not? Why not? Urban Shocker. Okay, we're gonna you know who we're putting in here for the Senators. We're not messing around. We're not messing around, man. Let's go to Washington here. And there he is. There's who I want. Sorry, Bob, you're a good guy, but we got to try to put Walter Johnson. Oh, it's not letting me because I can't. Oh, the pitcher. Why is it saying I can't be replaced by a? Ooh, did I find something weird here with Strat Max? Is this game having a? Is it having an aneurysm? What's going on here with this? Let's go just okay here. Let's fix this lineup. Let's go. So I really don't want to have. I want Walter Johnson in there, man. What's the deal? This is strange. It's just showing bench. All right, I guess we'll go with Bob Groom. I wanted the big train to pitch. All right, but I guess not. It's Urban Shocker. And let's just have some fun with it. Because I can't seem to, I can't seem to change that. But not a bad player. Let's do it. All right. 1913 Senators against the 1922 St. Louis Browns. Will be fun. Okay, here we go. So let's look. Urban Shocker. This this St. Louis Browns team was amazing. Just an amazing team. All right, Ray Morgan, and there's going to be some of these Senators players I'm not going to be as familiar with, but we will get familiar with them. All right, here's Ray Morgan, and we're ready to start our first game of the Super Bowl Sunday Shenanigans. And let's turn on the dice and swing away. And here is the pitch. And this one's fly ball out to left fielder. And Ken Williams, baseball's first 30-30 man, makes the catch. 1 up, 1 down. Here's Eddie Ainsmith, who I do know about Eddie Ainsmith. Here's the pitch from Shocker to Ainsmith. And swing and a miss. Strikeout. So 2 up, 2 down. Urban Shocker now to face Clyde Milan. The pitch coming in to Milan, and this one is going to be a pop-up. Hank Severide tosses aside the mask, and Washington goes 1-2-3. We go to the bottom of the first. Senators nothing, and the St. Louis Browns coming to bat, leading off. Baby Doll Jacobson, named after a popular song in the 1920s. There's Jacobson's card for anybody interested. Yeah, a couple little Just a nice view there. And here we go. Here we go. All right, Groom deals. And this one hit in the air. And this one is going high and deep. Wait, hold on. Did the outfielder actually catch it, or is it a home run? We could have a great catch early in the game here in the first inning, and we do. So Baby Doll Jacobson gives it a long, long drive. But Howie Shanks, we all know Howie Shanks, left fielder, makes a spectacular catch at the wall. All right, brings up Wally Gerber now. One down. Thought we had our first homer of the day. This one, liner to second. Up with it is Ray Morgan, and he will go to first. And here is the great George Sisler. The great George Sisler. And this is somebody's card that you got to look at. One of the greatest of all time. One of the greatest of all time. Look at that. This guy could run and steal. Excellent hit and run, durability. Hardly struck out. Great contact hitter. And you can see here, if it's 90 plus, he's an MVP level player. This guy is a top tier inner circle iconic Hall of Famer. So let's see what the great George Sisler does in this game, at least. All right, Groom deals to the dangerous Sisler, and this one is a base hit into a line drive into right field for a base hit. So Sisler is aboard, and it brings up Ken Williams. We don't want to take the bat out of Ken Williams' hand. All right, again, baseball's first 30 men, 1922, 30 home runs, 30 steals. And Sisler gets his lead off first. Pickoff attempt at first, and Sisler dives back in ahead of the tag. All right, Groom ready to go. Here we go. Sisler looks like he is off to the races, and we're going to go ahead and try to throw for Sisler. Got a 60-40 chance on this. And does Gorgeous George make it? He does. Stolen base by George Sisler. So runner in scoring position, 2 down, bottom of the first. And Ken Williams back in the box. Bob Groom delivers to Ken Williams. And this one popped out towards second, and Ray Morgan has it. So a little bit of excitement on the George Sisler stolen base, but a runner left in scoring position. Top of the second, Washington and St. Louis are scoreless. Yeah, nice matchup here. I don't know why it wouldn't let me put Walter Johnson in. That was really bizarre. But that's okay. We'll have a game later with the big train. All right. Danny Mueller will be due up here for the Senators, followed by Chick Gandil and Eddie Foster. All right. Shocker deals to Danny Mueller. Here is the pitch. This one grounded to short, and Wally Gerber boots the ball, and Danny Mueller is safe at first. Danny Mueller safe at first. All right, here's Chick Gandil. And we all know about Chicky, don't we? All right, here's the pitch, and this could be a base hit into left, and let's see what happens here. So are we going to send our lead runner? I think we're going to hold him. All right, Danny Mueller will hang out at second, 2 on here. I guess we're managing Washington, which is really fun. Here's Eddie Foster. Urban Shocker deals. I wanted to manage St. Louis. I wasn't thinking. I'm still half asleep. And this one, base hit, and there's an error by third baseman Frank Ellerby. Danny Mueller will come in to score. Chick Gandil will move to third on the play, and Eddie Foster in second. So 2 in scoring position, and the 1913 Senators with 1 in the top of the second. It's 1-0. And here he is, Howie Shanks. Howie Shanks. He was the first league that was kind of born out of the first McGreevy League. All right, here we go. And here's the pitch. And base hit out into left field by Howie Shanks. Runner on second may try to score. We're going to send the lead runner. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. So runner being waved home. Let's see what happens. The throw is cut off. The runner scores. And Chick Gandil and Eddie Foster will come in to score. And look out. Here come the 1913 Washington Senators. 3-0 here in the top of the second inning. All right, here's George McBride. I think there was only one name in here I didn't know. for these Senators. And that was Morgan. Don't know much about Ray Morgan, but we're going to learn about him. All right, here we go. Shocker deals. Still nobody out. And let's see, this one is swung on, and this one looks like it's going to be a base hit, and indeed it is. Base hit by George McBride. The runner on first may try for third, and nope, we're going to hold him. We're going to play it a little conservatively right now with 3 runs. Let's keep this rally going, guys. Howie Shanks is on second, and McBride on first. So here's Bob Groom, and we are going to go ahead and we're going to try a bunt here. We only have a 56% chance, but we're going to try it anyhow. And this one bunted foul. The count goes to 1-2. And boy, our success is now 39%. I don't want him hitting into a double play, though. We're going to stay with the bunt. And he gets the bunt down. And this one bunted foul. So actually, he should be out, but that's okay. I think it's adding a little bit of flavor here because he should be out on that bunt. Let's take it off and watch him hit into a double play. Why not? Here we go. Come on, Bob. You can do it. Okay, he strikes out. We'll take the strikeout. That's fine. All right, back at the top of the order here for Ray Morgan, who is 0-for-1. Here's the wine, or not from the stretch, from Urban Shocker. And this one is a fly ball out to center field X, and it's a 2-base error on Baby Doll Jacobson. And Howie Shanks will score. George McBride moves to third. Ray Morgan to second. 2 in scoring position. 1 down. Third error committed by the Brownies. Here's Eddie Ainsmith. He is 0-for-1. Shocker looking a little bit frustrated out there on the bump. Base hit possible into center field. Swung on. And it will indeed be base hit. So runner on second may try to score. Here we go. We're going to send him. Why not? Not going to hurt. So we're going to wave the runner home. The throw is cut off, and the runner scores. So 2 more in for the Washington Senators. Good God. The dead ball representing big time. It's 6-0 here. Oh, jeez. Ooh. All right. Nice matchup. That's quickly dying, Cousin Ken. Here's Clyde Milan. He is 0-for-1. So Washington with 5 hits and those 3 errors, not helpful at all. Shocker. Heine Miney will enter the game for St. Louis, pitching and batting 9. So, wow, they took Shocker getting the hook early. And that was the St. Louis Cardinals or St. Louis Browns ace, by the way. All right, this one is swung on by Clyde Milan, and this is going to be fly ball, center fielder. This time, Baby Joe Jacobson actually going to catch it for out number 2. Yeah, not so much, right? Oh, my God. You know what? Because we got all day, baby. We are going to quick play this one to the end of the game. Let's see what happens. I like the way the autoplay looks. I know Ken's horrified. 19-1. You guys are welcome. You guys are welcome. 19-1. Let's look at it. So Washington, we just saw that 6-run second. They put 2 more up in the third, another in the fifth, 7 in the seventh, and if that wasn't enough, 3 runs in the ninth. And the St. Louis Browns, 1 run in the fifth. So for the Washington Senators of 1913, 19 runs on 20 hits, no errors. Holy moly. And for the St. Louis Browns, 1 run, 11 hits, and ouch, 7 errors. 7 errors. Who is going to the kangaroo court is what I want to know. So let me see. Baby Doll Jacobson, Wally Gerber errored twice, Hank Severide, Marty McManus, Frank Ellerby miscued twice. Clean game for the dead ballers. How about it, though? So 2 double plays turned by St. Louis, 1 by Washington. Bob Groom, of course, gets the win Urban Shocker went 1 1/3. Let's see who got really dinged up here badly. So it's Miney, Henry, and Danforth got hit, and then Pruitt for two more, or 2/3. Luckily this one doesn't count. Oh my God! No, let's not play this game again. Ooh, nasty, nasty stuff. All right, so we're off to a real flying start here on this Stupor Bowl Sunday Baseball Shenanigans Part 1. Um, that was, I guess, well, can you get 1 point in football? I don't know if you can. I heard of something called some kind of safety or something that's like 1 point. It's a super rare play in football. I don't know much about it. You guys would have to tell me. All right, let's pick two more teams. All right. And we're going to be the home team. So no designated hitter nonsense. No, we'll do that later. A safety is 2 points. I thought there was a 1 point. Let me see something, because I thought I saw something about it. I can't believe I'm doing this. Is there a 1 point safety in? I can't believe I'm typing the word football. Yes, I was right. Oh my God, for a guy that doesn't know anything about football, a 1 point safety or conversion safety exists, though it's extremely rare. So it occurs when a team attempting a point after try or 2 point conversion turns the ball over, and the defending team then retreats into their own end zone and is tackled or fumbles the ball out of bounds. So I don't know. Did you guys know that? So the offense scores a touchdown. Then on the conversion attempt, the defense gains possession, runs backward into their own end zone, and is tackled. So it says it's a really rare play. The 1 point is awarded to the team that was originally attempting the extra point or the 2 point conversion. Occurrence that happened in college football. For example, in the 2013 Fiesta Bowl, the 2004 Texas versus Texas A&M game has never occurred in the NFL, though it is theoretically possible. And it is considered the rarest scoring event in football. I'm kind of proud of myself. I thought I heard about this, so, but it's never happened in the football. How about that? Here, this even asks. But you're going to hear too much echo. But there is a video on it. It says, "Are you familiar with the 1 point safety?" So check that out on YouTube if you guys want to actually see it, I guess, happen. Wow, that's crazy. All right. So that theoretically was then, I don't know. Can you have 19 points in football though? I don't know. I'm spending too much time on football. It was almost a football score. Yeah, that was actually a very bad game. Thanks, Sean. It was actually a very bad game. All right, let's pick a couple teams here. I don't care. Are we picking for the home team? Who do we want to be? I want to be the 1955 Brooklyn Dodgers because I love the Brooklyn Dodgers. Yeah, let's play the Brooklyn Dodgers. No, I don't want Vern Law necessarily pitching. That's because it's the Pittsburgh Pirates. I forgot to change this. That's what's going on with me, man. I'm losing it. Yeah, all right, we're going to let Nuke start. And we're going to play these Dodgers against... let's have some fun. Let's play the Dodgers against... No, we can't because there'll be doppelgangers. Let's play the Dodgers against the 1948 Indians. I think we should. I don't know. I got this thing about the... so it's going to be Bob Feller and Don Newcomb. Mike, Blue Rose Case is so happy you actually caught a live broadcast. Going to be here all day. Oh, Dwayne Mart says 2023 Phillies. We can do that too. Let's do the 2023 Phillies. Okay. Let's do it. It's good to see you in here. So you guys, Mike has done some great stuff for Action PC Baseball. and those are in the Discord. We're going to be doing something later from his dead ball, the dead ball set that he did, which is excellent. Man, just love everything you do, brother. So thank you. So make sure to give Mike some love over there in the Discord, and even here. Be nice. So Zach Wheeler, is that who we want to start? Yeah, I would say. Geez, probably Zach Wheeler. Let's look and see what we got here. So it's up to you guys. Who do you want to start for the Phillies? So I think we should go with what's good ERA here. So Sanchez only had 18 starts, but who do you guys like? Do you want to just stick with Wheeler here? What do you say? Phillies fan, where are you, cousin Ken? I'm having fun. Even if one person's here, I am taking the Dwayne Martz attitude, man. Just broadcast it. Just have fun. And we'll get into more animated baseball later. Again, we're going to be splitting this up into parts today. So, Dwayne, your broadcasting record is going to remain safe today. So, you will still hold the YouTube record. Okay. I'm not getting an answer, so we're going to stay with Zach Wheeler. Okay. Oh, always, Mike. You kidding me? You kidding me? All right, here we go. 55 versus 2023. Let's have a look here. See if I like my lineup here. Gilliam, Robinson, Snyder, Campy, absolutely. Ferrillo, Hodges, Sandy, Amoros, actually, and Pee Wee Reese. Yeah, I like it. We're going with it. We're going with it. All right, I don't know much about these 2023 Philadelphia Phillies. So you got Turner, Marsh, Harper, Bohm, Scott, Castellanos, Realmuto, Cave, and Wheeler. Are we good with that one for the Phillies? So we want to make any changes. We'll look at our matchups here. Everything looking good. Let's do it. Let's do it. Just an exhibition game. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Of course, Philadelphia is up to bat. I want the dice roll on. All right, Don Newcomb to face Trey Turner. Welcome to Ebbets Field. Pretend it's Ebbets Field. Humor me, please. All right. So Nuke ready to deliver to Trey Turner. And this one, ground ball to short. Pee Wee Reese on to Gil Hodges. One up, one down. Let's hope this isn't a 19-1 affair. Here's Brandon Marsh. Already jumped in. Too late, man. I'm sorry. Trying to keep it moving here. Okay, and this one is swung on. And fly ball. They're calling it a ground ball here. Okay. So grounded back to Newcomb, who will go to Gil Hodges. So don't take what the D20 always says as gospel, man. All right, here's Bryce Harper. Newcomb has the sign from Campanella. And here's the pitch. And popped up in the air. Campanella has it for out number 3. Nothing for the Phillies. We go to the bottom of the first. The 2023 Phillies, nothing. And the 1955 Brooklyn Dodgers coming to bat. Jim Gilliam leads off against Zach Wheeler. And Wheeler wheels and deals. And this one is hit on a line, at least according to the split reading. And this one, a liner right to Bryce Harper. So one up, one down. And here is Jackie. Don't even need to say his last name. Can't do that much in football, can you? Uh-oh, Jackie hits this one high. This one deep. Not going to quite steal Dwayne's home run call. Open the window, Aunt Minnie. Jackie, long fly ball over the wall here in Ebbets Field. This one going over the brass rail billboard out there in left field in Ebbets Field. So 1-0 Brooklyn Dodgers. And here is the Duke of Flatbush, also one of the greatest center fielders of all time. Ground ball out to second, and Stott will fire on to Bryce Harper for the 4-3 put out. 2 up, 2 down here. 1 in for the Dodgers brings up Roy Campanella. Dangerous bat here for sure. Wrong column, though, there, Roy. Fly ball center field. Brandon Marsh draws a beat on it and makes the grab. But the Dodgers pick up a hit on the Jackie Robinson home run. We go to the top of the second inning. Brooklyn 1, Philadelphia 0. And we will see Alec Boehm, Bryson Stott, and Nick Castellanos. Nuke deals. And this one, base hit, line shot into left field. All right, here's Bryson Stott. Runner on for Philadelphia. Looking to get that run back. This one grounds into the force play. So Gil Hodges will go on to Pee Wee Reese, and Boehm is out. All right, Nick Castellanos in there. Mike asks if there's any Mets fans. He says he's a Yankees fan. He says, don't kill me. I got a kick out of seeing Wheeler do so well after leaving the Mets. I do know we have some Mets fans in this community. Castellanos is making a steal attempt. All right, Phillies fans. Hard to believe. How about it that New York City had Snyder, Mays, and Mantle all playing at the same time? Talk about, right? Was there ever any time? I mean, when you had greats like that, how appropriate that a Strat Max game has bad weather for today. says Tribe. Let's throw for the runner. I don't like non-contested steals if I can help it. Come on, baby. Well, there you go. So Castellanos will pill for second. All right, so 1 away, and Philadelphia with potential tying a run on in scoring position. Castellanos back in the box. And that wasn't Castellanos that stole, I'm sorry. Anyhow, and he is safe on an error as it's tapped back to Newcomb, and Bryson Stott, who stole the base, is now on third. So runners at the corners for JT Realmuto. With 1 down, Philadelphia a chance to tie it up right here. And this one, grounder to second. Gilliam will go to first, and Stott will score, and the Philadelphia Phillies tied up in the top of the second. It's 1-1. Fun stuff. Here's Jake Cave. What a name. And this one, fly ball out to right. The Reading Rifle ranges under, makes the grab for out number 3, but Philadelphia ties it up. We go to the bottom of the second, and we are knotted at 1. Exhibition game here using Strat Max. The Reading Rifle leading it off here for the Dodgers, be followed by Gil Hodges and then Sandy Amoros. It is weird to see the Brooklyn Dodgers right representing like this reddish sort of color in Philadelphia and blue. Kind of weird. You're right, Dwayne. All right, Wheeler lets it go to Ferrillo, and this one's going to be a base hit. No, it is not going to be a base hit. I'm sorry. So Ferrillo's going to ground out to Alex Boehm. So score that one 5-3, 1 away for Gil Hodges, who once had a novena said for him to get off a batting slump. And Hodges lifts this one high in the air. And this one opened the window, Aunt Minnie. Long fly ball down the left field line. So Brooklyn doing it with home runs today so far. 1 by Jackie Robinson and 1 by Gil Hodges. 2-1 Brooklyn Dodgers. Sandy Amoros now at the plate. Not necessarily a home run hitter, as you can see by this card. And swing and a miss. Strike 3. So 2 down. Zach Wheeler picking up the strikeout. And we are here now with Pee Wee Reese. Great shortstop for these Brooklyn Dodgers. And this one grounded back to Wheeler, and he will toss over to Bryce Harper for the final out of the inning. But Brooklyn Dodgers pick up another run. We go to the top of the third inning. Brooklyn leads Philadelphia 2-1. And we will have Zach Wheeler, Trey Turner, and Brandon Marsh due up. Newcomb ready to deal to his mound opponent. Wheeler swings on this one. Grounder Down to Hodges. Hodges will feed over to Newcomb covering for the 3-1 putouts. One away. Recently found out Farillo grew up about a mile from where you currently live and is buried just around the block from a great player. Yes, the Reading Rifle's certainly a great player, and that's cool. You should visit his grave, man, if you haven't already. I'm guessing you have, Mike. He really was. That Reading Rifle, had just a fantastic arm. These Brooklyn Dodgers teams just great, but and their long history, one world championship, 1955, and many baseball historians argue that the 1953 Brooklyn Dodgers lineup was actually stronger. They moved to LA in 57, and just 2 seasons later, they bring LA its first world championship, beating the Go-Go Sox in 1959. All right, here's Trey Turner. Trey Turner, nothing for one in the game. And here is the pitch. And this one, grounder on a 2-hopper to Pee Wee Reese, and he'll fire on to Gil Hodges. So 2 down. Hey, Bernie Strom. There's Bernie Strom. Bernie, I wasn't around last night, obviously, and I apologize. I was with a very, very, very comely looking female particle, Bernie, and wow, you are my partner in crime, and I love you to death, brother. Well, you know how it is, Bernie, right? Welcome in, my friend. Bernie, would you be into since it's going to be on this channel anyhow, as part of this, you're probably going to be watching the Super Bowl. So if you want to do a diamonds and dice, like we could do it later just for fun, let me know, man, because I know you do watch a bit of football. But thank you for coming in. What time's that football game start, just so I know, because viewership will die at that point, and then I'll just do something like weird. I don't know. I'll put up a fish aquarium or something here. I don't know. All right, here's Brandon Marsh. Bats with 2 down, bases empty. And I'll settle down as the day goes along, I promise. Fly ball to center field. The Duke of Flat the Bush has it for out number 3. Man, I'm tripping over my tongue all day today. I wonder why. I don't know. Anyhow, it is Don Newcomb, and then we go back to the top of the order, Jim Gilliam and Jackie Robinson. So being a Patriots fan, yep. So good luck to your New England guys. That's right. I forgot. So Bernie. I know Bernie. You'll give me a pass that I don't even know who the hell's in the game. Seattle is the other one. The Seattle Seahawks. There we go. Needless to say, most people, cause I know a lot of football fans, and most of them are rooting for the Seahawks. Though one guy told me, so if I get the terminology wrong, please correct me. As Tim tells me, the game starts at 6:30. That the Patriots have like this guy. He's like an offensive coordinator. He's been there for like 10 years or something, and he thinks that's an intangible that's going to give Patriots the edge in this game. So offensive coordinator guy, I don't know what they do, but he must coordinate the offense very well, and he must teach them to be as offensive as possible. Is that what they do? I don't know. But Pennsylvania folks want Seattle to win. So Newcomb with a pretty good batter card, says Mike. Yeah, I'm seeing some black pepper around here, including a couple home runs. Nuke could hit him. Don Newcomb could hit a couple. Now, Strat guys, I don't know what N-HR means, but if it comes up, I guess I'll know, right? Again, it's been since college since I've really rolled up a game of Strat, so still new to me, but having a blast, man. And all that talk about home runs, and Don Newcomb strikes out. All right, we're back at the top of the order for Jim Gilliam, and thank you for that. Bernie used to always get a pass with him. I appreciate you, brother. All right. It's probably pitching hitter card number 7 or 8. So those must be for the better hitting pitchers because he was pretty good. All right, switch hitter Jim Gilliam in there batting lefty against the righty Zach Wheeler. Gilliam, nothing for 1. No relation to Terry Gilliam of Monty Python fame. And here we go. Is this going to be a little squibber type single? It looks like it. It sure does look like it to me. Yep. Little ground ball. It sneaks into center field for Jim Gilliam. He makes it aboard. And here's Jackie Robinson, 1-for-1 with a home run in this game. And usually means normal power. Okay, thanks, John. Here's the pitch to Jackie, batting with one down and one on. And Jackie's going to send this out to center field. And Brandon Marsh gallops back on his horse, makes the grab for out number 2. Speaking of center fielders, here is the Duke of Flatbush. He is 0-for-1. Bottom of the third, 2-1 Brooklyn over Philadelphia. And this one grounded to first. Bryce Harper on to Zach Wheeler to retire the side. We go to the bottom or the top of the fourth inning in bad weather here in Flatbush. And it's the 1955 Dodgers 2, the 2023 Phillies 1. And we got Bryce Harper, Alec Boehm, I don't know if I'm saying that name right, I'm terrible with German names, and Bryson Stotts. Harper, 0-for-1. Newcomb winds and fires. And this one is hit in the air. Got a ballpark call here. And this is going to end up a grounder, actually. So Don Newcomb to Gil Hodges. So don't know why it calls it a fly ball when it was hit on the ground. But we're going to go with it because baseball is about adaptability. Congrats to Clinton Parks, who absolutely killed it in the old baseball quiz, the first of a few we're going to do today from Baseball Digest. Okay, so Boehm 1-for-1, and Newcomb deals with the bases empty and one away. Here is the pitch. Possible single on this one, swung on, and not going to happen this time. Boehm will line this one, a little soft liner, to Pee Wee Reese. So 2 away here brings up Bryson Stott. Bryson Stott is 0-for-1. And this one pops straight up the chute, and Campy has it for out number 3. Bottom of the fourth, your score remains 2-1. And it will be Roy Campanella, Carl Furillo, and Gil Hodges. So could we make a case for Carl Furillo, the Reading Rifle, to be in the Hall of Fame? Well, let's talk about it. Extra rules within Strat Max made out distribution more realistic. Oh, okay, John. Thank you for that. Okay, so that's why I'm seeing that. So I really need to, I'll know that it's an out, but I got to pay attention to what the decision is here. That really helps because I'm like, okay, is that a bug or what? But that makes sense. Newcomb went for 359, 395, 632, 7 home runs, 23 RBI, 1955. Yeah, Nuke was good, man. He was Nuke. He was, pitchers, there's some pitchers could hit. Another guy that was a good hitting pitcher was Walter Johnson. There's been plenty. But yeah, Newcomb was good, man. Newcomb was good. All right. What I'd like to see in this game is a way to do things like a McGreevy League or whatever, and that would be a blast. You can't do it. I think you can do something like that in AppleGo, but you can't do it in Strat Max. So it is what it is. So it's not a bug. Strat PC has the same realistic out distribution as an option. Okay, cool. See that Strat Max follows your rule for ground ball. So 1BX or possibly ground ball 1BC to be a ground ball to first throwing to the catcher covering first. Seems like a lot of Strat folks are like this game. And I'm glad because I wouldn't want to be playing a bad Strat game on here for Strat folks. Get them upset. All right. Anyhow, here's the pitch to Campanella. And Campanella, this is going to be foul out. Real Muto is going to make the grab. So 1 away. And here is the Reading Rifle. He has 0-for-1. Carl Furillo. Certainly Hall of very good. And base hit. Hard line drive into center field. So 1 away. And here is Gil Hodges. Hodges 0-for-1. Hodges with the other home run in this game. So again, the 2 runs by the Dodgers. Home run by Jackie Robinson. Home run by Gil Hodges. And that's been it for the Dodgers. Could it be enough? Can't be trifling with these Phillies. Gil Hodges swinging a miss. Steal right 3. Nice pitch there by Zach Wheeler. Sandy Amoros now 0-for-1. And here we go. This one, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? We're just going to put it that way. And this one is hit on a line, but right to Bryce Harper. So once again, Brooklyn turned away. We go to the top of the fifth inning, 2-1. Good. This is a good matchup. Good tight ball game. All right, Don Newcomb now will be facing Nick Castellanos, JT Realmuto, and Jake Cave. All right. Nuke ready to deal to Castellanos. Here's the wind and the pitch. Swing and a miss by Castellanos. So out number one. So what I want to see, and I have to go to the box score to do it, but I would like to see just for giggles, because I have to go over here to see. I would like to see somehow kind of a running strikeout count. I mean, it's not such a big deal to go over here and have to do this. But again, I'm so used to seeing these strikeout counts in purely digital games. I'd like to see something maybe similar. Should be something they could do, but that's all right. Ferrello lost 3 years to military service as well. 299 lifetime, almost 2,000 hits. Imagine if he had those 3 years back. Absolutely. And just an excellent player. Ferrello, a lot of people don't know, Ferrello originally he didn't offer full resistance as some of the other Dodgers did, who got their butts reamed out by Leo DeRocher. But Ferrello was at first gave a little bit of pushback about Jackie Robinson. But Ferrello said, okay, let's let this guy prove himself. And of course, we know that Jackie did. I don't know if you guys knew that about Ferrello. There was a little bit of, not like Kirby Higbee and those guys, though, by any stretch of the imagination. But Ferrello, hell of a player. And you know what? A 299 career average and almost 2,000 hits, that's a fine player. And losing those 3 years to the Second World War, yeah. Can't you go to the box score and check? Yes, I can. Yep. So I can, Tim. I'm like I said, you got to remember, man, because I'm so used to digital baseball games, I can just look and, like it would be nice to see, like right here, there's enough real estate to just have like the numbers of walks and strikeouts would be nice. But yeah, certainly I can just go right to the box score, click on Brooklyn, and I can see that from here. So right now he's walked one and hasn't struck out anybody yet. So it's not a problem. Just something I would like to see to use up a little bit of that real estate here by his name or any pitcher's name. JT Realmuto, 0-for-1. Here's the pitch. And this one, grounder back to Newcomb. Newcomb goes to make the throw to first and drops the ball. So Realmuto safe on an error. Second error committed by the Brooklyn Dodgers brings up Jake Cave, who's 0-for-1. Runner on. And Newcomb comes to the belt and he fires. And fly ball out to center field. Duke Snider, ranging a bit to his right, makes the grab. As we continue to have some rather questionable weather here in Brooklyn. Hey, Ben, how you doing? He says, yes, baseball over football any day of the week and twice on Sunday. Ben, you're getting an honorary right away first visit, whatever wrench. He said, just had a 1958 Strat thrashing on your table today. Kansas City, the Kansas City Athletics 15 and the Cleveland Indians 5. Ow. Oof. Oh, so that's what happened, Mike. So in the first game we did, we had the Washington Senators of 1913 against the 1922 St. Louis Browns. And we thought, okay, pretty good matchup. I messed up and wasn't able to put the big train in, but it didn't matter as the Senators thrashed the Browns 19-1. God, it was crazy. So Ben, welcome aboard. Welcome to the family. But yeah, that's awful. 15-5. So the tribe needs to come back and get some revenge on the Kansas City Athletics. My God. Yeah, as Mike says, love seeing nothing worse than when you set up a game with a couple good starters and someone gets shelled. Yep. Urban Shocker got the hook, what, in 1 2/3 or something in that first game we had. So Mudcat Grant chased in the fourth and 7 runs. Unreal, man. Unreal. All right, here's Zach Wheeler, nothing for one. I don't know what pitching card this is. Maybe Tim knows. I have no idea. Does this even tell you? I don't know. But it's not a good one. It's not. It's certainly not like Don Newcomb's pitching card. All right, here's the pitch anyhow to Zach Wheeler. Of course, he's playing in a time now where it's DH. Ugh. Anyhow, flies out to right fielder Ferrillo to retire the side. We go to the bottom of the fifth. The Brooklyn Dodgers still lead the Philadelphia Phillies 2-1. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, then man, I haven't seen you in ages, and because of YouTube changing, I don't get to see your real names. So that's picture card number one. I don't get to see your real names anymore. So great to then welcome back, Ben. Welcome back, man. Been a while. All right. So we got us an umpire in here, gentlemen, trying to keep it straight. Trying to keep us straight. Mike says he's been doing a complete 1986 replay in action and as played, and it seems like every time you pick a good pitcher matchup, one of them gets killed. I know. It's crazy. So the 2-10 walk is a pitcher card number one, says Tribe, says Tim. Changed your handle back to the real name. Got you, man. That's all good. Had some personal issues. I'm hoping that things are going to be turning around more to the positive, and we see you around more, buddy. Definitely do. Mike, I couldn't agree more. So when I'm doing these things on the broadcast, I will say to people, hey, this looks like a great matchup. Let's do it. You know, something like Bob Gibson versus Tom Seaver or something like that. This is going to be a great game. And one of them absolutely gets just nuked, man. It's awful. Brad Church, he says, Dr. Beatles. He says, happy Sunday, my friend. He said, man, I'm loving the Strat Max lately. Love traveling with it on your cell phone, iPad. Do you ever play it on your phone when you have a free few minutes somewhere? So I'm going to be going to visit the folks here in a couple weeks, and I'll be taking my Android with me. I'm not going to take my PC this time. And I love Strat Max, man. I love Strat Max. It's so much fun. So much fun. And I was subscribing to both, but I had to let Apple go for a while because compared to Baseball for Windows, it's still too limited. It was fun playing Ken head to head, and when he decides he wants to do it again, I'll resub to it. But I figure I've still got a great Apple game on here in Baseball for Windows. But Strat Max, man, I am just loving Strat Max. This is great. And last year I got rid of it. I'm like, meh. And then it was Samuel Smith. He said, Beatles, you should check out Strat Max. It's really better now. And it really is. So I'm glad you're liking it too, Brad. And happy Sunday to you, man. Great to see you. Always great to see you. Always great to see all you people. Family, Borgata. Pee Wee Reese, nothing for one. Here we go. Zach Wheeler deals to Pee Wee to start the fifth inning. And this one, fly ball out to right. Nick Castellanos on his horse pulls it down for out number one. Here's Don Newcomb, and there's that good card that Mike pointed out here. And Tim says this is like a 7 or 8 card because you can see some home runs dotted around here. Some black ink. Newcomb's got to stay away from that 2 column, or stay away from that 1 column, I should say. Not too good there, but we'll take it. We'll take it. And let's go. Let's go, baby. Here's the pitch. And this one, base hit. Hard line drive into center field. So Don Newcomb picking up the base hit. And we're back at the top of the order. Jim Gilliam, who was 1 for 2. If you're cold where it's cold, guys, stay warm. Gilliam will hit into the force play. So Bohm will go to second, and they'll get Newcomb. All right, so 2 away, and here's Jackie. So how much does this max run? So, oh my God, how much does this? This is like, I think, oh shit. I'll check after the game and let you know. So, a lot. Oh, what's this diamond do? Oh, that's really cool. So I've been playing this game for like 2 months, and I didn't realize what this did, what that little diamond did. So it shows you, because like a lot of times I'm kind of guessing, like what was that? So that's nice. I never noticed this before. That is so cool. Thank you, Strat. Wow, you guys are cool. I don't know how to make that go away, but that's pretty cool. Anyhow, who's playing? So this is the 2023 Philadelphia Phillies against the 1955 Brooklyn Dodgers. Philip? Um, so Brad says, if you get it brand new or certain points of the year, best is 120 for the year. Yeah, I'm paying just monthly for it. So it's a little bit more expensive if you pay monthly. So yeah, you can choose monthly or yearly, Ben. Um, I know it's silly for a person like me that has a lot of baseball games that come with all of the seasons. It's like, why would I do this? Because I love variety. I can't stick with just one baseball game, as you guys know. So I love this. Has every season back to 1871. You can create your own tournaments, do season replays, or as we're doing right now, you can play any two teams in baseball history. You can conduct a draft league, but that's limited. That's limited to just a specific season. So you can't do something like an all-time draft league in this game. You can play all the All-Star games, and it also has something cool, Ben, that every day when you log in, it just picks a random game from baseball history and you play it and you see how you fare on the leaderboards. I think I love it. I definitely want to keep this game. I've been having such a blast with it. All right, Jackie is 1 for 2, and that's how you make the diamond disappear. Haha, learning something new every day. And this is driven hard. Long fly ball down to left field line, and Jackie Robinson with 2 extra base hits today, 2 in scoring position, 2 down for the Dodgers. And here is the Duke of Flatbush. So Duke Snyder, nothing for 2. And let's have a look. I want to look at his stats for this year. I'm going to look at his stats. So 42 home runs in 1955. Ben, here's something else too that if you're a strat guy, you'll appreciate this. So when you look at any player's card, of course there's ratings, whatever you look at, you also get every card just at once too. So for that player's entire career, which I really like. I love these I call myself a newbie back to strat because I am. I love these card percentages that you have here too. These really, really appeal to me big time. So there's a lot of value added going on here. All right, 2 in scoring positions. Can the Dodgers bust things open again with a dangerous bat here in Duke Snyder? Let's see, Zach Wheeler working out of the stretch. And this is going to be a fly ball to center. Brandon Marsh has it. And Philadelphia gets out of something potentially just catastrophic. We go to the top of the 6th. Good, close game here. Brooklyn leading Philadelphia 2-1. Yeah, I love that. I love that. And I can imagine for Stratomatic players, because I know for Strat players, you guys are waiting for a lot of seasons to be reprinted or what have you. And so I think there's a chance for you to play some of these seasons that may not have been in print by Strat for a while or what have you. Or maybe you're playing a replay with your tabletop Strat game and you're like, and you have Strat Max. So I want to look because I guess they got rid of the card viewer, which that blew my mind that Strat actually had that available. So it's like, aren't you guys thinking like what people could do with this? But where you could just very quickly, wait, I want to check Roberto Clemente. What did he do in 1968? Boom, bring up his cart. And, yeah, they just such a good job. And it's very, very, very intuitive, which is big for me. All right, here's Trey Turner. He has nothing for 2. Pitch to Turner. And this will be a fly ball out to left. Sandy Amoros comes under it, makes the grab. So you guys have to excuse me for not calling this like a strat game, like saying, oh, this is a 9 from the pitcher's card or whatever. So You guys know I haven't played Strat in ages, and I don't want to try to bullshit you, okay? But I do love this. That's just super cool. So look, you see the ball going, baby. Look at that. There we go. Oh my God! All right, here's Brandon Marsh. He's nothing for two. It takes very little to it takes very little to entertain me, obviously. All right, Newcomb deals to Marsh, and this is going to be hard ground ball. This will get through into right field for a base hit. So brings up Brandon. So Brandon Marsh now with the second hit for the Philadelphia Phillies, and here's Bryce Harper. So Don Newcomb pitching with one down. Needs to bear down here. Harper, a bit of a dangerous hitter. All right, and unable to get a good lead out there. Wind it up again. Here's the pitch to Harper. And Bryce Harper's going to draw the walk. Brandon Marsh moves to second on the play, so 2-on-1 down. Here's Alex Boehm. He's 1 for 2. Simple minds, simple pleasures. Absolutely, Ben. Thank you. Absolutely, man. Here's the pitch to Alec Boehm. Fly ball out to right field, and this is going to have Carl Furillo's name written right under Spalding. It's 2-way, 2-on now for Bryson Stott, who is nothing for 2. And here's the pitch to Stott, and fly ball to left. Routine fly ball. Sandy Amoros has it for out number 3. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning, 2-1. Great matchup here today between Zach Wheeler and Don Newcomb. Roy Campanella leads things off here for the Brooklyn Dodgers in the bottom of the 6th. We followed by Carl Furillo and then Gil Hodges. All right, Wheeler has the sign. Here is the wind and the pitch to Campy. Campanella looks at one just off the plate for ball 4. Reading Rifle now getting some love earlier here in the game. 1 for 2 for the Reading Rifle. And the pitch. And this one's going to be a grounder to first. Harper has it. And Campanella will move into scoring position. So 1 away now for Gil Hodges, already with a home run in this game. Hodges is going to be swinging for the fences here in Flatbush. And this is just going to be a fly ball, not far enough, as Jake Cave will track it down in left field, 2 away. Ben says one thing they should do for the top scoreboard. At first, you thought it was 1923 Phillies. Yes, exactly. Should probably put the full year up there. I agree, because now we have 2 years in 23s in baseball. So imagine when we get to the well, I don't know how many of us will be around, but right. So the people playing this in the even the 20. Yeah. So when we get to so we get to be 2030, you're going to keep having that same problem. So we'll see. We're going to check back in, guys, in 4 years for the year 2030, and we'll see. We'll play the 2030, whoever they're going to be, against the 1930 Philadelphia A's. All right. 2 down and runner on score. I didn't even think about that, Ben. Good point, though. Amoros, nothing for 2. Here's the pitch with a run in scoring position, and he whiffs. So Zach Wheeler getting the timely strikeout. We go to the top of the 7th, and it's still 2-1. Let's see how. Let's have a look at the box score. I like the box score is nice looking. Got to give him that too. So Zach Wheeler thus far in this game with 4 strikeouts and a walk. So Wheeler pitching a pretty tough game, but Newcomb right now holding Philadelphia just 1 run on 2 hits. Not a bad performance at all. Mike says, I agree. Yep. Yeah, Max definitely has some minor annoyances. Seems pretty simple. They make the colors correspond to the team's actual colors. Yeah, they should. They should, because you just kind of have to look more at the text. I want to be able to just glance at it to say Dodgers are up. Phillies didn't ever wear blue that I ever know of. All right. Anyhow, here's the pitch to Nick Castellanos. Castellanos nothing in 2 attempts in this game. And let's make that nothing for 3 as Castellanos goes down swinging. So Don Newcomb picking up the strikeout. Here's Real Muto. He is nothing for 2. And that's a strikeout. So Don Newcomb not losing any steam here. 2 Ks in the inning. Jake Cave, he is nothing for 2. And what do we have? Johan Rojas is going to enter the game for Philly, and he's pitch hitting, and he will bat 8th. All right, let's have a look here. Nukem deals to Rojas. And all to naught, as that is going to be a grounder to retire the side. Seventh inning stretch time here in Brooklyn. 2-1, Brooklyn over the Phillies. Good stuff. So just a bit weird too how this is so quote unquote cutting edge, available on Android, etc. But the flagship PC game, isn't that right? Oh my god. Yep. So Ben, you know, I think Stratomatic Baseball is a great game. Cards and dice game. It's amazing. The thing is 64, what, going on 65 years old. This is a great product, but that PC game, come on, Hal. It's got to go. Kills me, says Mike, that they've just wheeled that PC game out every year with very, very few substantial updates. That and the fact that if you want to play the newest season, you got to keep buying the game. And if you want to play 2025 in Action PC Baseball, just buy the season. You know, um, I I I predict this, the Strat PC game's probably going to go away once if they add manual dice rolls to this. I think the Strat PC game is going to die at that point, because I think people are going to be saying, all right, look, I'm just going to go on to this. The cards look nicer. I can roll my own dice. I'm surprised that's not implemented yet in this game. But I think you'll be able to do that, because you can, I think you can, I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, you can in Appa Go, but you can't in this. But yet in Strat PC you can, but Appa PC you cannot. But Appa PC Baseball, is, in terms of the PC games, is light years better than Strat PC. Just make it go away, guys. Make it go away, please. Imagine Strat PC Baseball with the user interface, for example, of the new beta payoff pitch. Holy moly. Is that in beta right now? Is that open beta right now, Mike? I really, really, I'm buying that game. I am buying Payoff Pitch when it comes out in April. I can't wait. It looks incredible. Looks incredible. Everything I've seen Baseball Maelstrom do with that has been just mind blowing. Like, the cards are beautiful, the interface, everything. Strat PC Baseball with that user interface that clean would be amazing. It would be just as good as this product. It really would. And with let's get rid of the DRM stuff, the copyright, copy protection. It's just dumb, you know. It's dumb. Nobody else is doing it anymore, really. Well, no, I shouldn't say nobody else is doing it, but I know Action PC, there's no DRM at all. Out of the Park Baseball, if you buy it directly from the developers, they're not too picky. And if you buy it on Steam, you have some limitations. It's like 3 computers. Diamond Mine Baseball, you can have on 100 computers. Action PC, 100 computers. They don't care. But Strat, come on, guys. Fix it, please. Fix it for your little fan base. Pee Wee Reese starting it off here in the bottom of the 7th. He has nothing for 2. And Jose Alvarado coming into pitch now. So Zach Wheeler's day is done. And fly ball out to center field. Johan Rojas, who came in as a pinch hitter, stays in to play center, will make the grab for out number 1. So closed beta. Oh, shit. Just got to wait a little bit longer. Oh, damn it. I just keep watching Baseball Maelstrom. Somebody said Dave Gardner did some stuff with it too, so I definitely want to get Dave's take on Payoff Pitch. Dave calls himself a casual baseball fan. I think he's bullshitting us. I think he's a good baseball fan, even though hockey's his number 1 sport. But I'd still like to get his perspective on it, as opposed, in addition to somebody who is primarily a baseball fan. Ben says Strat, I think, is just very protective for their intellectual property that goes into the cards. Look how reticent they are in offering PDF seasons. They don't want them copied and bandied about. I mean, I get that, but they no, I get that. There's an answer to that, but I wouldn't want Strat to think I'm advocating piracy, because I'm not. because there is a way around that now. But yeah, I would be too. I get it. I mean, it's been successful, but give people at least a few more options. You're going to have some trust. Somebody asked Dave Cook about that, and he said, "Look, if people are going to pirate, they're going to pirate." Um, but I think that with the demographic of folks, Ben, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I do definitely see your point. I wonder though in the demographic of those of us, right? Because we're like, except for Aaron Reed in here, who's the kid, we're all like 40s and above, you know, and not picking on the millennials and that, but I think that we're going to be less likely to go ahead and just, hey, look, man, I'm going to give you a copy of, my Strat PC 1975 season. And I don't think we would do that. I don't know. Not that we're all virtuous or anything, but I think there's less likely a chance of, software piracy or something. Maybe actually have it do a DRM, but just increase the number of, PCs you can have it on. Why not? I don't know. So don't blame them. You're a big Strat fan. It's how you got your start. Just seems that they're offering a PC product. Need to update the package somehow. Mike says he would like even ever pay for better all-inclusive PC product. Yeah, instead of paying for each individual season and locking out certain seasons with seasonal updates. There's lots they could do. The question, though, Mike and Ben, is you both make very compelling arguments, I guess, is how well does Strat listen to its community? So, hey, Wayne, he says, happy baseball ball Sunday. Wayne's got it up, right? How you doing, Wayne? It's good to see you. And yeah, indeed, happy baseball bowl Sunday. And a lot of rabbiting going on here, but we got to fill in the time. How you doing, man? All right. What do we got going on here? We got one down, and here's Newcomb. All right. Jose Alvarado deals to Don Newcomb. And Newcomb base hit into center field. Look at this. So Newcomb, we got to look at what Newcomb's done today. Newcomb has had a pretty good day at the plate, has he not, gentlemen? Has he not? Where am I looking at? I got to be looking at the box score, not the lineups here. Let's look at Don Newcomb today. So Newcomb is 2 for 3, so no surprise. No surprise. He was a good hitting pitcher. All right. And says, hope all's well with everyone. Have fun. And to you as well, Wayne. Thank you. Or package things like Dave Cook does with some nice sales. That would be perfect. I'll bet you. In fact, I know he's doing a big thing right now. Some free seasons. I think it's mostly for football, but Dave Cook's they're the best, man. So, real quick story about another great story, I should say, about DK Sports. You guys know I had a bad computer crash last week. I've got it fixed, but I have everything now. A lot of everything migrated onto a new computer that I have, nice shiny, really really good computer. But I tried just reinstalling Action PC on the old one, my older one, because I was panicking in case I wouldn't have had anything, things ready for today. And there was a specific OCX file that was missing. And I'm like, oh my God, where's this? Because I had to do a reinstall of Windows on the laptop. And I wrote to DK Sports, and they're like, hey, they said, all right, we'll do this. Right. So they got back to me, as they do, really, really quickly. So shout out to John out there at DK Sports. And so I finally said, you know what, whatever. So I had one download left of the 2026 Deluxe game. Downloaded it. John, he said, what'd you get at work? And I said, man, I used my last download of 2026. I forgot to back it up. And I said, I just installed a new PC. He said, man, I'm so glad you got it work. And he said, here you go. He said, you got another download of 2026 in case you need it. I mean, here is a company, every time I've had a problem with them, they stick with you until the problem is resolved. They've got that. They do sales. They're so great. They have a great community. And for that alone, anything that bears the action word, any game, if you're a fan of that sport, you should buy it. And if I had it to do all over again, I would once again go all in on Action PC Baseball. Best damn customer service in the digital arena, at least that I can see. And another shout out to Imagine Sports. They allowed me to recover some seasons I lost free of charge. They usually charge you a nominal fee, a very, very small fee, but they were like, hey, don't worry about it. Here you go. So it's good to see there's some good customer service out there, huh? So there we go. One of the big problems with Strats is the shipping costs. Oh my God, I know, right? Whew. But guys were talking to me about the shipping costs of seasons and that, and cars and dice. Well, it's a great hobby, but wow, I don't. I'm not wealthy. Someday, maybe. Jim Gilliam draws the walk, so 2-1 for the Dodgers, one down in the bottom of the seventh inning. Jackie Robinson 2 for 3 today, including a home run and a double. And this pitch is in the dirt, and this is going to be a wild pitch, and the runners move up. Newcomb will move to third, and Jim Gilliam to second. 2 in scoring position, 1 down here in the bottom of seventh here at Ebbets Field. Jackie Robinson back in the box now. And, Jackie not coming through clutch. Got fooled by Alvarado on that pitch. So 2 down, and here is Duke Snider. And the Flatbush faithful have been waiting for something here from the Duke. And Hilda Chester right now ringing the cowbell. The Dodger Symphonic Band crescendos that are reaching the very heavens, or at least the roof of Ebbets Field, if nothing else. And pissing off one Mr. Robert Moses, who is making it really hard for Brooklyn to stay in Flatbush. Anyhow, here is the pitch. And not going to be this time. Duke Snider strikes out with 2 in scoring position. We go to the top of the eighth. Surprisingly close game here. Brooklyn edging Philadelphia right now 2-1, and the edging for Philadelphia maybe not in the way that one would think. Action's customer service is so good, says Mike. He says, had a problem with 24 when it was released. They not only helped me getting it working, they threw me a whole decade of seasons. Wow. Dude, same thing happened to me with 24. It was messed up. I got home from work, man. I was so excited. Oh, I'm serious. I'm so sad. I have no life. I'm like, all day, I'm going to be playing some action PC baseball tonight. I got home, installed, and nothing. Runtime errors. Install. So, Dave, they're out there in Wisconsin, so Central Time Zone, and it was 12:30, and I finally like, okay, I'm just going to at least email them. I sent an email. 5 minutes later, Dave's back. What's up? What's going on? Da-da-da. Try this, try that. Boom, 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 boom. And so that year I bought just the deluxe or the basic version because I have all the seasons that were on offer. I had, and whatever. So it's finally like 1:30 a.m. Central Time, and Dave said, "Look, Joe," he said, "I'm really sorry." He said, "I got to knock off for the night. Release day." He said, "I'm exhausted." He said, "But I'm going to be hitting this first thing in the morning." I'm like, "Dave, thank you, right?" Next morning, I wake up and I'm like, I'm going to check my email. He sends me a download for the deluxe edition of not just the classic edition, the deluxe edition. They came with a pile of stuff. Same thing, brother. So I emailed Dave back. I said, Dave, you made a mistake, man. I said, I ordered just the basic version. I said, how can I, how do I do this and give you the extra money? And he wrote back, he said, enjoy. So that year, that was like, how much was that? Like $60 or something it was. And it was like, just incredible. So now every year I buy either the classic or the deluxe just for that now since then. You cannot beat it. So Ben says he's only a couple hours from where they are, Stevens Point, Wisconsin. Yeah, you got to be. He says that's why. So let me see. Let's go back. Wayne says sent Dave an email 10 years ago when he had back surgery. Told him his game helped me through that tough game. I was laid up. He sent me 2 free baseball seasons. I mean, right? How can you even beat that, right? Yes, exactly. Benny says, yeah, well, the hearts of the Brooklyn faithful will be broken when the Cats wrote a couple years later. The Trolley Dodgers will be packing up and heading out. In all those years, poor Walter O'Malley took the brunt of that scathing hatred And it was Robert Moses all the time, the city planner of New York, that wouldn't let them. They had the land picked out and everything. But anyhow, Mike says that's why, Wayne, I'm very faithful to Dave in action. They make you feel part of the community on top of a great all around game. Oh my God, they do, right? So I should see if I can get Dave on here. Watched his interview with Sabres a few years ago, and it was great, really insightful. So much I've now bought every season. There you go. So Mikey went all in too. Yeah, 100%. Wayne says 110% love Action PC. Amen, brothers. Amen. I would love this. Dave doesn't know why. Doesn't even know this channel exists. I would kill to have Dave on here. Are you kidding me? Or John. John would be awesome, because I think John is the principal developer of the baseball game. My understanding from Steve Tate, who knows all these guys, and he's been a beta tester since since forever for Action PC, is that Dave's baby is the football game. That John is the developer. But either way, man, I would love to have somebody from DK Sports on here. It would be like having one of the Beatles on here. Seriously, it'd be great. But this our family's got to grow a little bit bigger to maybe register on Dave's radar. So, but that would be something. I would love to have him on here. I know Bernie and I have talked about in Diamonds and Dice that we wanted to keep it player focused, but I think for Dave Cook, we would definitely make an exception, because I know Bernie would want to have some questions for him too. So that would be incredible. That said, though, we are going to have Steven on here. You guys know him as Crash Davis. He's the guy that developed Strategy Baseball. So look for him hopefully sometime this week or maybe next weekend. Ben continues, and about Action PC, he says, I've yet to hear someone really have nothing but negative comments about them. Sort of minor gripes now and then, but not a single soul that would not recommend them. No, it's great. And we're going to be doing a lot of Action PC baseball later on today and this evening. Action PC, just fair warning to everybody. Action PC and Out of the Park Baseball are going to have the lion's share of everything this evening. So I'm for right now, we're going to be doing this, and not to knock these, but doing this game. We're going to do a little pocket pennant run, do some old time baseball for Windows when it's get to be dinner time. Ernie's going to call a game so I can have a big dish of pasta and vegan meatballs. Yes, they taste good. Nobody, and the flexibility. So maybe we'll do a little love hour here on Action PC Baseball when we do our first game tonight, on why it's great and try to win more people over to the family. Should be easy to do to Action PC. So yeah, Mike also says, back to Ben, he says, totally Ben, and I feel that with the latest release, like the user interface really looks good. Yeah, especially the font updates. With mods, you can get a really nice look. You can. The scoreboard this year looks great on Action PC. Legacy mode is awesome. Manual entry is amazing. And they just keep rolling along, man. And I'll tell you guys this. I am beta testing Out of the Park 27. And they've made some good updates. And that's all I can tell you. There's some good stuff coming in Out of the Park 27 as well. So from the two best baseball sims out there, we're living in a great age here, gents. I say it a billion times. Mike says, I would love it if we can figure out a way to get the database updated with Strategy Baseball. It's a solid game. So what Steven and I are going to be doing is having a little chin wag before we set a date for him to come on and talk, because he would like to kind of sort of figure out what topics are going to be addressed. So I don't want to give anything away without him here or anything like that. But I will say that if you like Strategy Baseball, stay tuned. That's all I really want to say right now. I think it's more for Steven to talk about that. So he reached out to me, Mike, in the Out of the Park baseball forum. He found me over there and sent me a private message. He said, hey, this is Crash. Hey, man, and blah, blah, blah. Back and forth. He just bought a headphone and mic so that he can come on at some point during one of our broadcasts. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. I hopefully, if Steven shares with you what he shared with me, you guys will be happy if you like Strategy Baseball. All right. Here's Jose Alvarado leading off the top of the eighth. Philadelphia down 2-1 here. And Don Newcomb pitching a strong game. And here comes Kyle Schwarber. So Kyle Schwarber into pinch hit. Verado's day is done. Do you guys care to see Schwarber's card? Yeah, why not? There you go. There's Schwarber for 2023. I want to look at his ratings. I'm curious about something here. Yep. That's what you'd expect, man. Look at that. That is so Kyle Schwarber, isn't it? That is so Kyle Schwarber. Love it. All right, here we go. Watch, he's gonna crush one here. Oh my God, that would be funny, wouldn't it? Not this time, I think. Nope. Fly ball to right field. The Reading Rifle has it for out number one. Here's Trey Turner. It's great to hear. It's a great game that I hope doesn't get lost to the best. It won't. Feast or famine, Ben. Exactly. That's Kyle Schwarber. It's not going to get lost, Mike. It's not. But that much I can say. But stay tuned. I wish I could say more, but I don't want to be talking about things that maybe Steven doesn't want to just mention about the game yet. So stay tuned. There will be more news on the strategy baseball front. I'm so glad I decided to highlight it a couple weeks ago. Steven heard a broadcast, and I guess I mentioned about something out of the park and beta testing, and he private messaged me there. So that was definitely a serendipitous event because I love strategy baseball too. I didn't get it installed in time for today, so sorry, guys. All right. And here is the pitch to Trey Turner, and Trey Turner is going to just lunge at this ball and nothing but air. So 2 down here, top of the eighth for Philadelphia brings up Brandon Marsh. Brandon Marsh 1 for 3 today against Brooklyn. So only 2 hits for Philadelphia the entire game, and this one fly ball to center field, and that will retire the side. Looks like we have a defensive switch. Schwarber is going to move into left field to play. Dylan Covey on the bump now for Philadelphia as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. And we will have Campy, the Reading Rifle, and Gil Hodges due up. Campanella, nothing for 2 in the box now. Dylan Covey has the sign and the wind and the pitch. And this one hit possibly on the ground, and indeed it is. And this one grounded out to Alec Boehm at third, on to Bryce Harper for the 5-3 putout. So 1 away. Here's Furillo now. Furillo 1 for 3 in the game. Base hit for Furillo. This one a little bouncer into left field. So Furillo aboard for Gil Hodges. Hodges, one of the 2 Dodgers home runs in this game. Home runs coming in the first from Jackie Robinson and the second from Gil Hodges. Those are the only 2 Brooklyn runs, guys. Here's the pitch, fly ball, center field. Johan Rojas has it for out number 2. And brings up Sandy Amoros. He is a sad nothing for 3. Sandy would like to get on the parade here a little bit. And he does. This is going to be an extra base hit for Sandy Amoros. Sandy heard me, and Sammy opened the window, Aunt Minnie. Home run number 3 by the Brooklyn Dodgers. This one a deep drive to center field. So all 3 Dodger runs, and this was a 2-run bomb, 4-1 now, Brooklyn. And the corpulent lady warming up the pipes. All right. See ya, says Ben. All right, here's Sandy Amoros now, man. Trotting around the bases. Here's Pee Wee Reese. Nothing for 3. Can you tell I'm rooting for the Dodgers? Pee Wee Reese does walk. This is one of my favorite. I love the Brooklyn Dodgers. I really, really love the Brooklyn Dodgers. What a fantastic history they have. All right, Nuke is 2 for 3. And this time, this is going to be, he's just going to, little half-hearted swing. Realmuto pounces on it and fires on to Bryce Harper. We go to the 9th. Philadelphia trying to make up 3 runs here. It's 4-1. Don Newcomb giving up just 1 run over 2 hits. As we enter the 9th inning, that 1 run. Let's check that out here in our box score for Philadelphia. And that was a Realmuto RBI. And that scored Stott. So that's it for I almost hit the X. Don't hit the X in Strat Max. So that's your scoring, gents. All right, Bryce Harper, nothing for two, leading it off here in the ninth. Don Newcomb looking for a complete game win here, and he's been in cruise control. This one is going to be a safety. It's going to be a safety. What kind? It's going to be a drive, and this one is going to get deep into center field, and Harper will lead off the ninth with a double. So potential second run on base and potential third run at the plate. And Alex Bohm, who is 1 for 3. Newcomb sets, checks, and deals, and pops straight up the chute. And Campanella going back and into the glove for out number 1. All right, here's Bryson Stott. Bryson Stott, nothing for 1. And swung on and missed. 2 down, and the Phillies are down to Nick Castellanos. Nothing for 3 for Castellanos. And here's the pitch. Castellanos hits the one high in the air. Is it deep enough? And it is. Aunt Minnie opens the window. Long fly ball, a 2-run shot for Philadelphia, and they are within 1. Oh my goodness. This one a much better game than our first 19-1 drubbing, isn't it? 4-3 Brooklyn. And can JT Realmuto tie things up here in the 9th? Boom! 4-1, says Mike. New York City baseball era was so wonderful with Brooklyn, the Giants, and the Yankees. I don't think we'll ever see anything like that in a major sport again. Game not over yet, says Ben Witt. And you're both right. In fact, the Ken Burns baseball documentary, right, The Capital of Baseball, devotes that whole, because really the 1950s, that was about New York. And you can't, LA wins its first, world championship in 1959. The 1950 Phillies, what a great story. The Whiz Kids, the 59 Go-Go Sox. Of course, the great catch, but again, done by Willie Mays. But that was, what a great time. And I think you're right, man. Will you ever see anything like that in any sport in one city like that? Like, you're not. It's incredible. It's incredible. Yep, 4-3. And like you said, man, you had Mantle, Mays, not in that order, but Mantle, Mays, and Snyder. Good God. And to see any of these teams in the 1950s, Brooklyn, New York Giants, New York Yankees, you were seeing some of the immortals, the best of the best of the best. And I sense that the people in the 1950s knew that. They had to have known that these were great players. You had to. Major League Baseball is a bit weird too, says Ben. Instead of just setting up an expansion team in a new area, they'll move a team there and then put an expansion team in the old city. Yep. Milwaukee Braves, who never had a losing season in Milwaukee, moved to Atlanta, and then Seattle becomes Milwaukee, and then Seattle becomes the Mariners, and on and on and on. So I think that chain is going to be broken, Ben, as Oakland no longer has a major league team of any type. Poor Oakland, huh? The ginger-headed stepchild, I guess, to San Francisco. So I don't see Major League Baseball for a while, but you're right. Because look at Kansas City, right? Athletics moved to Oakland, and then we get the Royals. So St. Louis, that didn't happen with. So the Brownies left, but I don't think St. Louis is a large enough city, kind of like Pittsburgh. It's not going to be able to support 2 major league clubs, right? But you're right. That's really cool. I like that. All right, here we go. Can Realmuto tie it up here? Newcomb in danger. Base hit. So bouncing ball into left field, and here's Johan Rojas. All right, we got to visit the mound here. Yeah, we got to visit. What does Nuke say, man? He is fatigued. All right, we're going to the pen. I know that we probably shouldn't, but we're going. And we are going to bring in, because I don't want to cheat and bring in a starter, although it really doesn't matter. I don't want to go to Oysk. We're going to go to Clem. We're I'm going to go to Clem Labine. Is it Labine or Labine? I have no idea, but he's going to come in. Good old Southern boy. He's going to try to lock it down here. So who'd have thunk it that Don Newcomb would actually have to leave the game, and there was a save situation on the line. 1 on, 2 in for Philadelphia here in the top of the ninth. Hardly gets any better, does it? Here we go. I don't need your sudden death crap in football. This is what it's about. And like Earl Weaver says, baseball, it's not done till the other guy gets his last outs, man. Earl was right. All right. I don't know how to say it. Clem Labine will say it, and that's it. Liner to third. Jackie Robinson has it, and the Brooklyn Dodgers hold on to win this one 4-3. Hell of a ball game, though. Wow, this was fun. For the Brooklyn Dodgers, 4 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors. For the Philadelphia Phillies of 2023, 3 runs, 5 hits, and no errors. Boy, pretty hard to say who our player of the game should be. I guess we're going to give it to Don Newcomb. We'll make Don Newcomb player of the game. He gets the win, 8 2/3 worked. Walked 1, struck out 5, gave up a dinger. Zach Wheeler tagged with a loss, went 6, 2 earned ones. Walked 1, struck out 4, gave up 2 home runs. Alvarado came in, worked an inning in relief, and walked 1, struck out 2. Dylan Covey worked an inning and gave up 2 earned runs and walked a batter. Clem Labine, gets the. Does anybody know how to say that? Anyhow, that was a good game. Yeah, thank you, Ben. It really was, wasn't it? Gets the save, works a third of an inning. So I love the fact that this gives you the actual umpires. So Larry Getz, Frank Discoli, Lou Warnicki, and Frank Sikori. So I love the breakdowns, everything. Good stuff. So we had bad weather today at Ebbets, but 31,000 in attendance. So I think we agree and just give the player of the game to Don Newcomb. That was a hell of a performance up until things broke apart in the ninth. Boom. Let's go back. All right. Whew. Thank you, guys. So, how much does this thing cost? That's what you asked, right? Let's find out. Is this going to give me my... So I'm paying $19.99 a month, $20 a month. Yeah, $240 a month. And my trial, so I'm on my trial period. Okay, whatever. But it's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. So replay in the All-Star game. It's right here. Here's that game of the day. So it just picks it. Now this will be the game for anybody that logs into StratMax today. This is what it will be. So and you just play it. So it's so weird to see this as Sacramento. This just like twists my head. So, but Sacramento versus Atlanta, and then you just play it, and then there'll be like a sort of leaderboard ranking. But you can edit lineups and things like that with it, which is cool. I've never played it, but it's fun. It's a great idea. Tournaments are pretty easy to set up in this thing as well. So if we create a tournament, you can define the total number of teams anywhere from 4 to 32. Then you can, of course, Major League, and you can do this by decades. You can do it by years. So you can do like all-time sort of great player tournaments on this thing. You can play this as a solitaire or regular. You can make it public or private. Very, very intuitive to set up tournaments in this game. Labine on his baseball ref page. Okay, cool. Yes, you can make them online. In fact, if we look here at tournaments, Ben, I'll show you. And there's tons. There's tons. I mean, like people have like a gazillion tournaments here. So let's look at, I don't know, let's just look at Chris's open tournament. So let's see who is here. So this is a nice mix of teams. Got 1888 Washington, the 1894 Pirates, the 1900 Phillies, the 1903. I don't know if that's the Browns or the because the St. Louis Cardinals sucked in the dead ball era, so I don't really know. There's the Brooklyn Dodgers. You got the 26 New York Yankees. So you can join. Well, all the teams are claimed because he limited this to 16. But yeah, so pretty nice. Let's see, which St. Louis team is this anyhow? It's not telling me here. Ba, 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 ba. Burkett. This is the St. Louis Browns. So that's not Burke. It's Burkett. For what they charge, Stretch, you get the major league licensing. Yes. Yeah. Definitely. For what they charge, yeah. So I haven't found how to select the tournament teams I'm playing against. Yeah, I haven't messed with it yet, John, to be able to really speak to that. Yeah, it would double the cost of the game if you did that. So, out of the park baseball is $49.99. But you're getting you're getting a lot more, but it's not to make a fair comparison because this is a conversion of a cards and dice game, and out of park baseball is not. But I think this is just pretty amazing that they've added this in. I mean, how many I don't know. Why did I pick Daryl Cheney? I have no idea. But anyhow, um, it's not a very good card, is it? It's not a very good card for Daryl Cheney. Oh my God! All right, so Daryl Cheney. Can we give him a better card? There we go. There's Daryl Cheney looking a little bit better. But there you go. And you can play these tournaments regardless of whether or not. Yeah. Oh, so yeah. So Ben. So I don't have any strat seasons, man. Hey, there's Coffee Nut Gaming Network. He says, agree with my graphics need to be updated, at least with team colors and different ballparks would be nice. Are we talking about Owl Park? Or are we talking about, if we're talking about, oh yeah, okay. You mean this? Yes. This would look amazing with the ballparks and everything. So right now when you click ballpark, it doesn't even always get it right, obviously. So they just throw a ballpark in here. But you do get the proper ballpark effects and stuff like this. Yeah, Strat Max, I totally agree with you. So yeah, Ben, I don't own anything Strat cards and dice. So look here. So let's say play your team's favorite season again, create new league. Bearing in mind, my friend, and here we go. We got to 2025 season. I don't own any. I mean, I don't have any of these in cards and dice. And look, all the way back to I misnamed earlier. This goes back to 1876. Oh, woe is me. So no National Association, but that's fine. I don't know if anybody's ever tried to play 19th century Strat, but we might. So yeah, all of the seasons are available. And then I don't know why this is Arizona. Oh, because I'm not an Arizona Diamondbacks fan. So yeah. Yep. It's a great deal. I realize I'm paying $20 a month, $240 a year for it. Next year I'll buy it for $120 for the year, but I'm having even at this for $20 a month, even if I only play 5 games a month, I'm getting my money's worth already. So I like it. Hope we get some of these updates in the future for Max. There's a comment here about Outlet Park. What Outlet Park does, it makes what they charge seem crazy reasonable. It does. Out of the Park does. If you can imagine it, if you can imagine a scenario in Out of the Park baseball, you can find a way to actually make it happen. Other games come very close to that. But Out of the Park is pretty much the king for what ifs. Action PC is pretty close, as is baseball for Windows, but Out of the Park baseball really for what ifs. You know, it's because it's already in there. It's already in there. So do they have mods? So the immersion is a little more. Who won the Phils game? So, Ken, you missed a good one. You missed a good one. The Phils went to the top of the ninth, down 4-1. They lost it 4-3, but we had to yank Newcomb and bring in Clem Labine to end the game. But the Phillies gave it a run in the ninth. Man, it was a good game. It was a really good game, according to the folks here. They do not have mods for this game, Ken. They don't. So Mike says he got this under $20, but not sure I'll renew next year without some updates or mods. It's a lot of money, especially with out of the park action, digital diamond in those games out there. I agree, but that said, I'm loving it anyhow. So for me, it's good. It's good. Speaking about the park, have they given you any idea when you can start dishing out the dirt on the new version? No, not yet. Not yet. It's still pretty much hush hush. So, because there's one new feature that I really love, I wish I could tell you guys about, that really makes player research things so much nicer. I can't say anything yet. So John's replaying the 1998 National League Championship in out of the park baseball. Yeah, so that's one of the things there, Professor, is that you can't, like, the colors are wrong in Baseball Max. It's just generic blue, red, home teams red, away teams blue. It was weird to see the Dodgers in red and the Phillies in blue. So there is that. So Ben says that yeah, the kind of top cost benefit analysis he's ruminating right now. This does seem good to me, but wow, $10 a month is still high. It's not cheap. It's not cheap. It can be, but no, it has nothing to do with what it works for every season in baseball and every player. That's all I can say. It's not earth shattering, but it's something super cool that I think it's been needing. But there's other things too, but I can't. I'll let you know, but I don't want to get them pissed off. We definitely don't want to piss off the out of the park folks. But some good stuff coming up. I'm not going to be doing anything digital diamond. I said I was going to do some digital diamond baseball this year, but I just didn't have time to get it installed. And Dwayne Martz is the guy. I'm killing you. I know. I'm sorry. But I don't want to get kicked out of being a beta tester. Mike says two things he wishes out of the park would do: allow larger player pictures and better jersey uniform number management, and a UI refresh would be nice. So stay tuned. How about that? Stay tuned. Now I'm killing two people. I'm not trying to be that guy, but just stay tuned. Stay tuned. So let's, not that we're going to play a game in it just yet, maybe not, but I do want to, because we gave it a lot of time and it's going to get a lot of time tonight, certainly. But let's bring up what I think is going to be, I mean, this kid's the star, isn't he? This kid is the star. Let's talk about this bad boy. And we're talking about cost effectiveness. So I think that you have, in the digital baseball realm, you have 3 games that are so cost effective it's not even funny. Well, 4, I guess. Dombrov Baseball 2. So 4. Yeah. Out of the park baseball gives you everything. Digital diamond baseball, you can create any season that you want and gives you tons of season. Dombrov has about 100 plus projects you can download or create your own. And then this guy. And I would say that out of all of those 4 games that I just mentioned, this one is the most flexible for allowing you to create what you want. Digital Diamond is a nice product. Yeah, it's just like, where do I fit it with all the other great games? Right? I know. and I find that all the time with Digital Diamond. But if they're instituting fully for real, Mark is going to really put in Status Pro and playing it out the way I was hoping it was going to do last year. You're going to be seeing a lot more of that on the channel because I love Status Pro baseball. This game is the most flexible. There's also what a fantastic community this is. We've already talked about the company and how great they are, but this is a great community. What you're looking at here is a freebie. This is a homebrew somebody did. This is the 1901 to 1942 franchise grades. I need to this one is, let me fire this up a second, because you got to give credit where credit is due. Let me just close this bit here for a second. Action, or no, I want to go APC is what I want to do. So I'm going to show you this. This community is great. APC community, because oh my god, hang on a second. So my old PC, all this stuff is already right. Yeah, it's already there. There we go. It's APC Sports Community. Okay. Go to baseball. Let's go to seasons. This is a I don't know who this is 1900 to 1942. I think this is a Steve Tate golden oldie here. I think it is. But Zepp. And again, we talked about Mike. We're going to do something with Mike's later tonight. Mike Costier, Blue Rose case. So Zepp 317 here. He's broken it down into franchises. You just go here and download these and put them in your game and play. And these aren't just guys that are just pikers, man. They know their baseball. What a great community. And then take anything that you want in this game, draft them. I could pull teams out of here and put them into a completely new league and whatever. You don't even have to own everything for this. The baseball history collection, talk about sales. A lot of people slept on this. The baseball history collection was on sale Black Friday, this past Black Friday, for $9. $9.95, baby. And I know a couple people picked it up, and wow. Heard Action PC is, yeah, I've heard Action PC Golf is a good game. I've watched play it. Watched people play it. I like it. So yeah, these guys are just, they're great, man. And you know, with the new manual entry thing, this legacy mode. So as if they don't offer you enough now. You talk about Ben about not owning seasons. So let's say that the only season that you owned for Action PC Baseball was 1932, since I'm just looking at 1932 over here. Well, you can play in a mode now where you can play the 1932 season, and then for 1933, the actual rookies will come into the league. You put them on their proper teams, and you go right into 1933. You can just pick a year, whatever season that you have, and just play forward. Now the players may not, as the tin says, have the same trajectory as their actual career, but it's still going to be based in their stats and stuff like that. So a couple people have done it. Roberto Clemente plays until like 1974. Somebody else told me that they had one where the Black Sox stayed in the league in the 1920 postseason, ended up to be completely different. So because all that data is already in the game, you don't have to like, okay, I want to go on to 1933. Now they've made it possible. You don't have to do that. So much like a career mode that you find in Out of the Park Baseball is now sort of present here. The draft works really well. And this baseball game already drafted very intelligently, but they've improved that for this edition. And I'm really anxious to try it out. Very clean. It's just, the thing is just so great, man. But APC community, You can get all your logos. You can get tons of teams. I always talk about these is Steve Tate's 5-year franchises, American League, National League. You get those two, man, and you've already got Infinite Baseball. These are new. So 2025 Japanese baseball and Cape Cod baseball. If you're into that, there's some Australian baseball, and it is baseball season in Australia now, right? So just so much here. So much here. Images, you got bunches of season images. You've got ballparks, logos. You can really kit out Action PC Baseball. And the nice thing is that Dave is really, really cool about it too. So let me see. Have to remember to submit your files. Yes, you do, Mike. In addition to your franchise grade season files, you have your logo files. Yeah. So also, Mike is also a contributor in Out of the Park Baseball with his excellent logos. They're beautiful. Coffee Nut Gaming Network says, and by the way, guys, subscribe also to Coffee Nut and to all our content creators, please. He says, Action is a great game with me, or with manual entry. I'm sorry. It's with manual entry. He says it's his go-to game, not only for playing games, but for recording games for Cards and Dice replays. And Dave Cook and gang puts service and customer service. Amen, amen, amen. Yeah, manual entry is incredible. Ben says played a few 2025 Nippon Baseball from there. Very interesting. Yeah. And easy to work with ballparks in this thing. They make everything easy. If any of you have ever tried to create a ballpark for baseball for Windows, you know what I'm talking about. That is like the biggest bear in the world to try. In fact, I gave up. Luckily, I saved all my ballparks for that thing because making a ballpark for baseball for this, oh, you have a JPEG. Good. Put it in there. Position the players. You're done. I could put a baseball field on top of Kate Beckinsale if I wanted to in this game. But just incredible. I mean, the baseball card look to it. It's got that old-timey baseball look to it. Whereas, so a nice analogy is we talked about where Apago has that sort of older time baseball look to it. Strat Max kind of shiny. Same here. Action PC's got, you could look at this and say, yeah, it kind of reminds me of the backside of a baseball card when I was a kid. Except you didn't have all this, of course. But just a game made for the serious baseball fan. But you know what? I would introduce a casual fan to this game, and I would say, yeah, you know what? Install a season and play. It's just that simple, and you're going to get yourself a great baseball game out of it. So, I will always buy Action PC Baseball. There's just every year. I don't care, even if it's just a little tiny update. I'm going to buy it. And we're going to be doing some 1971 baseball too. So I want your files to be exclusive to the Discord for a while, and we really appreciate that, man. Oh man, no, you are. It's we got to give the lion's share of the credit to John DFW, who created the Discord. Without his work, man, none of this would be done. None of what you're able to share. So thank you for doing that, Mike, for making all your great roster sets for the community first, for the immediate community. It's great. Hats off to you, brother. Ben says because you can still just load 2 teams, watch or play it as a casual player in Action PC. You can get as simple as detail as you want. And talk about detail. You're right, Ben. It's Steve Tate. Steve Tate will show you things in this game. Like I didn't know until a couple years ago that you can create the parameters for customized reports in this game. I just didn't know that. And Steve showed us how profoundly deep this thing just goes. But the other things the batter and pitcher batter this analysis tool, and it's actually more in depth in game. I've never seen anything like this. So in 1971. So let's take the Pittsburgh Pirates, who have the best record in baseball right now, and let's against their against the Orioles, right? So I mean, there's nothing like this in any other digital baseball game that I know of. So if I wanted to see how these guys would bat against Mike Cuellar, boom, there we go. Now, outside of a game, this isn't taking into account any sort of situations or anything like that, but just kind of in general. So actually, I misspeak myself. There is one other game that does have this, and that's Dombrov baseball. In game, though, the in game version of this, which is a lot more detailed, this is the only game that does it, to my knowledge. So how are the Pirates going to pitch? How well are they going to do, for instance, against Paul Blair? So imagine for roster construction, what a neat tool this is. And then of course in game, you can define over here what you want. Do I want to change it up? Sure. Let's say Detroit might have made it that year. Now I'm already in Detroit, and then they're batting, right? And you can see here it just changed it all up, right? So they're memory eternal, Mickey Lulich. So how would the great one have hit against Mickey Lulich? Well, 5.8 chance percent for a home run. Not too bad. Not too bad. Lulich is going to have Richie Hebner's number. Hebner's going to probably strike out 33% of the time against him. So he says here, note when viewing outside of a game or prior to the start of a game, analysis does not include base situation, outs, or fielding, like any situations or what have you. So, you know, and then everything is sortable. Come on, baby. I mean, it's just so great. It's just so great. There's the what if, where you can match up teams, players, or whatever, and then by ballpark effects and stuff like that. You can't beat this game, man. You can't beat this game. Well, except for one, yeah. This one in out of the park baseball, neck and neck, man, neck and neck and neck and neck. You're not going to beat them for customer service. Coach GM, another new thing that's new for this game is everything now can be on one tab, which is really, really nice. And you can change things from here. You can go into depth charts, go real deep into managers. Everything from one tab now is available, and we can keep just going deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole. We can start a draft from here. We can look at rosters from here, and just go on and on and on. It's super intuitive. Super intuitive. Imagine there was a way. How about it? Mike says, imagine there's a way to continue Action PC with Ernie Harwell. There is, if Dave would want to try it. And I don't know how that works, but you guys saw what Jamie did with Mike's Big Beautiful Baseball Bash. And right, it's Mel Allen talking about it. So there are a couple audio AI programs out there. You just need a few snippets of speech, and it will actually do it. And it sounds like Mel Allen is announcing, Mike Silva's Big Beautiful Baseball Bash project. The question becomes if it's a recognizable voice. That's something that's still kind of going around big in as far as intellectual property law and artificial intelligence. That sounds like, say, Vin Scully or Ernie Harwell, but would Dave have the rights to actually use that? But oh my God, Action PC with continuing where Baseball for Windows left off. I'm ready. Sign me up. I'll pay twice what you want for this game for that. So Diamond Mind. So Diamond Mind is a great game, man. I'm not getting the pictures to work this time for some reason. So I don't know if we're going to do any Diamond Mind tonight or not, but Diamond Mind's a great one. Great game. No bells and whistles, but great game, man. Great game. Yeah. Great play-by-play. The two best play-by-plays, I don't know if we get any debate on this, are Diamond Mine Baseball and APA PC Baseball. They are the two best play-by-plays, hands down, hands down. Micro League Baseball and Earl Weaver on your Tandy 1000 late 80s. So Earl Weaver Baseball for me, and then I found Micro League Baseball. I have them both now in emulators, but they're not installed here yet. I'm sorry. This is going to be a little bit more of a cut down version of what we're going to do, what I had planned to do this year. I was going to do a bunch of baseball games in chronological order, even a game of hardball to see how badly I sucked at it, because it's been a while. But so what? We're all hanging out, and it'll be fun. So we're going to be doing this in parts. We've been here in part 1. We're coming up on 3 hours, so I'm probably going to take a little half-hour break and then come back, and probably going to be doing a game in Action PC Baseball next. So you have both of those way back. So you guys do know those are still both. You can get those games for free, and it's not illegal. There's a site called Micro League Baseball Forever that you can get Micro League Baseball, including the Manager GM disc. And then Cloanto has a great Amiga emulator. Just get that and get Earl Weaver Baseball, and you're off to the races. Which hardball? Aaron, yeah, which hardball? So my buddy and I used to play a lot of the first hardball. So that's the one I'm most familiar with. So probably would be, if I would have done it this year, Aaron, but I, with work and everything, and that crashed, and I have so many damn baseball games, I just wanted to get like out of the park Action PC installed. I tried with Diamond Mind, and the pictures are showing up with the players, but they're not showing up in games. So I got to bop around the forums a little bit and get that fixed, because I do want to do a Diamond Mind baseball game too tonight. There he is. Hey, Legends. How you doing, brother? Good to see you. Legends, man. We've been having some fun this afternoon. Had a blowout game in Strat Max, then we had a good one. And now we're singing the praises of Action PC. I know you're not going to be doing any baseball at all tonight, but so guys, if you've been living under a rock, you know that Legends has been doing a serious rebranding of his leagues. So it is no longer the Franchise Stars Baseball League. And he explains why. Check out the podcasts that he's been doing, and his absolutely exemplary coverage of baseball. And I know he does great coverage of all the other sports. That is a must-watch channel. I really, Legends, while you're here, I got to say, your very first podcast was my favorite, because I loved how you explained why the groundwork, and how your channel is and always has been, but you're transcending gaming into history and narrative. And guys just love it, whether it's baseball, boxing, football, basketball, hockey. What sport don't you do? Horse racing, maybe? I don't know. But welcome in. And talking about a man that knows baseball, we got a bona fide editor in here. We got Ken Castro, a journalist. Got the smartest baseball people in here. Hardball 3 was your favorite. Okay. Wasn't that the first one that actually had announcers, Mike? I think it was. If my crusty prefrontal cortex could clear itself for a minute, I'd remember. He doesn't do Bush Kazi. Christopher Slovic, welcome in, man. Christopher, I'm glad you're in here. You know what my new addiction has been watching on YouTube? I got to tell you about this. You got to tell me if you ever saw this game when you're in Pakistan, okay? Legend says, appreciate that. Oh, man, you got it. Well, you giving us, everybody, so much fun with what you're doing. Really appreciate it. Try to bridge what you do with the real world, and it is. Man, everybody's your groupie here, Legends. We're all your groupies. I mean, maybe not enough to ask for a backstage pass and want to offer you favors or anything, so let's not go that crazy. But so, Christopher, I never knew it. Right? So I've always thought this game, Carom, right? You know, the little thing that you did in the wood, like the wooden game boards and stuff. Man, but I'm watching these dudes from India and Pakistan. They've got this channel that's devoted to, and it's like played like in this air table, and it's huge, and there's like this little ring, and it like floats across there, and these guys make some mad shots. You've been all over the place, man, and You think it was Hardball 3? Okay. Have you ever seen it play? Carom is cool, Ben, isn't it? I've been watching it. It's like on Saturday nights. I don't know what it is. I'm like, I don't feel like doing a damn thing. I'm going to watch Carom. And I'm watching these dudes, man, and it's amazing. And it's just like maybe 16 guys around this huge table. And I'm like, okay, how do they make these big tables? But Chris, I know, have you ever seen it? Like when you're in Pakistan, like these, because like this is like serious, man. They're like tournaments and Grand Prix, the whole thing. Four small holes in the corner, try to flick a ring to hit the ball. Right. And so, but if you hit the red one, that's the queen. And somehow if you hit her in there, then you have to immediately be able to make the shot or else she comes back out or something. So school kids love it. Well, you know what? I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you guys something here. Cause let me do it this way here. Because I mean, this just freaks me out. Because school kids love it. Well, apparently, so do these guys. And I don't know if I don't want to get in trouble, but I do want to show you guys this. So, Chris, did you ever see something like this? Right? Okay, so I'm gonna have to, right? I don't know. So Karam Club 66, you're way bigger. You have 17,300 subscribers. Don't beat me up. Okay. Yeah, they made your money. So here's the game for you guys, and I'm gonna turn off the sound so you don't get echo. So it's kind of like billiards, but not. And I guess this is an air table, but this is like my new addiction. This is like my new binge thing on YouTube. Is I'll watch this on Saturday nights. Those are your faculty meetings. Problems is all, yep, Arabic. There's also some Urdu, whatever. But yeah. And then they put this stuff. There's the money. Look at this guy. Huh? So I don't know if it's oil or something. I don't know if you'll see it in this term. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. And hopefully the algorithm doesn't get. Here we go. Okay. Fair use, copyright access. I can use this fair use for research. Okay. So we're going to have the break here, right? But watch these guys, man. This is serious stuff. Boom. Right. And I don't know if it's like, there we go. So he sunk a yellow one. Don't know what that means. So Pakistan baseball. Hey, how about it? Hey, Aaron, welcome back, man. So yeah, this is called Karam. And I think it originated actually in India. But yeah, we're hanging out in Pakistan here and we're watching these guys. There. Now, what's this stuff here? They're putting something on the damn table. Don't know what it is. Maybe something Gaylord Perry used at one time. But so I think it is that these guys are on a team, right? And these guys are on a team, I think. And then you just so watch, man. Like it's just this plastic ring, and these look like little checkers. And he just gives a little flick. I mean, it's sort of baseball looking, isn't it? Kind of. And oh, look at that! See, you were thinking about something else. You've never seen this. You know, I'm watching something, and Chris had to have seen this. I mean, you lived over there, dude. Wow. Who is the Yankee of this sport? I keep seeing this guy named Galib. His name Galib coming up here a lot. Maybe he is. But this is serious stuff, man. But I don't. I just wonder if you guys ever heard. Look how that's just gliding across there. If I turn on the sound a little bit, it sounds like there's air. Sharing my sound, so I guess it really doesn't matter. Look up Bush guy. You should never listen to the guy on the left is a Dodger. Yeah, this guy. All right, so Eden says Galib. I think this is cool. I would play this game, man. But anyhow, I was looking at the prices of these tables, and I decided I guess I'm not going to play this game. Um, oh wait, here we can have the here is this guy, the world #1 Karam best moment. Shall we watch it? Okay, this is the best moment, apparently, in Karam. Let's see what happens. Okay, so he's sort of like the Willie Moscone here, right? Look at this guy. Look at this guy running the table, huh? It is soothing. I swear to God, Mike, you're right. It is. It is. Yeah, you're not going to pick up this game for $99 at Walmart, says Ben. I know, right? Come on, tell me you wouldn't play this, right? On the net of Buzz Kashi. I don't know if I want Buzz Kashi. Anyhow, there you go. That was the greatest moment in Karam. All right, I'm going to look it up here. Buzz Kashi, B-U-Z, K-A-S-H-I. Let's look at highlights. I'm scared. Oh no, dude. Oh nope. Sorry. I'm sorry, but like, wow. Dead goats is the ball? Are you serious? Oh my God. There, you guys can see it's a dead goat. No. All right. Look, even though I'm animal rights and vegetarian guy, for educational purposes, let's look. Okay. I'm going to stop and then start the screen share because I think we need to hear the sounds, don't we? Okay. So hang in a second here. I'm going to share my screen, entire screen, and screen one, and share sound, and boom. And add to the scene. There we go. All right. This is for educational purposes, YouTube, so bite me. Okay. Here we go. I think. I hope. So it's the game of carcasses and power. There we go. Oh, I have this muted. Sorry. Okay, I don't know if that's copyright friendly music, so let's try this one. So you said this is like polo? Dude, it's a dead animal. Oh my God. These guys are telling the NFL, hold my ear, huh? It really is anything with Football Sunday. Oh my God, that's like cement. Right? Dude just jumps on the horse again. This is incredible. And he's going in there to get. Is he jumping off the horse? So he throws that dead animal in there, and then. Wow! I mean, you can't. This is nuts, man. Craziest thing I've ever seen. At least. So you have to what? This is crazy, man. This dude almost gets trampled by a horse. Oh, instant replay, man. Instant replay. Look at that. Okay, who needs baseball? We're going to watch Buskashi. Chris says, I wish Action PC. Buskashi. Oh, my God. Okay, we got a little kiss there. Did you guys see? They got a little kiss action. I'm kind of down with the music there, man. It's all right. I mean, I love to hear music from other cultures, so that's cool. Dude, he's like, oh my God, is he gonna hit this guy with his whip? This is nuts. Oh my God, this is crazy. That's the face-off his wing. Quite literally, man. Look at this. Oh my God. So Chris, like, do people get killed in this game or what? Is this guy dead? No, he's moving. Okay. Holy. Wow. Tell you what, though, this could be a cure for war. Just get people to play Bushkazi, if I'm saying it correctly. Do these people have a ton of weapons? If you watch this in northern Pakistan, you'll be off to Tajikistan in August. They invented this. Was invented was in Kazakhstan. This is nuts, man. Dude, I don't know about the goat thing though. That's kind of, yeah, India and Pakistan, they don't like each other. But I'm just wondering, because of Philadelphia, is this being played in Afghanistan? I don't know. Regardless, man. Oh my God. I'm an animal rights guy. This is hard to watch, but it's kind of like watching a train wreck in a way. No, I don't imagine the horses would fare well. I mean, look at he's lathering. Do you see that? And we're not talking freaking world like we have here today. Wow. So, Chris, how old is this sport? Do you know when this was invented? Look at that, man. He's going full tilt. What is this, a lateral with the goat? He threw the goat. Could you imagine trying to call this game? Horses are a breed. The horses are a breed specific to Central Asia and trained for this type of work. All right. So, guys, if you don't know, Aaron is from Turkey. It's called the Pony Express. Wow. This is incredible. Wow, man. So, these guys are serious horsemen. You know who would have been great at this? The Mongolians, man. Could you imagine? If this was around the time of Genghis Khan, Mongolians would be... Look at that horse. Oh, it's been hard to watch now, man. There's live playing of this. Wow. John Boy Media Break. I want to learn more about it. I don't know that I would watch what. So again, as an animal guy, that's hard to watch, but it's okay. Yeah, here's the breakdown. Do you guys want to see a breakdown of it? We'll do one more. I hope I don't get. If I get nailed, I guess I'm going to get nailed. But let's try it. There's no money in this anyhow. They'll just silence this part.
Next up on Fun Sport Friday, we got Buzkashi, Central Asian game, very popular. You play
John
with
Boy, I hope you don't mind, man.
Carcass. They say it can weigh up to 99 pounds. If you're wondering if that was a drone flying in the air, it was. If you're wondering if they have drones flying, but they're still using dead goats as the ball, they are. They very much are. You go on horseback, you take the goat, and you try to put it in this giant hole. This is a very formal game. There's informal games where there's no boundaries. Let's just gonna need to get that one in the hole. Oh my
Oh,
God,
jeez.
I'm dead. I just died, and we didn't score. What a bummer. Here we go. Nice and easy. Red person puts it in the hole. Opponent falls in the hole with the goat carcass. That's a shitty way to lose. Number 5 is going to come up here and get a good block.
Oh my
Let number
God.
6 take the goat, put it in the hole, score a goal. They're excited. What a sport, huh?
Oh my
What a
God.
wild sport. They said it originated because tribes would go steal other tribes' goats and then ride away, and then they would get chased, like give us our goat back, and they're like, yo, that's pretty fun, all this goat stealing we do. Let's turn it into a game. This dude's got an open lane. He's got to turn this guy. Ooh. Nice little move. Turns that guy around. Gets the goat right in that giant hole. Goes
Ow.
for a fun ride himself. Fist pump. I love how universal the fist pump is. Okay, let's pick up this goat. Oh, shit. Now we're just trampling a goat. Seems kind of fucked up. But here we go. Oh, did I mention the goat's headless? They cut the goat's head and feet off. Not sure how
Oh,
that
you
makes the
do?
gameplay any different, but they do it. Bam.
Okay, guys. So I have permission to show this. So Chris, we're going to listen to Chris doing a let me copy this comment, and I'm going to put it up in another browser just so I can grab his comment out of it. And we're going to listen to Chris actually calling this. Let's check this out, man. This should be nuts. And by the way, Chris, one of the best broadcasting voices for baseball in our community. I can imagine now after all this stuff, and I hope you guys are hearing this okay because I don't have my headphones on. I hope you're not getting too much of a. I'll mute my mic, but I gotta ask because no matter what material this is, these guys are and the horses are hitting it hard. How are these guys getting up and walking? That's what I want to know. You had some Kalash wine in you. Oh my God. Eden says, I can't believe this sport even has spectators. I can't believe that. It's just, I'm not believing what I'm seeing here. This is pretty crazy.
This is a breakaway. It goes through the people. It goes through everything. There is no out of bounds. It's going right through the people. I love breakaways. This is the greatest moment in sports. A breakaway in Buzkashi. It doesn't matter who you are, where you are. You're in it. Look at that move by that guy. This is incredible. He has it, he's moving around. Oh, I thought he was he's going. Oh, close, but he doesn't throw the goat in.
He's trying, he's still trying. I think he did.
It's the best moment in all of sports, the breakaway. It is going through people. There is no out of bounds. I love it. Let's see if we get another one of these. Oh yeah, here we go. Here's the breakaway. Here we go. Oh, they're going through the people now. Look at that. They're wrestling for the goat or the sheep. Oh, he missed it. Oh, look, they're all running away. Look, they're all running away, the people. Oh, there they are. And yes, in this game, the trees are the obstacles. Oh, look at the cows running away because they know they're the extra ball in case something happens to the sheep. Look, they're all running away.
The cow
Going
next
right
for
through the
ball.
people. Let's go right through the people. Let's look at that. Everybody on the hills, right through the people. Here we go. Oh, the kids are running away. Look at that. They're going right. All these horses, they're going all around. Look at this. It's like the Kentucky Derby, but on steroids. Oh, they got obstacles. They got to jump. Oh, they're trying to get it. Look at that.
ये एक जगह पे जब हो ना तो ये इसका मजा नहीं होता, ये दूर भगा के लाए ना तो एक जगह पे तो खड़े खड़े एक
Oh, here we go. Breakaway. Look, they got all run. Here we go. It's going into the audience. Hey. They're going right through. I love it. Sports without safety. Love it. Love it. I will have the full video of this and everything. I'm going to have the full video and everything. I will. Give me a few days. It'll be posted.
Well, it's really hard to follow that, man. Right, Wayne? Never saw this in Wide World of Sports. Thrill of victory, agony of defeat. Oh, my God. Poor horses, man. Oh, my God. Look at these dudes, man. They look like they're from Mongolia, these guys. Wow. Wow. Boy, I can't really follow that in this segment. That was incredible. Holy moly, man. So, I've often thought about the mind that invents a sport, right? Or the minds or whatever. So, I mean, you think about golf, right? So a bunch of Scotsmen are hanging out one day and they're like, Angus, I've got an idea. Let's hit a ball. Let's make a hole over there. And after you hit it, then we're going to, right? So I'm thinking, okay, that's a strange mind that decided that. Or whoever invented roller derby, same thing. Right. Meanwhile, back in 1971, Cleon Jones leading the majors and batting average, right? But that's so okay. So we take theft and we make it into a sport. So Chris, those things. So the Mets right now 7.5 back, along with the Chicago Cubs of the Pirates in 71. For you, Evan, we'll see if the Mets are playing anybody. We can do a Mets game if you want, since it's all day baseball. Yeah. So that we'll do Mets Braves here in a few minutes. But I mean, kind of cool. Not for the horses, and certainly not for the goat, but I'm not trying to bring my Western sensibilities to it, but it was fascinating. But I got to know what those goals are made of, man. So it was, to celebrate others stealing goats, like NASCAR was bootleggers. Yeah. Wow. Thank you, Chris. I never ever heard of that in my life. All right, the Atlanta Braves. We're going to try to get back to baseball here. I don't know how you follow that with baseball or any sport, indeed, but we're going to try. Legends, if you're still here, do you think you could? You would probably call that. You'd probably do great at that, wouldn't you? Oh my God. So, all right. Back to baseball. All right, we're going to do this game and then we're going to end segment 1. Hopefully you guys can all right, so here's the live channel to follow the sport. All right, I will definitely look that up after. All right, it'll be the Atlanta Braves, who are 22-19 against the New York Mets, 21-17. And since we have a Mets fan here, we're going to have that Mets fan make some calls if they want to, as far as who to bring in from the pen and stuff like that. Let's do it. Let's do it. Wow. I'm still really kind of blown away by that. Let's play ball. Let me fix the sound settings. I realized you guys weren't even hearing the sound of Chris's call. I'm so sorry. I forgot this part. So it was a great call. We'll replay it later. And it says, we will watch. We'll do that tonight. We'll watch the award ceremony straight from Kabul if they're there. NASA will make it back to the moon before the Mets win the World Series, says Erin. Welcome to Shea Stadium, where the Beatles played the very first stadium concert for today's game between the Braves and the Mets. Mike McQueen making the start for the Braves. One start in the year, he's 1-1 with an ERA of 4.58. This will be his second start against the Mets, and 0-1 against them with a 6.75. And he will be opposed by Ray Sadecki for the Mets. Also one start in the year for him, and he is 1-0 with an ERA of 2.81, his first start against the Braves. 66 degrees here in Queens, and the wind is 9 miles per hour right to left. I'm just still don't know what to think. All right. In left field, it's Cleon Jones. In center, Don Hahn. And in right, Tommy Agee. At first base, Don Clendenin. At second, Al Weiss. At short, Bud Harrelson. At third base, future, he will be in 1979, future Pittsburgh Pirate, Tim Foley. Behind the plate, Jerry Grody. All right, leading things off here, and we've got to turn off manual entry, and we're ready to go, is Felix Millan. Millan hitting 283 with 15 RBI for the Atlanta Braves in 1971, May 23rd. And I have to turn off manual entry after this. Sadecki deals 1-2 pitch, fly ball out to left. Cleon Jones in, Harrelson out. Jones calling off Harrelson for out number 1. So when you have manual entry on and you turn it off, you got to make sure to go back and do this if you want to play against the computer. There we go, all fixed. All right, here's Ralph Garr. Ralph Garr hitting 308, 3 homers, 18 ribbies. Sadecki has the sign from Jerry Grody. The wind and the pitch. Garr swinging on the first pitch. Fly ball out to shallow left. Diving catch by Cleon Jones in left field. 4th great play of the year. So Cleon Jones sacrificing his body. All right. And there's Paul. Welcome in, man. Fast action card sports desk. So Paul Fay, play tester for Pocket Pennant Run and the creator of the Baseball HQ app. And we got to get Paul on here to talk about the Baseball HQ app as it's coming into its next iteration. It's the most incredible thing, and it's free, and you can use it with any baseball game you have. I really need to do a Beatles channel. I would love to. You got to see McCartney twice, as have I. Yeah, that was amazing. I saw McCartney in Pittsburgh, and then I saw him 15 years later in Rotterdam. And it's incredible. What a treasure. And, people think a McCartney concert is mellow. Is not mellow. McCartney is just, it's rock. It's nonstop. He doesn't take breaks, and he does Helter Skelter on his first encore. I'd love to do a Beatles channel. It's just the one thing is that the Beatles are super, super. You almost have to do those reaction videos where you're playing the song for 10 seconds and then stop to make a comment because of copyright. But I would love to do a Beatles channel. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how I would do it, but thanks for the suggestion. They're the reason I'm a musician. All right, here's Hank Aaron. So Aaron, already 11 home runs. He's sitting 312 with 31 ribbies. Sadecki ready to deal to Hammer and Hank. 1-2 pitch, and this one popped up third base side. Foley going toward the foul line makes the grab. The Braves go quietly. Bottom of the first we go. The Braves nothing, and the Mets coming to bat. Starting defense for the Atlanta Braves in 1871. In left field, it's Ralph Garr. In center, Sonny Jackson. And in right, what a legend, Hammer and Hank Aaron. At first base, the baby bull, Orlando Cepeda. At second, Felix Millan. At short, Marty Perez, and I'll accidentally call him Tony Perez. Apologies in advance. At third, Cleet Boyer. Behind the plate, Bob Didier. In French would be Didier, but we'll go with Didier. And on the mound, Mike McQueen leading it off here for the Mets. Don Hahn, center fielder. 294 start to the season with him. Shouldn't say start. We are in May, after all. McQueen brings it home. 2-2 pitch. This one hit driven deep to center field. Jackson back on the track. Makes the grab near the wall for out number one. And Jamie, thank you, buddy. Says happy Super Baseball Day, Beatles. Same to you, Jamie. Hope you're doing well. Mike says that he saw McCartney in DC and Philly. All right, Aaron, definitely rooting for the Mets. He says, let's go, Mets, go. All right. Here's Bud Harrelson. Jamie, hope you're doing well. We were talking about you earlier in the broadcast and your great work with Mel Allen. McQueen deals 1-0 pitch. Fly ball out to left field. Gar back on it. Has it in his sights and pulls it in for out number two. All right. Tommy Agee on a 6-game hitting streak, hitting 308 with 6 homers, 29 runs batted in. McQueen deals 0-2 pitch. Agee driven deep to right field. Aaron back leaps, makes the grab against the wall. So some hard hit balls in this ball game, but no score as we go to the top of the second inning. It'll be Cepeda, Boyer, and Jackson due up for Dwayne Martz's Atlanta Braves. Cepeda hitting just 209. He does have 5 homers, 13 runs batted in. Mel was great to work with. What a pro. Cepeda, fly ball out to right field. Agee has it for the out. So had the honor of taking both your parents at the time to the Philly show. Oh, man, that's great. It's crazy to see your mom singing to McCartney. What's so fun about a McCartney concert is you see people in their 80s singing the music, and you'll see 12-year-olds. Just incredible, incredible. Thank you, Paul. It's actually been a lot of rabbiting, and you missed our, what's the name of this damn game that we watched earlier? Buzkashi. We watched some Buzkashi. All right. Meet the Mets. Step right up and greet the Mets. Bring your kiddies. Bring your wife. Guaranteed to have the time of your life because the Mets are really socking the ball, says Wayne. Nice. All right, here's Cleet Boyer, hot corner man here for these Atlanta Braves. Hitting 302 with 5 home runs and 15 ribbies for him. Sadecki deals 0-2 pitch, and Boyer looks at one on the corner, and Sadecki picks up the strikeout. Nice change up there. Sonny Jackson hitting 238, a homer, 5 ribbies for him. Sadecki deals lefty-lefty matchup, bouncer to short. Harrelson, bang play at first. They'll get Jackson for out number 3. No runs, no hits, no errors. Bottom of the second here in Flushing, and no score. Don Clendenin, Cleon Jones, and Jerry Grody. Clendenin, I think, Clendenin had some great years with the Pittsburgh Pirates, by the way. Clendenin hitting 279, 2 homers, 15 ribbies for Clendenin. McQueen studies the sign from Bob Didier, and here's the 0-2 pitch. And Clendenin, this one just hitting the outside corner. Nice pitch there by Mike McQueen to pick up his first strikeout of the game. Here's Cleon Jones leading the majors in batting and riding a 9-game hitting streak. Didier sets the target. McQueen toes the rubber. 2-2 pitch and popped in foul territory. First base side, Cepeda has it just on the other side of the foul line for out number 2. East side, west side. Nice, Aaron. All right. That you'll hear that song sometimes in Baseball for Windows, by the way. Here's Jerry Grody. Jerry Grody hitting 238, has 10 ribbies, says yet to homer. McQueen deals 1-0 pitch. Grody driven hard into center field, turns on the Jets, and has himself a 2-out double. So first hit in this game for either team, and here's Tim Foley wearing his Pirates livery. Foley hitting 276, has batted in 1. McQueen brings it home, 1-2 pitch. This should end the inning. Perfect bounce to Boyer on to Cepeda, and that does it for the Mets. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a man left. We go to the top of the third inning. We are scoreless here at Shea Stadium. It'll be Bob Didier, Marty Perez due up here. And I'm just surprised they didn't call him Tony Perez. Didier hitting 300 with a run batted in, so not getting a lot of playing time. So back in 1971, just 155 at bats. So I assume switch hitting catcher, by the way. I don't know. I'm not a Braves fan. Who he was platooned with. Sadecki deals, and this one bouncer to Weiss. Out Weiss will go to Don Clendenin for the 4-3 put out. 1 up, 1 down now for Marty Perez. Brave shortstop right now hitting 250 with 15 runs batted in. Here's the pitch. Perez cuts this one. Harrelson will go to Clendenin, and Perez beats it out. So infield single here as Mike McQueen is in the box now. So 1 out. Let's see what McQueen's going to do here. And bunts foul. Rewind, do it again. And McQueen, swing and a miss. Steer right 3, trying to catch the Metropolitans off guard. So 2 down here in the top of the 3rd inning as we swing around to the top of the order for Felix Millan, who fly to shallow left back in the 1st. Sadecki brings it. 1-0 pitch. Line drive, base hit over short into left. And on the play, Marty Perez is going to cut 2nd, and he will make 3rd. Runners at the corners now for the Atlanta Braves, and here is Ralph Garr. Garr flew out to shallow left last time. Sadecki deals, count even, 2-2. This one will make the seats first base side. Garr back in the box. Lefty-lefty matchup here. 2-2 pitch. Garr up the middle. Sadecki off the bump to Clendenin, and that retires the side. No runs and 2 hits and no errors. We go to the bottom of 3rd, scoreless. And we got Al Weiss, Ray Sadecki. What do we got here? Weiss, Sadecki, and Hahn due up. Al Weiss making his first plate appearance of the season. Batting righty against the lefty McQueen. Weiss, a switch hitter. 3-1 pitch. Weiss, good eye up there, draws the walk. All right, runner on. Here is Ray Sadecki. So look at that batting average for him. 3 at bats, but how about it, man? He's hitting .667. Infield looking bunt. Cepeda in at first. Boyer in at 3rd. McQueen deals 0-1 pitch. Good bunt by Sadecki. The only play will be to first. Al Weiss moves to 2nd on the sacrifice. Don Hahn now, as we swing back to the top of the New York Mets order, flew out to center back in the 1st. Hahn digs in. McQueen has one that he likes. 1-2 pitch. This one hit hard and deep to left field. Open the window, Aunt Minnie. Don Hahn goes yard. And in the bottom of the 3rd inning, the 1971 Mets jump out to a 2-0 lead. 371-foot shot for the center fielder, Don Hahn. All right, here we go. Mike says he's had some fun playing the 1970 seasons, even though at 48 didn't get to experience them. Amen. In addition to his 86 replay and action PC. So doing 1977 right now. Compared to 2-3 years ago, the animation looks amazing, really. Yeah. The Kazakhstan Cardinals' most popular team in Puskashi, says Aaron. That was his real-life home run. Came at a good time. 2-run shot. All right, Butter Harrelson, 0-for-1. Flew out deep down the left field line last time. McQueen behind 3-1, and he's going to issue a free pass to Harrelson. 2nd walk issued here by Mike McQueen in the game. Tommy Agee, 0-for-1. Used to seeing Agee more in a leadoff spot. This is using the as-played lineup. So here we go. Throw over to first. Harrelson back safely. McQueen brings it. 1-0 pitch. Soft liner to Marty Perez. That's short. 2 away for Don Clendenin. 0-for-1. Clendenin in the actual 1971 season had 11 home runs. Or no, that's not. That's in our replay. I'm sorry. There we go. We got to actually, that's my mess up there, guys. What a joker I am. What a joker I am. Never mind. Anyhow, the Cardinals beat the Cowboy Crush in the finals. So that's just funny. That is just funny. We'll watch more of that again. We will in the next segment. All right, here's the pitch. And throw down to first. Oh, Harrelson dives back. Quick snap throw by Bob Didier, trying to catch Harrelson napping, but didn't happen. All right, McQueen brings the 1-0 pitch. Popped in the infield third base side. Boyer out, Gar in. Boyer calls him off and makes the grab to retire the side. 2 runs, 1 hit, no errors. We've played 3 in the books. The New York Mets lead the Atlanta Braves 2-0. Ray Sadecki will face Hank Aaron, Orlando Cepeda, and Clete Boyer. Hank Aaron last time, just a little pop out to third. Sadecki deals. This one harder hit, but not deep enough. Cleon Jones, no, it's off the wall. No home run, but Hank Aaron will take the leadoff double. Potential tying run now comes to the plate in Orlando Cepeda. Flew out to shallow right his last time up. Sadecki with a check of the runner. Aaron back at first. Aaron actually did steal a base in 1971. If you look at his baseball reference page, Aaron had some speed in his career. 1-1 pitch up the middle. Harrelson ranges to his left. They do not get Cepeda. So they look Aaron back, but 2-1. Nobody out now for Clete Boyer, who's 0 for 1. Struck out back in the second. Braves mounting a threat here, a chance to get on the board here in the fourth. Sadecki deals. Boyer, deep fly ball to left field. Cleon Jones has it at the track. Hank Aaron will tag and go to third. Runners at the corners now for the Braves. And here comes Sonny Jackson. He's 0 for 1. Grounded to short in the second. Sadecki out of the stretch. 3-1 pitch, and he loses Sonny Jackson. So Ray Sadecki issues his first free pass of the day. Bases are sold out for the catcher, Bob Didier. Last time up, grounded to second. Nowhere to put him. Hank Aaron at third. Orlando Cepeda at second. And Sonny Jackson at first. Sadecki from the stretch. 1-2 pitch. This is going to be an RBI. Aaron will score. Cepeda will score. Bob Didier with a 2 RBI single. And we are tied in the top of the fourth. So we've had, except for that Washington Senators St. Louis Browns game, we've had a couple good baseball games for this year's Stupor Bowl Sunday Shenanigans. Marty Perez 1 for 1. Infield single last time up. Sonny Jackson at second, trailing him. Bob Didier at first. 2-1 pitch. Grounded foul. This one will bounce into the seats. Count even at 2. Perez swings. Grounded deep to short. Harrelson's going to go to third. Nice play. All right, so 2 away on that force play, and brings up Mike McQueen, who is 0 for 1, batting with 2 down. And Mike McQueen won the inning by a swing and a miss. But 2 runs on the board for the Bravos. We got to the bottom of the fourth inning, knotted at 2 here. RTA is the YouTube channel. Jamie says Kabul got robbed on that bad call. So I think at 6:30 we're gonna do a game. We're gonna do a game of I have to keep looking at the name of the damn game because I'm gonna forget it and call it something else, because there's a game called the Rakshasi, which is a game. So it's Buzkashi, not Rakshasi, Buzkashi. At 6:30 when the Super Bowl starts, we're gonna maybe show a match of Buzkashi. As they all say, hold my beer. Cleon Jones leading it off here in the bottom of the fourth inning, trying to keep a 9-game hitting streak alive here. He popped to first, back in the second. Didier sets up. McQueen brings 0-2 pitch, and perfect bounce right to the baby bull. He'll take that one, 3 unassisted. 1 up, 1 down. Jerry Grody 1 for 1, doubled back in the second. McQueen brings it, 0-1 pitch, and look at this. All kinds of room service bounces from the Mets to the Braves. 2 up, 2 down for the Mets. Here's Tim Foley. Tim Foley grounded to third, looking to get it out of the infield. McQueen deals, and indeed he does. Hard ground ball between Mian and Cepeda into right field. Aaron up with it and gets it back to Mian. So 2 down for Al Weiss. Drew a walk back into third. McQueen deals. No, wait. Didier out to have a quick word. 0-2 pitch. And Al Weiss, look at that. This one on the block on the outside corner. They are not happy here in Queens. But the Mets, no runs, 1 hit, no errors. We go to the top of the 5th inning. It's the Mets 2 and the Braves 2. And we will have the top of the order, Felix Mion, Ralph Garr, and Hank Aaron due up. Last time up in the third, Mion singled. Sadecki deals a 1 pitch, bouncing ball to third. Foley to his left. Bang, bang, play at first. They're not going to get Mion. Too much speed. Felix Mion. 11 steals for real in 1971. He's already pilfered 4 here in our replay of 71, leading. This is a legacy project that will be leading to 1972. Ralph Garr, nothing for 2. Tapped it back to the mound last time. Mion, good lead off first. Sadecki deals, and this one, bouncer Harrelson. Only play is to first, and they're not going to get Ralph Garr. So you got speed at the top of the lineup here for these Atlanta Braves. Ralph Garr with 30 steals in 1971. Mion with 11. Here's Hank Aaron, 1 for 2, doubled his last time up, I should say. 0-2 pitch, Hank Aaron, big rip and a miss. So Ray Sadecki picking up his 4th strikeout of the game. The Baby Bull, 1 for 2, infield single back in the 4th. Here's the pitch. 0-2, this one driven out to center. This one very deep. Open the window, Aunt Minnie, and take down the picture of Grandpa Frank as Orlando Cepeda absolutely blasts this one, man. 6th home run of the season. 3 more now on the board here on the tally sheet for these Atlanta Braves. It's 6-2. And Aaron has gone quiet. All right. Here's Cleve Boyer now. Float to deep left back in the 4th. Let's see how Sadecki handles things here. 3 more in here for Atlanta. 1-2 pitch, drop third strike, but Grody fires down and gets him. All right, so a drop K, but that's an out. We see a few of those in pocket pennant run. Gotta love those. Sonny Jackson with a 7-game hitting streak is nothing for 1. 0 for 1 with a walk. 0-2 pitch. Al Weiss has it and quickly fires it on for out number 3. But 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. The Atlanta Braves lead the New York Mets 6-2. Each team in contention. Atlanta 22-19. The Mets are 21-17. The Mets trying to catch the Pittsburgh Pirates. 7.5 out behind the Pirates. The Braves, I believe, are 3.5 out in the National League West. We'll have Ray Sadecki to lead things off here and sacrifice back in the 3rd. McQueen brings it. 0-2 pitch, solidly stroked up the middle, base hit. Mion trying to make the jump, but too much spin on that ball. So get Sadecki out of there. Well, he's going to take that base hit, Wayne. So let's see what we got. All right, here's Don Hahn now. 2-run shot for New York, and that gave them their 2 runs in the bottom of the 3rd inning. So short-lived lead for the Mets as the Atlanta Braves came back in the top of the 4th and answered with 2 runs. All right, Didier sets up the target. Sadecki, no speed at first. McQueen brings it. 1-2 pitch and chasing. So Hahn goes to chasing. So 1 away for Bud Harrelson. Walked back in the 3rd. McQueen brings the count full, and Harrelson looks at 1. Fooled badly. This one, nice curve there by McQueen. So now quickly 2 outs, 1 on for Tommy Agee. Line to short last time up. McQueen deals, and how about that? Another strikeout, no runs, 1 hit, no errors. 5 in the books here in Queens, and it's 6-2 in favor, or 5-2, I'm sorry, in favor of the Atlanta Braves. I actually see the screen better with these off. So anyhow, it's going to be Didier Perez and McQueen due up for the Braves. Sadecki at 86 pitches. Let's do a mound trip. And he says he's not tired. All right. So Mets fans, if you want Sadecki out, I'm going to wait. If we got a Mets fan here, any Mets fans, we can take them out. I'm going to wait a few minutes here. Let's see who we got in the bullpen. Sadecki is kind of getting a little bit hit hard. I don't want to. I don't like to bring in. Okay, well, we got I mean, even though he's a starter, we could. Okay, you want to stay? You want to keep Sadecki in? Okay, we'll keep him in. Because I was thinking possibly Frisella, but let's stick with Ray Sadecki. Let's not give up hope yet, right? Okay, here's Bob Didier. So had that 2 RBI single back in the fourth. Here we go. Sadecki deals 1-1 pitch. Pop behind the plate. Enough room? No, there isn't. Jerry Grody will watch it get into the grandstands. That one a little bit took something off of that fastball, did Sadecki. Leave him. Braves bottom of the order. Gotcha. All right. 1-2 pitch. Oh, look at that. And it went from 1 to 2 to that's what you get when you play that bat mode. So I will play pitch by pitch mode when it's a crazy bottom of the ninth situation. Didier on at first. Now Sadecki giving up walk number 2. Does have 5 Ks in the game. Marty Perez 1 for 2. Grounded into a forced play last time. 0-1 pitch. This one well hit, but not enough, as Hahn will have it out there in center field. So 1 away in the inning and brings up Mike McQueen. He's whiffed twice against Ray Sadecki. Here's the pitch. And how about 3 times? So Sadecki hangs up his number 6K. And McQueen gets rung up 3 times is what I meant to say. Back at the top of the order now, Felix Mian, 2 for 3. Sadecki looking for that third out. Bob Didier on first. 2-0 pitch. Bouncer to Weiss to Clendenin. And Sadecki does just fine. No runs, no hits, no errors. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. And Atlanta holding a pretty healthy lead over the New York Mets. 6-2 here. May 23rd, 1971. Don Clendenin will start things off, and then Cleon Jones, Jerry Grody in the hole. Clendenin 0 for 2, popped to third last time up. McQueen brings it, count even 2-2, and goodbye, Mr. McLennan. So Mike McQueen has rung up his 6th. Here's Cleon Jones, 9-game hitting streak again. Has not gotten it out of the infield. Both times popped and grounded to first. 1-0 pitch. And this one all the way to the corner in left field. Ralph Gard trying to chasing it down and bouncing around. Cleon Jones turns on the jet. Triple. His 3rd of the year. And here come the New York Mets now as Jerry Grody steps in. Grody 1 for 2. Grounded to short. Has a double in this game. Chance to bring Jones in and get within a little bit more breathing down the neck distance of the Braves. From the stretch, 3-0 pitch. McQueen loses Grody. Runners at the corners. Don Clendenin, a former Pirate, and a good one at that, Aaron. Seriously, your ability to do play-by-play plus pulling the community, Mike, that means a lot. Because, dude, I'm no broadcaster, but thank you. Chris Slovic, Legend Sports Universe, Ron Juckett, those guys, whew. Just incredible. But thank you for that, man, so much. All right, here's Tim Foley. Tim Foley is 1 for 2, and he singled back in the 4th. All right, Didier sets up. McQueen's shaking him off, has one he likes, works out of the stretch. Full count. Bouncer to Perez. They're going to go to Mian. They're not going to turn 2. Cleon Jones will come in to score, and the New York Mets have cut this lead in half. It's now 6-3 in the bottom of the 6th inning. Stay tuned for more Buzkashi later in the day. Here's Al Weiss. He's 0 for 1. I still can't get over it. Tim Foley with 5 steals back in 1971 has yet to pill for 1 here. McQueen checks the runner. Here's the 1-2 pitch up the middle. Mian, ranging to his right, makes a nice play behind second, and that went the inning. But a run for the New York Mets and 1 hit, no errors, and a man left. And we are already in the top of the 7th inning. Atlanta leads New York 5-3. And we will see Ralph Gar, Hank Aaron, and Orlando Cepeda. Gar 1 for 3. And again, I think key for these Atlanta Braves is you get these 2 guys at the top of the order. You get them on, and what a perfect lineup this is, right? These first 4 is what you always look for, right? You get these guys on, right? Mian, Gar, one of the 2, whatever, and then you got to face Hank Aaron, then you got to face Orlando Cepeda. Tough stuff. And we saw that Sadecki had to pay the price on that one. Ralph Gar, meep. Mike Koss calling for Ryan. Let's look at our bullpen. So Nolan Ryan is a starter. If we wanted to, I mean, we could bring him in. We'll see what you guys say. If you guys would like to bring in Nolan Ryan, we can do that. Let's look at his quick look at his percentages here. And so Nolan Ryan right now, 23% chance to give up a hit. Beep the Roadrunner. All right, here is Ralph Gar. Oh, calling for McAndrew. Let's go back to the pen. I mean, whoever, if this is a serious call, let's look at the pen. Let's see what we got. So Jim McAndrew, he's a starter, but he's not pitching on any short rest. I don't know what his role is here. He has a chance of 24%. But let's bring in McAndrew. Let's do it. And he will come on to pitch. Ray Sadecki's day is done. Let's just have a quick look here at Jim McAndrew. In our season, a 3.18 earned run average, 1 win, 2 losses. He's worked 28 and 1/3, given up 27 hits, 2 home runs. He's averaging 3.8 strikeouts per 9 innings and walks 4.4. Spot starter, long relief. All right, here we go. McAndrew to face Ralph Gar. Here's the pitch. Gar, tapper to short. Harrelson, this is going to be close. They get him by a millimeter. All right. So McAndrew comes in and makes short work of Ralph Gar. Here comes Hank Aaron now. Aaron with a double. He is 0 for 3 or 1 for 3 in the game. Sorry. 0-1 pitch and lazy fly ball out to left. Pretty shallow, too. Cleon Jones calling off Bud Harrelson for the second out of the inning. Robbed, says Wayne. And here comes the baby bull. We know what he did. 3-run shot back in the 5th. McAndrew peers in, has the sign from Jerry Grody, and he deals. 0-1 pitch, hard hit ball, but McClendon spears it on the short hop, takes it 3 unassisted. Middle of the 7th, 5-3 Atlanta. Be right back. And we're back. So my favorite tosser says I'm his favorite wanker. Thanks, I think, Paul. All right, Aaron Reed channeling once again his inner Harry Carey, and we are back. If this is Action PC, where's the sound? Are you guys not hearing sound? I should be sharing sound. Is there no sound? Are you guys hearing the ball game or just me? Because I will unshare and reshare. RGO Network, much too late for goodbyes. Julian Lennon, it does definitely count. Great Julian Lennon song that nobody's ever heard. It's called Take Me Home, and it's beautiful. So nobody's hearing sound? Oh, holy shit. Hang on a second. Let me unshare. Wow. All right, let's share screen. I'm sorry, you guys. Wow. I'm a wanker, man. I am a wanker. You're right. All right. Now do you hear the sound? Hopefully you're hearing the game now. Thank you, Aaron. it only took to the bottom of the 7th, but thank you. So we were talking earlier while I just hear, so I hear if you guys can actually hear a crowd now and everything. We were talking about the improvements, and the scoreboard just looks incredible. There it is. All right. I'm sorry you guys had to listen to just me. Oh, my God. Ask for your money back, man. You want to see Nolan Ryan? All right, we'll bring up Nolan Ryan. Well, we got it. Well, so are we going to use a pinch hitter here first, guys? Might as well. Has McAndrew done his job, Mets fans? Bottom of the 7th. Let's see who we got in the bench here. So what about, we got Aspromonte, man, according to the game. So this is the in-game pitcher matchup analysis tool. Game saying he has a 34% chance of a hit. So Wayne does say pinch hitter. I was better than the sound anyway. That's because you can hear my mistakes better, Tim. All right, Wayne, there's your pinch hitter. Go ahead. Who do you like? You like Art Shamsky? All right, Shamsky will come in to pinch hit. And then we'll bring in Nolan Ryan for relief. All right, so let's look at Shamsky on the season. Not too stellar right now, hitting 113 with a home run and 4 runs batted in. All right, here we go. Didier sets the target. I always forget. Bernie always leaves that on. There, I got to turn that off. Okay, good. Pretty deals. Full count. Look at that. Base hit, Wayne. So Wayne calling on Art Shamsky, and he gets aboard. And the potential tying run now comes to the plate in Don Hahn, who has hit 3 attempts here. A 2-run shot back in the 3rd. You got to let this guy hit for himself. He has a dinger in this game. Let's look at Bob Pretty's record. He is 4.15 earned run average. He's 2-0 with a save. 8 2/3 work this season, giving up 2 home runs, 6 hits, 8.3 walks per 9 innings, and 4.2 strikeouts. All right, here we go. Let's fucking go, Mets. I ain't at 1,000 subscribers, buddy, so I can, or family members, so I can swear. Or we can say, let's freaking go, Mets. We'll make it a PG channel for a minute. But we did show what's it called? Buzz Kashi. Pretty's with the White Sox. He sucks, says Wayne. All right, here we go. 2-0 pitch. Base hit. And here come the Mets. Hahn aboard, and Shamsky turns on a bit of fire there. And he will make it to 3rd. So runners at the corners. Nobody out for the Metropolitans. And a great chance here. Bud Harrelson, nothing for 2. All right. So Bob Pretty having to work out of the stretch. Here is the pitch. 1-2. Fly ball. Just a little fister job into left. Tagging and holding at 3rd is Art Shamsky. All right. 1 away. The Mets don't want to let this one go by. Batting in the number 3 slot here is Tommy Agee. Agee, nothing for 3, and on a 6-game hitting streak, you definitely don't want to hook him out of there. Pretty brings it. 0-2 pitch, foul tip, but Didier held on, so 2 down. The Mets could be wasting an opportunity right here. Don Clendenon, nothing for 3. He's whiffed twice, popped to 3rd. And the pitch, full count. Clendenon, good eye, draws the walk. Bases jammed with Mets. Cleon Jones up there now. Cleon Jones 1 for 3. Triple his last time up. All right, Pretty asking for a new ball. Gets one, rubs it up, considers the situation, surrounded by these guys here from the Queensboro of New York. Shamsky at 3rd, Hahn at 2nd, former Bucko Don Clendenon at 1st, Cleon Jones 1 for 3, Mr. Jones, says Aaron Reed. Here we go, Bob Pretty wiping the bill of his cap, leans in, has the sign from Didier, out of the stretch, and the pitch. Jones hits this one high and deep to left field. Gar back at the track and makes the catch. Oh my God. The Mets leave them loaded. We go to the top of the 8th. It is still 5-3, and coming on to pitch, folks want to see him, is Nolan Ryan. Big loud out. Robert, I guess you're watching football. Are you doing a game tonight? A baseball game? Or are you going to be watching the Stupor Bowl? Section 518 groans. I can't do it as well as you, Robert, so I just got to say it. All right, waiting to see if Robert's going to be watching the Stupor Bowl or doing a baseball game tonight. So we'll do station identification until we hear from Robert. Because if so, if Robert is doing a game tonight, we'll cut off an hour and a half from our festivities and make that another break. Okay, so he's in the All-Star break, so no game tonight. But the I'll be there for that tomorrow. 1980 All-Star game tomorrow. RGO Network, I'm assuming still same time, same bat channel, my friend. Top of the 8th, Clete Boyer will lead things off. Nolan Ryan. How's Nolan Ryan doing right now? Well, 5.91 earned run average, 1 win, 2 losses. He's worked 32 innings. So again, if you look at the walks and strikeouts per 9, that's Nolan Ryan. Yep, 7.3 and 8.7. All right, let's make a bet. Is he gonna walk Boyer or is he gonna strike him out? Let's see. 0-1 pitch, neither. Long fly ball out to center field. Hahn back leaps, makes the grab. 1 up, 1 down. Nolan's waiting to get to the Angels. 8 p.m. tomorrow night Eastern. The 1980 All-Star Game on RJL Network. As Robert says, be there or be square. Sonny Jackson trying to keep the 7-game hitting streak alive. He is nothing for 2. The Ryan Express deals 3-0, and there's the walk. If anybody bet walk, there you go. All right, Jackson aboard. Here's Bob Didier. 2 RBI single back in the 4th, walked his last time up. Ryan deals 1-1 pitch. Harrelson to Weiss on the pivot to Clendenin. Beautiful 6-4-3 double play. Bottom of the 8th now for the New York Mets. A little bit of work to do as they set up Grody, Foley, and Weiss. So wasting a bases loaded opportunity. Cleon Jones gave it a big old ride, but just not enough. At crosswind there, right to left too, but Grody walked his last time up. Pretty staying on in relief for the Atlanta Braves. Full count up the middle. Mian, great play. Bare hands on to Cepeda to get Grody for the 4-3 putout. 1 away for Tim Foley now. 1 for 3. Grounded, he forced Grody a second, but Cleon Jones scored back in the 6th. Upshaw in there. See, the game is so fast. So, Cecil Upshaw comes in and issues a walk to Tim Foley, and the tying run comes to the plate for the New York Mets. So Al Weiss is 0 for 2 and a walk. And we do have a few Mets fans in here, so I'm going to bring up the Mets bench to see if you guys want a pinch hitter. So Upshaw's in, indeed. And we'll see. Mets fans, do you want a pinch hitter or not? So the game says your best bet is still Bob Aspromonte at 29.2% chance for a hit. Al Weiss 0 for 2 with a walk. Weiss represents the tying run is at the plate. Boswell, Wayne calling for Boswell. Ken Boswell, 29.4. Okay, so better. Yeah, I didn't see that. All right. So 0.1% chance to get a hit. All right. So we got RJL calling for Boswell, and he's coming in to pinch hit. All right. Boswell's numbers in the season look like this, gentlemen. Hitting .250 with 19 runs batted in. All right, here we go. Cecil Upshaw has the sign, and Earl Williams sneaked in the game. So Earl Williams in there now, too. Action PC goes really quickly with this. Here we go. And 2-2 pitch. Seeking liner out to Sonny Jackson in center, and he will have it. Foley scampers back to first, 2 down. Nolan Ryan. Looks like Nolan Ryan is going to be done. If you guys want a 2-out pinch hitter, or do you want to leave the Ryan Express in? I don't know, man. I'm looking at Ed Kranepool. Ed Kranepool saying, "Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play." Mike Jorgensen, slightly higher chance of hitting a home run. So, yep, pinch hitter. So, we going for Ed Kranepool on this one? Ed Kranepool it is. You got it. So, New York, once again, going to its bench and hoping Ed Kranepool can tie it up right here. Kranepool does have 3 dingers in the season, hitting .269. And he also has a triple. So, in my book, he's a hero. All right. Mike also going for Ed Kranepool as well. Tim Foley on at first. I don't see... Let's look at our roster here for a minute in terms of pilferers. So, yeah, I know. Thank you, Action PC. So, no speed coming off the bench. So, Foley's what you got on first. Let's go. Upshaw brings a 1-1 pitch. Kranepool clubs this to center field. Sonny Jackson leaping catch. And I don't know what section groans, Robert, but there you go. The Mets let another one go by the board. We go to the top of the 9th inning. And I'm just going to hit C and let the computer put in whatever the computer's going to put in at this point. And it's going to be Boswell and Taylor grounded up the middle. Harrelson ranging to his right. He will get Mike Lum, who's into pitch hit. Here's Earl Williams. Williams making his first plate appearance of the game, 221 on the season, 7 home runs, 17 runs batted in. Whew, definite web gem is section 518 groans. Taylor deals, and he hits Earl Williams. Now, what's that about? What's Ron Taylor doing hitting a batsman? All right, here's Felix Mian. He is 2 for 4. Mike says this is feeling like typical Mets. Big Story wasting that bases loaded situation. Cleon Jones did give it a ride, but damn, huh? Mian 2 for 4. Grounded to second last time up. Williams on at first. Taylor brings a 2-0 pitch. Line drive over short, and Earl Williams makes it to third on the play. Runners at the corners now for Ralph Garr. And Mian has speed. Wouldn't be surprised to see him try to go for 2 here. Try to run against Jerry Grody. Ralph Garr grounded to short back in the 7th. Felix the Cat. All right, Mian with speed. Clendenin holding him on there. Runner does not go. Line drive base hit to the left. Earl Williams will come in to score RBI, and Ralph Garr will move to second on the play. 2 in scoring position, 1 down for the Mets here in the top of the 9th inning. When we go to the bottom of the 9th for the New York Mets, it will be the top of the order, Hahn, Harrelson, and Agee. Hank Aaron is 1 for 4. Ron Taylor in a little bit of trouble here. Cleon Jones with a puss arm. Yeah, not too strong out there. Agee, though, pretty decent arm out there, a 5. Hahn not too strong there. So not really too many cannons out here for these Mets, but fine team nonetheless. And they're in second, a distant second. They're tied for second with Chicago Cubs in the National League East. Hank Aaron 1 for 4. Mets look cooked here. Do you guys want to go to the pen one more time? Let me see. Yeah, because you're top of the order now. Anybody's fair game, except anybody on short rest. So you could bring in Frisella or McGraw. That's all you got left in the bullpen for the New York Mets. Or do we want to just ride it out? I'm always going to defer to the experts of their teams when they're here, always. I mean, I'm thinking, both of them are in the pennant race right now. Atlanta in a little bit better position in the National League West, however. We'll look at the standings after this one. All right, I'm hearing nothing, seeing nothing. Aaron's still elite numbers in 1971, absolutely. All right, we're going to stay with Ron Taylor, it looks like. Two in scoring position, one down. First base open. Are they going to walk Hammer and Hank? Grody out to talk to him. The count, 3 balls, 1 strike. And they do indeed walk Hank Aaron and load him. So it looks like Tug McGraw. The call is being made to the pen for Tug McGraw. And we know what Orlando Cepeda did in this game today. A 3-run shot, bases loaded. Ron Taylor's day is done. Tug McGraw will come in. 2 pitch. All right, let's look at Tug McGraw's number. 4.11 earner on average. 2 wins, no losses, 2 saves. He's worked 15 and 1/3. He's given up 2 home runs. His walks and strikeouts are 3.5 and 5.3 per 9, respectively. Cepeda responsible for 3 of the Atlanta Braves' 6 runs here. McGraw works from the stretch. 2-0 pitch. Oh, my God. This one hit hard to left. And Mian and Gar will score. It is 8-3. Orlando Cepeda in line to be named player of the game, unless the Mets can pull off a miracle. Still 2 in scoring position. First base open. Clete Boyer, definitely not the hitter of brother Ken Boyer, but a better hitter than Cloyd Boyer. But he's 0 for 4. McGraw from the stretch. And he hits Clete Boyer. Tug McGraw, not a happy man, because here's Sonny Jackson. So Sonny Jackson looking to keep the 7-game hitting streak alive. Insult to injury right there, says Aaron Reed. Here's the pitch from Tug McGraw. 2-1 pitch, fly ball. Hahn has it, tagging at third, and coming in to score easily is Hank Aaron as the throw hits Harrelson, cutoff man. 9-3. The corpulent lady. We had us a good ball game until this 9th inning, damn it. But we're having fun, and that's what's the most important. Here's Cecil Upshaw now, and he's not batting, is he? We'll see what Atlanta does. Nope, Darrell Evans, grounder to first. Clendenin will take it to the bag himself. We head to the bottom of the 9th. The New York Mets down a paltry 6 runs. Ron Herbel will come in here to get some innings for the Braves. Herbel with a 3 earned run average right now, no wins, losses, and has worked 15 innings. And he has struck out 4.2, walked 2.4 per 9. All right, here we go. Turn out the lights, says Wayne. Herbel deals. 2-1 pitch. Drive to right field. It's gone. Mike Jorgensen, 5th home run of this season. And here come the Mets. It's 9-4. Mike Jorgensen with 5 home runs in the actual 1971 has also 5 now in our legacy project. How about it? Mop up Herbel. Well, the bucket spilled a little bit of water there. Here's Bud Harrelson now. He is nothing for 3. Herbel deals 2-2 pitch, and Bud Harrelson swings at the hammer and misses. 1 down, Tommy Agee, nothing for 4. Herbel deals. Agee goes down on strikes. It's down to Don Clendenin to try to keep it going. The pitch, 1-0. Clendenin, bouncer to Boyer, long throw across the diamond. That's your ball game. Turns out disappointing for the Metropolitans. Let's look at our game recap here. The Atlanta Braves will improve to 23 wins, 19 losses. New York Mets will fall to 21 wins and 18 losses. For the Braves, 9 runs, 11 hits, no errors. Clean game here today. New York Mets, 4 runs, 8 hits, no errors. McQueen gets the win. He'll go improve to 2-1. Sadecki takes the loss, and he goes to 1-1. Highlights first for the New York Mets. Cleon Jones with 1 for 4 with a triple. Mike Jorgensen came on, boom, on a pinch hit. And Hahn goes 2 for 4 with a home run, 2 runs batted in for the victorious Atlanta Braves. Whatever the game says, Orlando Cepeda is getting player of the game. 3 for 5 with a home run, 5 runs batted in. Felix Mian goes 3 for 5 in this game. So McQueen with the win. He pitched 6, 3 earned runs, including a home run, walked 3, struck out 6. Pretty came in, worked an inning and a third in relief, walked 1, struck out 1. Sissel Upshaw 2/3 of an inning and walked a batter. Herbal, worked an inning, wasn't too hard, gave up that Mike Jorgensen home run, and that was it. Ray Sadecki with the loss. He did strike out 6, walk 2 in 6 innings of work. McAndrew worked an inning in relief. Nolan Ryan came in and walked a batter, worked 1 in relief. And then it fell apart, baby. Ron Taylor, we hardly knew you, lad. It was a game until Ron Taylor came in. 1/3 of an inning, 4 earned runs, walked 1. Wow, that hurts, right? And then Tug McGraw, what are you going to do? You try what you can. 2/3 of an inning for Tug. We look at the miscellaneous, and who's going to be our MVP? It's Cepeda. I don't care what the game says. Yep, your MVP is Orlando Cepeda. All right, let's autoplay what's left here for this day, and then we will check in. All right, so we've got the Cincinnati Reds and the Philadelphia Phillies. This is going to be Don Gullett versus Chris Short. And the Reds will down the Phillies 5-4. Gullett with the win, Short with the loss. Chris Short at 1-7 now. May goes 2 for 4, including 2 home runs, 4 runs batted in. Whoa, nice. And finally, the Boston Red Sox and the Baltimore Orioles. Peters versus Palmer. This one goes to the Orioles 5-4. This one an 11-inning affair. Watt gets the win. Bolin with the loss. Johnson 3 for 4. Davey, look at you. Davey Johnson 3 for 4. It's his 8th home run. 3 runs batted in. All right, let's go ahead and sim this bad boy out till the 30th, since we're doing this ultimately as a legacy project, and it's fun to watch the pennant race. Right now, as we go into that in the National League West, the Houston Astros 3 games up on the Atlanta Braves, 5 up on the Padres. In the National League East, the Bucks 7.5 up on both, or on the Chicago Cubs. The Mets right now 8 games out, and they're in 3rd place. In the American League West, the Oakland A's 4 games up on the Chicago White Sox, and 6.5 up in California, sitting at playing some 500 ball at 22 wins and losses. The New York Yankees 3 games up on the Detroit Tigers, and 8 games back the Baltimore Orioles. So the American League East still a little bit of a dogfight. National League East, but the Buccos really trying to pull away from it. That National League West, this one's still up for grabs. San Francisco, though, not getting it done here in our 1971 project. They're 8.5 out. See if they start picking up the pace. Let's go through May 30th. And here we go. All right. So part 1, we've been on for about what? Yeah, we've been out for 4 hours and 18 minutes. And San Francisco just not moving at all. Pittsburgh still with the best record in baseball. It's not really the Pirates I'm worried about. I'm just curious what the Giants are doing. The Giants shouldn't be where they are, but indeed they are. So as we go into May 31st, 1971, Astros leading the National League West, the Pirates in the National League East, the Oakland A's in the American League West, and the Yankees in the American League East. Let's jump out. Let's look at some leaders, and now we'll start breaking them down by league, since we're a good 2 months into the season. Why the hell not? Just to see what's going on, man. I love the new leaders screen that they have here. So we have National League. We're just going to do it by league. All right. Here we go. So Bob Miller leading in. Oh, we're looking at pitching. Let's look at hitting first. Always got to look at hitting first. National League. All right. So what do we got here, baby? We're going to highlight this gentleman because Lee May is banging it up here in the National League. He's leading the NL right now in home runs with 17. Willie Stargell behind him with 14, and Hammer and Hank has 13. Bobby Bonds with 12. Dick Allen with 10. So there's your top 5 in homers. RBI, it's Lee May with 46, outpacing the field. Bob Robertson of Pittsburgh trying to make a showing of it, but with 36. Triples, baby. Richie Hebner leads the NL with 7. Joe Torre playing for the Cardinals with 68 hits. Cesar Cedeno, 16 doubles. Let me see. Dave Cash and Lou Brock, each with 38 runs scored. Willie Mays has walked 37 times to lead the National League. Doug Rader has struck out 53 times. Willie Stargell leading the National League in slugging percentage. Rusty Staub and on base with 421. Lou Brock, no surprise, outpacing the National League with 24 steals. I don't really care about total bases. I know to some that's an important stat, but I don't really care about total bases as much. Let's look at pitching here for a little bit, and really the ones that matter. So in the endangered stat here in 2026, Juan Marichal with 8 complete games. Oh my God! So let's do a little bit of love here for Don Wilson. So just checking where he is. Look at this, man. So he is 8-0. That's why I wanted to show him. So he's got an 8-game winning streak right now. Don Wilson for the Houston Astros. Pretty crazy. Chris Short, 8 losses. What's his record on the season thus far? 1-8. Ouch. All right. So Cecil Upshaw has 8 saves along with, is that Dan Gladding, right? Fred Gladding. Why am I saying Dan Gladding? I don't know. Doc Ellis with 4 shutouts, a.k.a. 4 trips. Fergie Jenkins leading the National League in strikeouts with 97. Stoneman, 40 walks. Claude Osteen has given up the most homers with 15. So Wilson, look at this. So Wilson and Gary Gentry, each National League just hitting 191 against them. Claude Osteen giving up the most hits. Let's have a quick look at the American League, and then we're going to end segment 1 of this. Going back to batting here, Sal Bando, 16 home runs. Killebrew and Briggs just behind him at 14. Roy White, my man. Now, which Alou is this? Because there's so many Alous all over the place. This is Felipe. I know I should know that. But anyhow, Roy White and Felipe Alou leading the American League in triples. Tony C with 19 doubles. Red G has scored 39 times. Mike Andrews walked 38. Reggie also leading the American League in strikeouts with 49. Roy White with 45 RBI. With Melton. Roy White leading in hits. Bando, total bases, no one cares. Amos Otis, 17 stolen bases, so he's not catching in the majors. He's not going to catch Lou Brock. Mike Andrews has a 464 on base, and Sal Bando's been keeping up one hell of a pace. 644 slugging percentage for him. So 49 games at triple, 16 home runs, 43 runs batted in for Bando, hitting 316 right now. So you look at his numbers again. We're only in May, so not really sure whether he's on pace, off pace, whatever. But Bando having himself a great player, Sal Bando. Robert, if you're still here, could we make an argument for Sal Bando? Could we? If we were an Action PC Baseball, we could look at his whole career, but I don't know. Do we make a case for Sal Bando? I think he was a superb player. I mean, we know Hall of very good, but the USA Network is showing ice skating right now. I've been watching that channel. So Robert says, yes, we could. Nice. Poor Roy White was trapped in a bad Yankees era. Really great all-around player. Yeah, he was. We wanted to highlight Sal here a little bit. Let's take a look at just pitching, just super, super quick, just who's doing. Vita Blue with 8 complete games. Vita Blue with 12 wins. Sam McDowell with Cleveland has 7 losses. Let's look at Vita Blue here. 12-0 with an ERA of 1.70. So, and you look at his actual 1971 record, guys. Vita Blue was nuts, man. 24 wins, 8 losses, and a 1.82 earned run average. Holy moly. Holy Toledo, man. Poor Sam McDowell. How many wins does he have? He's 3-7, went 13-7 in real life. Let's see, who's our big strikeout guy? Vita Blue with 95. Burt Blyleven and Mel Stottlemyre, each leading the American League thus far with 3 shutouts. Denny McLain has given up the most taters with 19. So there we go, man. There we go. That will do it for segment 1, where we played Buzz Kashi and baseball, and we had a baseball quiz. Vita Blue should definitely be in the Hall of Fame. I couldn't agree with you more, Robert. Let's have a quick look at this before we sign off for our first segment. I'll be back probably about a half hour or so, or an hour. We're not going to try the marathon this year. We're just going to have fun. So, Dwayne, your record lives another year. Let's look at Vita Blue. And I should have brought this up in Brave browser because I hate the ads, but that's okay. All right, let's look at this picture. Let's look at this man. So 209 wins, 161 losses. Guys, he's a 6-time All-Star, MVP, played in 3 World Series, a Cy Young Award winner, gets the ERA title, right? So I don't know. I mean, how much stock some of you place in WAR or not? So career WAR of 45.1. But let's look at and he's got some ants. I call the black ink ants. I do them. I do. Consistency, 220 plus game, or 3 of them. I'm sorry. So 1971, 1973, and 75. So, I mean, just 2,175 strikeouts compared to 1,185 walks. Yeah, I mean, this is a Hall of Famer. Definitely. So, why is he passed over? Was there, if you're going to do a sign off for a bit, you're going to roll another Clemente game. So before you go, Tim, do I have your permission to maybe, can we show one of your games tonight? I've been wanting to do that again, man. Let me know. I'd love to. Honestly, I think the Hall of Fame standards need to be reevaluated. Run numbers shouldn't be the bottom line anymore. Players like Mattingly, sorry, Yankees fans, who had such an impact, should be considered. Las drogas, John. All right. This Baseball Reference does give us that comparison to likely Hall of Famers. So again, this would get into those numbers because Vita Blue, obviously, an impact for those great Oakland A's teams in the early 70s. And he's here with some pretty good company. As far as this comparison, there's 3 other Hall of Famers on here. And Billy Pierce was a hell of a good pitcher, by the way, not in the Hall of Fame, but you got Catfish Hunter, you got Hal Newhouser and Don Drysdale. You got Bucky Walters. He was a fine Cincinnati Red pitcher, right, in the 1940s. These guys are Louis. Louis Tiant. Shall we continue with what the hell is wrong with the Hall of Fame? Why isn't this guy in? Why isn't Tiant? Right? Come on. Hall, Cooperstown. Impact and relevance, more important than actual raw stat numbers, says Mike. Beltran and Andrew Jones are this year's class. So Tiant not going to make it. And I don't know if there's still a veterans committee or what. But come on, look at Tiant, man. So you can't always go by wins and losses either. I understand that. And he had a shitty year with Cleveland in 69. But let's face it, Cleveland had a shitty year in 69 too. But I think a case needs to be made here for Luis Tiant. But boy, we could do hours and hours and hours and hours just on the Hall of Fame, couldn't we? Yeah, definitely. Used to hate when the Pirates faced the Braves. especially, man, Andrew Jones, he definitely deserves to be there. So Luis, I didn't realize he went to the Great Diamond in the Sky, so he will not get to see himself, and I think he needs to be there. All right, so we're at 4.5 hours, and I know for many of you, your big game is coming up at 6:30. I hope some folks will come back and join us for some more baseball and a little bit of time, as hopefully we'll have Tim join us, and we'll be broadcasting some of these games. We're going to be doing more Action PC baseball, some out of the park baseball tonight, another baseball quiz or two, some Buzz Rashi or Buzz Kashi or whatever it is, because we have to. And probably do a baseball. Actually, what I'm going to do now, actually, and I realize maybe a lot of folks are going to jump out. Since I've got this thing going, we're going to go ahead and do a baseball for Windows game and let Ernie Harwell call one. So let's pick the game that we're going to play. Look, for all you guys used to freak out at all the icons. Ooh, looky. Now you can look at the screen. And it's all better. Okay. So I had to reinstall this damn thing. So I got to start all over again. But why not with Walter Johnson versus Eddie Plank and this original All-Stars franchise version, whatever the hell it is, 4. So Ernie Harwell, and then I'll be back. I'm going to grab some dinner. All right, guys? So enjoy the game, and I will be back. Let's keep this going. Let's keep it going, baby. Oh, wait. You know what? Holy shit. Hang on. Now you get to see how to do it. I got to set up the ballparks. I didn't even do that. God, that's awful. All right. So let's set where is it? Rules. No. Shit. God. So I play this game. I haven't had to reinstall this game in 3,400 years. There we go. Let's go to Philadelphia. We're actually playing this at Washington, so we'll just go ahead and just assign the Washington Senators. If I have, I don't even have all the ballparks in here yet. Shit. So don't mind the ballpark. I forgot to copy the ballparks into Baseball for Windows. Can you believe it? Oh, man, because I have all these ballparks. We're going to play it in Tiger Stadium, and we're not going to care. That's what we're going to do. All right. I'll fix this later. All right. Enjoy, guys. I'll be back. Yeah, but they're on another PC, Aaron. They're on another PC, the pictures. I didn't move them over yet. They're still up on my cloud. All right, enjoy, guys. I'll be back. A little Ernie Harwell action. Yes, it is, Mike. It actually is. While I'm on my dinner break, I'm going to grab my password to it because it's the way it stores passwords on my other PC, and I'll show you Digital Skybox. It's like $20 for a lifetime, and I think it is. I'll show you in a little bit what it's all about. All right, I'm going to mute my mic, put the ticker on here that I'm actually AFK, man. When was the last time you heard that?
Here we go again, sports fans. I'm Ernie Harwell, bringing you Philadelphia Athletics Baseball. Glad to have you with us. here at the park. Today, the visiting Philadelphia Athletics will test the Senators at home.
It's opening day. We'll be with you for each moment suspended and realized. From the first pitch of the season to the last. Game number 1 of 3 here in Washington.
The Senators take the field here in the first. Defensively for Washington. Vernon at first base. Harris at second. Cronin the shortstop. McMullen the third. Across the outfield, he left is Howard. Instead of Rice, and over in right, Goslin. Rule is behind the plate, and today's slap man for Washington, the starboard side of Johnson. He will be facing Athletic starter, left-hander Plank.
Hitters like this park. You don't want to lay off the ball too much here.
So settle in. We're ready to start this game. Juice to lead it off for the Athletics. He's a right-handed batter. A very steady hitter. Juice relaxes himself at the plate. Johnson looking home. The pitch. Plank working on Rice to hold him close. Plank kicks and delivers. High fly ball to center. Simmons drifts under it, moves in, and makes the catch. Rice held up, and now he tags, but they'll hold him there as the ball is returned to the infield. Two outs. Runner on second for Washington. Johnson walks up. He bats right. Lightning down at second. Cochran set. Plank looks back at Rice on second. Plank delivers. There's a low line to the left. It's a long run in for Zernial. And he's got it on the run. 3 down. The line for the Senators. No runs, 1 hit. They leave 1. There's no change. 4 in the books here in Washington. Senators. Athletics. 3 all. The Athletics will have Plank, Hughes, and Bishop here in the 5th. Here's Plank to start it off. Now Johnson ready. Johnson winds and fires. Plank slaps it on the ground toward right. This one has eyes. Right between Harris and Vernon for a base hit. Plank couldn't have thrown it in a better spot. The go-ahead run has reached. Nobody out. 5th inning. 1 on. Hughes steps up to face Johnson. Hughes has a walk and 2 trips, and he scored once. Plank won't wander far from first. Johnson climbs the mound. Johnson is ready to fire it in. Johnson over the offering. Hot grounded to third. Weird hop. McMullen stays right with it to second for 1. Harris jumps over a sliding runner and slings it to Vernon. Here's Bishop. It's hard to keep Bishop off the base pass. Bishop has a hit and 2 trips. Johnson poised. Here he comes. Grounded to the right side, and Harris gloves it. The throw in plenty of time, and that retires the side. The line for the Athletics. No runs on 1 hit. Another half inning gone. Senators. Athletics. 3 runs for both teams. The Athletics will face the top of the order here in the 5th. Cronin, Goslin, and Vernon. Cronin leading it off. At the plate today, he's 0 for 1. He also reached once when he was hit by the pitch. When the Senators need a base runner, Cronin is the guy they want up there. Left-hander Plank ready. The offering to Cronin. A ringing single to center, and Cronin is on at first. The go-ahead run has reached. Goslin is now up. Goslin 1 for 2. Plank wants to pin Cronin to first. Plank climbs the mound. Cochran crouched down now. Cronin well off first. The pitch, and Goslin belts it deep to right. This park may not hold it. Moses retreats to the wall. Does he have room? His eyes are skyward, and the ball is out of here. A 2-run shot. Goslin will touch them all. And he's sure taking his time. He's greeted at the plate. So they collect 2 on the Goslin homer, his first home run of the season, and the Senators break the tie and now lead 5-3. 5th inning. Vernon getting ready to go. Hits for average. Batter waits. Plank staring in, ready to work. Plank over the offering. Swung on, hit to dead center field. Simmons is right there, waits, and pulls it down. 1 down. One down. We have Howard coming up to hit. He hits from the right. He's their cleanup hitter. Howard takes his stance. Plank focuses in on the target. Plank to the wind. Off-speed pitch, misses. Howard draws a walk, and that's the first walk issued by Plank. That was Howard's first walk of the season. For Washington, one gone. Howard down at first. The bottom of the fifth inning. McMullen's up. McMullen, a fair hitter. Howard with satisfactory speed. Cochran sets up. They start the runner. It's a shot to left center. Zernial is racing to the gap. He's under it. And he pulls it in. 2 away. Howard gets back to first. Rice steps up to face Plank. He swings from the left side. The Senators have 2 away. Howard on first. Sam is 2 for 2. He's stolen the base, and he scored once. Rice settles himself in the box. Plank staring in, ready to work. Quick move to the plate. Lined hard over first. Moses races over. He cuts it off in the corner. Howard is around third. They're waving him in. Here comes a throw home. Here's a play at the plate, and Howard. Out! Just missed getting in. Go to town, Athletics. They cut off the run. The coach was waving him on with 2 outs. McCoy has his boys running, but he comes up short here. The half for the Senators. 2 runs, 3 hits, no errors. They leave 1. They move ahead in the game. 5 in the books here in Washington. Senators over the Athletics. 5-3, and they'll try to protect that lead in the 6th. Washington will now face the heart of the Athletics lineup. Simmons, Fox, and Cochran coming up. Simmons will lead off the 6th. He bats right. Simmons waiting for Johnson. Rue set. To the plate. Inside, ball 1. Simmons stands in again. Rue crouched down now. Here's a pitch from Johnson. It's lifted high to shallow left. Howard got a late start. Coming hard, coming hard. And he makes the catch for the first out. Right-handed batter Fox now walks out to bat. Fox has a lot of ways to get on. Jimmy ready. Johnson gets set to work on him. Johnson over the offering. Swung on, popped up. Rue scrambles near the stands. It goes into the crowd. Strike 1. Fox stands in again. Catcher ready. He cranks and fires. Swung on, chopping ground ball up the middle. Cronin is over. Stabs for it, and he's got it. Fires to first, in time. And that's the second out. 2 away, 6th inning. Cochran is out to take his hacks. Already has a homer in this game, his first. Cochran, 1 for 2. Mickey ready. Rue crouched down now. The pitch. Fly ball right field. Goslin is there, and he makes the catch. That's 3 away. No runs, no hits, no errors. Midway through the 6th. The score is still 5-3, Washington, as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Plank will now face the bottom of the Senators lineup. Rue, Harris, and Johnson coming up. Rue to lead it off for the Senators. He hits from the right. Muddy can be dangerous. Senators would like a little insurance. Plank poised. Here's the delivery. Swung on, hot smash to Bishop. He dives, he knocks it down, throws quickly, in time for out number 1. Okay, 1 gone.
All right, I'm back. I realized when I went off to have dinner that I forgot to do a screen share. So there was like 3 innings where everybody just thought it was over. So we're back. This broadcast has been running 5 hours and 12 minutes. So we're going to go ahead and let Ernie finish this one out, but I'm back. And yeah, we'll get back into some more baseball. I was trying to look for my digital skybox thing, and I see that this thing goes off when you lock the screen. That's what happened. Well, lesson learned. Back to it. There we go. All right, guys. So let's let this game finish out. This is the Senators right now beating the A's 6-3. Walter Johnson's still on the mound, but looks like Plank was pulled for Bender. Wow. Okay. Back to it, and then we'll be back for some more live baseball. All right.
Johnson looking in. The pitch is on the way. Routine fly ball to right. Goslin camps in his tracks, and he covers it. Zernial is tagging. Goslin sets, but the coach flashes the stop sign as the ball is returned to the infield. Bender, bat in hand. Chief taking his first at bat of the season. Bender relaxes himself at the plate. Johnson looking in. The offering from Johnson. Swung on, base hit. Down the line to right. Goslin gallops for it. He has it. Zernial is around third. They're waving Zernial in. Here comes a throw home. Here's a play at the plate. And he's safe. Slid around the tag. The run scores. Bender holds it first for the single. So Bender with a ribby single. That was reliever Bender who took it to Johnson, helping his team. And the Athletics get one back, nicking at that lead. Philadelphia now sends Juice to bat. 2 down. Bender down at first. He has the talent to do some damage. Johnson set. The pitch comes in. Grounded deep toward the hole. McMullen just reaches it, and he won't get off the throw. Juice rounds first and holds. Infield hit from Juice. Well, for Philadelphia. Runners at first and second. 2 away. Left-handed hitter Bishop gets set to bat against Johnson. Bishop with dependable power. He had a hit earlier. The Senators lead the Athletics 6-4. If the Athletics are going to score, then it will take a 2-out hit. Bishop pulls at his sleeve. Johnson sets up on the rubber again. Checks Bender at second. The runners take their lead. The pitch swung on. Easy bounce at Harris. He's up with it. He flips to Cronin at second. And they get him to retire the side. That'll do it for Philadelphia. A run on 3 hits. They leave 2. They had good chances for more, but still trailed by 2. Athletics behind the Senators 6-4. Okay, all you Athletics fans listening at home, on your feet. Take a break for the 7th inning stretch.
Hopefully everybody's enjoying our baseball shenanigans. Sorry about the hiccups. I realized when you lock your screen, I've got a couple cats. It actually kept the game playing, but it stopped the screen share. So mea culpa. We'll get everybody back, hopefully, and we're having a good time today. I hope you are.
Philadelphia will now face the Washington strength. Goslin, Vernon, and Howard. Leading off, Goslin. Another run would make that lead more comfortable. Goslin steps in. Cochran sets up. Bender delivers. Scribber in front of the plate. Cochran grabs it. Fires to first. And Goslin is retired. And there's 1 away. Next up, Washington hitter Vernon. A force to be reckoned with. Vernon steps in. Pitcher Bender eyeing Vernon. Now he's ready. He wheels and deals. Vernon swings, and he got hold of that one. Way back, and it's long gone. Home run. Vernon touches them all.
So they collect the solo homer, his first home run of the season, and the Senators now lead 7-4. And that's the fourth homer for the Senators in this game. Fort Washington, the 10th hit in this game. Howard up there. Bender will go to work on him. He wheels and deals. Grounded to the right side. Fox knocks it down. He's up with it. He flips the Bender covering for the out. Two outs. Next to bat for Washington is McMullen from the right. The hitter stands in. Cochran sets up. Bender comes home. A little roller to the right side. Bishop pounces on it. The quick toss to Fox, and he nails McMullen by a step. Senators gone. For the Senators, a run on one hit. They give themselves a little room. Athletics behind the Senators, 7-4. The Athletics now send up the heart of their order to face Johnson, Simmons, Fox, and Cochran. Simmons to lead it off for the Athletics. Right-handed hitter to face Johnson. Athletics need base runners. The McCoy wheels is starting to spin. Judge is now playing first base for Washington. McCoy takes Vernon out of the game. Coming into play left field for the Senators is Manouche. Howard leaves the game. Simmons steps in. Right-hander Johnson ready. And the pitch comes in. Cut on, hit deep to left field. Way back, Manouche is racing back. It's long gone. He got all of that one. So Simmons has his second homer of the game, and the Athletics are within two. Too little, too late. And that's the third homer for the Athletics in this game. No outs, a run in. Fox walks up. He bats right. They need to get him on. When the Athletics need a base runner, Fox is the man. Fox settles himself in the box. Johnson looking home. The pitch. A bouncer back of second, fielded by Harris. He throws in time for out number one. It's now Cochran to bat. Cochran had his first homer earlier in this game. Mickey is 1 for 3. Johnson poised. And now the pitch. Cochran dribbles one to the left of the mound. Johnson can't reach it. Cronin charges in, grabs it, and throws in one motion, and nips Cochran at first for out number 2. Now Zernial to face Johnson for Philadelphia. Nobody on, 2 away. Zernial 2 for 3, and he scored a run. In the on-deck circle, Moses follows the moves on the mound. The slugger waits. Batter set. Johnson gets set to work on him. Johnson comes to him. Zernial is called out on strike. Side retired. That'll do it for Philadelphia. A run on one hit. There were no errors. They score, but still trail by 2. The score now stands 7-5. Senators as we head for the bottom of the 8th inning. For Washington, it'll be Rice, Rule, and Harris. Well, here's Rice to lead it off. He hits from the left. Right-hander Bender ready. Bender kicks and deals. Slice to Baker. Room service bounce. The long throw to first, and they get him. 1 down. All right, 1 down. Rules up. Bender poised. The pitch from Bender. A healthy cut by Rue, but he sends it straight up. Cochran flings his mask aside and cradles the ball. That play was tougher than it looked. 2 away. Harris walks up. He bats right. 2 outs.
Totally
Harris
understand,
had his
Mike.
first homer earlier in this game. Harris has been up 3 times with 1 hit.
Keep the fiance happy, brother.
Batter set.
No worries, man.
Bender will go to work on him. Now the delivery. He goes down on strikes. 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors, and at the end of 8. After 8, Senators up by 2. Johnson will now face the bottom of the Athletics lineup. Moses, Baker, and Bender coming up. Here's Moses to start it off. He's a lefty. He'll wait for his pitch. Johnson sets up on the rubber again. Baker is loose and ready to follow Moses. Rule set. Johnson kicks and deals. Slice toward third. He leaps. Hits over his head. Manouche is racing over. He'll have to hurry. Moses is trying for 2. Here comes Manouche's throw. And he slides in safely. Moses has himself a double. Here we go. Baker is out to take his hacks. He hits from the left. The Athletics have nobody out. Moses on second. Baker is 0 for 3. Baker is a real slugger. Bender kneeling in the on-deck circle. Baker pulls at his sleeve. Johnson works the ball with his hand. Baker steps up to the plate. Now ready. And here comes Senators manager McCoy. He's asking Johnson for the ball. Taking the mound for the Senators is Bosman. So Johnson gets his innings. He pitched 8. He yielded 5 runs so far on 10 hits, 3 homers, 1 walk. He fanned 6. He's responsible for the runner. He'll win it if they hold the 2-run lead. For Bosman, this is his first appearance. He's a right-handed pitcher. He inherits a runner in scoring position. It's his game to save. Baker preparing himself, wipes his hand on his shirt front. Baker asks for a new ball. A little scuff gate going on out there. Bosman wipes sweat from his hands. Baker steps up to the plate, works his back foot, turns his shoulder in, waits for the pitch. Bosman put on the rubber, glances back at the runner. Moses edges a bit more off second. He's on with a leadoff double. The offering from Bosman. Poke to right. Not deep. Goslin is back. He's under it. And he makes the catch. Moses is tagging. Goslin turns and sets. But they're holding him at second as the ball is returned to the infield. Bender is scheduled to hit. We'll have to see if he stays in the game. At the plate this season, he's 1 for 1.
Same here, Mike.
Earlier had his first RBI. Not much strategy here. Athletics need a hit. Over in the on-deck circle, Juice watches Bosman. Bender steps up to the plate. He's 1 for 1 here. Bosman is on the slab. Righty against righty. Catcher Rule sets his target. Athletic skipper McCoy walking down the bench. McCoy is taking pitcher Bender out of the game. Thane will bat in his place. Bat's left. He grabs a bat. Heads out. Bender pitched 2 1/3. The game for Bender. 1 earned run on 1 hit. A homer. Thane getting ready to go. Ferris, the strong hitter. You don't need Einstein to solve this puzzle. Thane needs to get a hit. Juice swinging his bat lightly in the on-deck circle. Thane brushes his shirt. Bosman positions his mitt. The Senators lead the Athletics 7-5. Payne takes his place in the box. Now ready. Bosman climbs a mound. Bosman has a sign. The right-handed hitter, Juice, on deck. Righty against lefty. Checks Moses at second. Moses moves another step away from second. Bosman cranks it up. Grounded hard to McMullen. He takes a high hop. Juggles it. The long throw to first. Just in time. And Moses moves to third. Well, Juice up to hit. 2 gone. Moses hanging out at third. Juice, 1 hit, 1 walk, and 4 trips. And he scored a run. Juice with dependable power. Juice relaxes himself at the plate. Bosman sets up on the rubber again. Brew crouched down now. Checks third. The pitch comes in. Grounded hard wide of third. McMullen feels it. Fires to first. And that's the last out of the game. The Senators have closed this one out, spurred on by the disciplined leadership of McCoy. The Athletics leave the tying run at the plate. A tight one here, fans. The Senators sneak by the Athletics 7-5. Here's the line for the Senators. 7 runs on 10 hits, no errors. They lead 4 for the Athletics. 5 runs on 10 hits, no errors. And they lead 5. Johnson gets the win, his first. Plank takes the loss, his first. The save goes to Bosman, his first. So the Senators gain a step for the Senators. Overall, they now stand at 1-0. This win puts them in first place for the Athletics. Overall, 0-1. In the next game, the Athletics will have another try. Bye for now, everybody. This is WAPBA and Ernie Harwell saying so long from Washington. Final score, Washington Senators 7, Philadelphia Athletics 5.
All right, and we're back, and we'll try to catch Mike here before he has to go because his fiance is a Seattle Seahawks fan, and that's all cool. All right, so this is the digital skybox. So, Mike, I'll be able to tell you a lot about this. I have to go due to plan limits. Oh, my God. All right, so we're going to have to end this in a few minutes, and I'm going to be coming back on. There will be enough time for me to talk about digital skybox, and then we'll start part 2. EVMUX has a stupid plan limit thing. Pa. Bite me. All right, so it is the digital skybox. And Mike asked, is it worth it? Indeed, it is. So for $20, you get lifetime access to this thing. Good stuff. There's got to be a way APA can update this game in Harwell's voice to handle all the modern names and play-by-play. What a treasure. Absolutely. Absolutely. But it seems to me, for all the interviews, all the things that I've seen from John Herson, that he's putting all his coin into APAGO. Who am I to argue with a successful businessman? What could I say? I think he's making a big mistake, especially because not only is Baseball for Windows a treasure, and let me go ahead and did I close it out yet? Oh, it's on the other screen. It is a treasure, and let's go ahead and make sure I don't have to save anything. Yep, we'll just exit. Boop. All right. It's a better game than APAGO. H Field, how you doing? Welcome in at 5.5 hours. I'm going to have to go off and then come right back on because of EVMUX. So I'm just telling Mike a little bit about APA, and we're going to be doing a game using one of Mike's. I've got to re-download it and install it in this new computer, but in Action PC Baseball later with his dead ball set, I believe it is. So there's lots and lots and lots and lots. So if one of the things that you're looking for is managers for APA PC Baseball for Windows, this is your nonstop shop. So you've got I can't show you the members entrance, unfortunately, because I have to go on my other PC, because I don't think Stephen Galbraith, who's the owner of this, is watching his email today, unfortunately. This does give you a little preview. There's lots going on. So let me just show you, like here. So there's free and for purchase managers on here. So this thing has replay managers. It has draft managers. There's free Hall of Fame and All-Star managers in this thing. It's $25 lifetime access, and you can't beat it. There's a whole the Buck Miller's manager collection, which is it's pretty legendary. So there's lots there. Okay. Let's go to utilities. So this is going to have some of the old stuff. So if you have a virtual machine, this is really good. It's got the lineup maker, a steel limiter, team builder, if you want to use that. Also, what I will tell you, and Stephen actually shows you, for those of you, if you want a virtual machine, and what I would suggest to do is, rather than using your new machine, what I did for this game is I picked up an old laptop on eBay, an old Windows Vista machine, and I'm running a Windows XP virtual machine inside it, because I still have the Fan Park Encyclopedia and all that other stuff, and that's how I'm able to create a lot of these projects and do teams and stuff like that. So in a nod to APA players, in version 5.75, there was a migration tool. Version 6.1, Aaron Reed showed me a way to bring in your migrated seasons. But I would suggest getting a virtual machine to do some of the stuff that you need to do in the game, and then just bring them over. One of the things that is available out there on the internet is the Fan Park Encyclopedia. You're going to have to do a little bit of digging for it. I do have the original, but Robbie Wartburg, may his memory be eternal. And we're going to dedicate this in part 2 to the memory of Robbie. He was able to use this. All you need is something like Daemon Tools or whatever, and Fan Park Encyclopedia, and you can create pretty much anything you want in baseball for Windows. It's pretty awesome. Okay. Let's go. Here are all the memberships, but I want to show you like where all the managers are and stuff like that. So let's go back to the other home team or other. So there's like one website. Here we go. Are these at the online managers? Is this it? Oh, nope, can't use that one. Hall of Fame managers. Oh my God. So like what I might have to do. Oh yeah, okay. So here's a list of the managers. Now, let me tell you, this is not the complete list of managers available for APA PC baseball. There's actually thousands of managers available for this game. So for those of you not familiar, so unlike a lot, games like Out of the Park Baseball and Pure Sim and Strategy Baseball, Diamond Mind, whatever, where you can actually set manager tendencies. This game was so cutting edge, not only with the Ernie Harwell broadcaster and the reactive crowd, but all of these managers in here, and every manager that comes with the game, are AI. So the Miller brothers were doing this back in 1995. This is truly the first artificial intelligence game that takes artificial intelligence to places where now we do have the technology to catch up with it, but what developer is going to jump on and say, okay, I'm going to use something like from Fish Labs or whatever to take some voice samples and create it. So it could be done. But you can see here, this is broken down. There's a bunch of dead ball managers. There's 1930s, 1950s, 1970s, 90s, all kinds of other managers. There's a bunch of 19th century. You can see a lot of guys here. You want Hall of Fame managers. You've got Stengel, Weaver, Harris, Mack, LaRussa, Torrey, Lopez, Herzog, Anderson, Robinson, McKechnie, Hanlon, McCarthy, McGraw, of course, greatest manager in baseball in my estimation, Southworth, Cox, DeRocher, Huggins, Lasorda, Alston, Rube Foster. Rube Foster really good for playing Negro League Baseball. You've got all kinds of things, again, broken down by decade. So dead ball, 20s, 30s. You've got managers for every decade. Every decade. JT Dutch, things are going well, man. I'm doing what I do every year, brother. Doing this baseball thing. I'm going to be going off stream and starting a new one here in a few minutes because EVMUX has limitations. There's also ballparks that you can get for this thing through Digital Skybox. There's lots. There's some homebrew seasons on here. And again, for the price, it's incredible. But so all these guys here, these are for draft leagues. So you wouldn't want to use any of these guys for a season, although it might be fun. But so these AI managers are going to handle teams differently. And that's why I like Johnny McCoy, because Johnny McCoy is good for doing both. And so I use Johnny McCoy for most of my projects. So you're not going to watch the superb owl. Maybe we get you on mic here because we fixed the echo problem. JT, what I was doing was sharing screen sound, and that's why things were bouncing back. So hopefully, brother, get you on, man. I miss having you on here. JT Dutch, a Dodgers fan and a baseball fan. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. So, short answer, Mike, so you can get to your fiance because you got to keep her happy, man. Is definitely this is so worth it. This is definitely so worth it. What can I say? The other thing that, again, because I have to find my membership information, is all the fan park managers are available. Also, in fact, Miller Associates or APA, I'm sorry, has these freely available also on their website. So through the years, people would program their own managers, and you can get all those for free. It's great. I love Digital Skybox. $25 for a lifetime. It's impressive so far. Plus, I see a custom, membership, ballparks, custom league files. Yep, going to sign up for lifetime tomorrow. Yeah, I really hope we can. That's why I like to try to do APA PC. A lot of people don't get it. It's like, well, so maybe I should do a game some night like where I'm actually managing and getting into the nuts and bolts of the game. People are slowly getting used to it. A lot of people, and I'm sorry to say this, but APA is terrible. And I'm watching the closely here before this thing cuts me off. APA is terrible at marketing. I have to say this. They put out great product, but terrible marketing. I'll tell you what, Mike, I've never had, if I had $1 for every time since I started this thing in 2018. And if I had $1 for every time somebody said, wow, I didn't even know, this is like nostalgia. I wish I could still play this. I'm like, yeah, go buy it. At that time, it was $25. It's gone up to $35 now for version 6.1. And I really, he doesn't, I don't think he realizes. I mean, I've seen his interviews and stuff, and I have great respect for John Herson, but I don't think he realizes what a treasure he has in baseball for Windows. This thing is still better at broadcasting, even though it's old technology. As far as straight up broadcasting, it's going to kick MLB The Show's ass every time. And any other baseball, there's only one game that has play-by-play is good, and that's Diamond Mine Baseball, which unfortunately we won't be showing tonight because I can't get the photos to work properly for whatever reason. But c'est la vie. All right, so we're going to go ahead and cut out on this one. For those of you that have fiancés, you're going to watch the Stupor Bowl. Enjoy it. Have a good time. Hopefully you'll come back after. We will be on. And for those others, you can see we're going to start. We had our first one was why is baseball greater than football or better than football? This one, and we're actually going to even show a little video by Deion Sanders talking about why baseball is so challenging. We will find that. But we're going to start off part 2 with the answering the question, is baseball the hardest sport to play in the world? And we're talking, of course, team sport. All right. Such a great game, says Mike, about APA PC baseball. You can listen to Ernie without even watching the broadcast. It can be that good. Absolutely, man. Okay, so JT says the girl and I watch the Puppy Bowl as we do every year. You got to watch the Puppy Bowl. That is a great thing. I love the Puppy Bowl. And, of course, the things that they do for local animal shelters for adopting animals out. And I know a lot of people that watch. They want this day for the Puppy Bowl, so it's good stuff. My girlfriend she's home. I've got to give her a call a little bit later, but she's not a football fan at all, so I'm lucky there. Yeah, kind of left the golden age of baseball's best voices. You're right. You're absolutely right. I mean, to hear Ernie, and there's a lot of times when I'll come on and I'll say, okay, guys, I'm putting on this game. Sit back, listen, roll up. I was with somebody one time, it was an ex, and I said, she was cooking dinner. And I said, hey, babe, I'm just going to fire up my computer and just put on a game. She said, what are you talking about? Because she was a big baseball fan. I said, well, listen. And I put on Ernie Harwell, and she's like, oh my God. She said, she's just like I'm listening to a real baseball game. She said, I'll bet you could like just lie back and listen to this. And I said, yeah, Christina, that's exactly what I've done. There are times I've put on this game and I'm like, I want to listen to baseball. I don't want to do anything. Or sometimes as I've said before to you guys, I'm working on a new sleight of hand routine or something. Just having Ernie call that game while I'm working on repetitive tasks, like trying to master a new slider, a new routine as a magician. It's great. And again, there's times I've put it on. I've left the damn thing on all night, and I'll fall asleep, listen to Ernie call games, and wake up the next morning. And it's wonderful, especially now. Because what baseball am I going to watch? Maybe catch some Australian baseball or something, but that's it. All right. So, Hville says, never thought to do that. I do listen to a lot of old radio games on Spotify, but never thought to use the game to do that. Oh my God. Yeah, it's great for that, man. I love it. The only thing you got to watch though, is this happened to me one night. I put on a game and I'm settled down in bed. I'm like, oh, this is going to be awesome. Listen to Ernie Harwell. And there was a rain out in the third inning. I'm like, damn it. So I had to get up and blah, blah, blah. Because the way I had it set up before, it wasn't everything running auto. I had some that were manual games. And so this was a game. I'm like, I'll listen to this game and then I'll play one. It was rain out in the third inning just as I was ready. I'm just right. All snugged in, man. 2 blankets, the cat's beside me, and rain out. Like, damn it. So, guys, I'm going to be back in like 5 or 10 minutes before EVMUX cuts me off. So please look for this. All right. There's just something about baseball that lends itself to voice descriptive broadcast versus the other sports. It does. You listen to guys like, and by the way, not to take anything away. Last thing, guys, classic baseball on the radio. Hopefully, I have time before I get cut off. I want to show you something else. Super cool. Okay. Super, super cool. And I don't know if you knew that this existed on the Internet Archive, but I suspect that this is where classic baseball on the radio on YouTube gets their games. It's right here on the Internet Archive. Pretty cool. So let's go to audio and all audio, and let's try typing in baseball broadcasts. And I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. You want to talk about listening to baseball on the radio and you don't feel like mucking about with YouTube or whatever. There we go. Classic baseball on the radio, classic radio broadcast, MLB. Let's just, I don't know, classic baseball on the radio archive. Let's pick this one, whatever. Look at this. Look at this. And every dot. Look at all these games, man. Internet Archive. So I'm guessing that's for classic baseball on the radio, or maybe they've been archiving what classic baseball on the radio has. I'm not sure. I believe I'm still sharing sound, right? I hope so. So, that's loud.
Now we're ready to go in the second game. Tigers won the opener here 12-2. Frank Larry recording the victory. The first win for him in his last 5 decisions. And the loser was Ralph Terry. Pete Burnside pitching to Gil McDougall. And the first pitch of the game is in there for a called strike.
You get the idea. So you got a lot of ways, man. You got classic baseball on the radio. You've got this. You got Ernie Harwell. I mean, there's never any sort of lack. This one goes back the same as classic baseball and radio to the 1934 All-Star Game, and the first one I ever heard though on classic baseball and the radio was Yankees at Tigers 1934, and Babe Ruth was not in that game that day, but it was really really freaky to hear the announcer right when Lou Gehrig came to the plate. It was freaky, man. It was freaky, right? He's like, wherever it is, I can't find. But to hear that from 1934 and Lou Gehrig coming to play for the first, I got chills, man. I was over in Europe. I was living in Europe listening to this because I was just dying for some baseball, and I didn't feel like doing a game or anything like that. And when he said Lou Gehrig, I got chills, man. It was amazing, just amazing. Yeah, it is. It is that old timey radio baseball sound. All right, gentlemen, I'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes, and we'll start part 2. So we've been on for 5 hours, so thank you to everybody for being here for our baseball shenanigans. I imagine viewership is going to plunge for a little bit because we do have football fans on here. But guys, this is great. So the other thing about the Internet Archive, there's all these great you guys looking for all Warner Brothers cartoons? They're all here. And I mean, I'm talking the old ones that you can't see anymore. They're here. The old time radio broadcasts. I was on a call with my mom one night. I'm saying, listen to this. And they got The Shadow and they got all this stuff. The Internet Archive is priceless. For text, man, Streets and Smith's Baseball's in here. You got to play around in here. All the old Spalding's baseball guides are in the Internet Archive. And you know what? Drop them $10. They'll love it. Just drop them $5-10 because this current president has been trying to shut down the Internet Archive. So do what you can to help them out. All right. And see you guys at about 10.